Need anything from me? Good morning, everyone. I hope you're doing well. OMPA is requesting that if you've not registered yet, you can please register outside the table. Yeah. Just a few minutes waiting for more participants, then we can start. Sorry?
Still need to test or what? You still want to speak to someone or?
I can test. For our online audience, good morning. Can you hear as well?
Good morning, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Yeah. Respond. What now? Not today. Morning. They are sent to me.
Any in my panel?
I have sent this that for yesterday, my way to for your panel.
In my panel.
He had set a presentation, but it's going to be a discussion, so I don't know how you're going to do it. Was it good? I've told him, I've had a presentation. He just didn't see them. Oh, this is cool.
Still trying to figure out.
Short summary remarks. Because I think we're running a bit late.
If you think this is useful. The discussion in the last session was.
I was thinking also at the end, open up to anyone who wants to contribute to the takeaway. How about I open up and then we discuss. Good morning, everyone. Are we ready to start? I hope everyone is well rested. For those who joined us for the cocktail, I hope you'll feel nice and fresh. For those who went home, I figure you should be even feeling more fresh. Yes, so welcome to today's discussion. This is the second and last day of the Access to Information and Elections Symposium in South Africa. I believe we can all agree that we did have rich discussions yesterday, right? Can we all say we did have rich discussions yesterday? We had Pansit Lakula talking about how the IR has gone into implementing the guidelines on access to information. We had presentations from Simon Mabola talking about how the IEC has done that, and we will have more presentations from the IEC. We had presentations from Gary, who we really interrogated the survey. Gary is there today with us. We also had remarks from the South African Human Rights Commission. We had Commissioner Nissen here. He's not here right now, but he's going to join us later on in the afternoon. He has a meeting. And basically, really what we're doing is reopening the discussion around the implementation of the report, as well as continuing the discussion around the guidelines on access to information. We know the guidelines were adopted in 2017, and it has been 5 years. 5 years is time to assess how far we've gone with the guidelines, and that is really basically what we're trying to do in terms of the objectives of this symposium. We had a South African report that you have. For those who did not see it yesterday, it is in your small part that we gave. We had a South African report, and basically it was a maiden study that we had for the assessment of the guidelines. And just to let you know, we have actually moved forward with this assessment. We have actually built upon this assessment and done studies for Ghana. We've done studies for Tanzania for their most recent elections. We've done for Uganda, we've done for the Gambia, and in 2022 we did for Kenya and Angola. And sorry. Sorry? Oh, UP. Thank you. And basically what we were doing with these studies is still following the track that we did with South Africa and looking at how states have actually implemented the guidelines on access to information. So basically from these studies, what we are trying to see is whether we can use the findings to revisit this discussion around the guidelines on access to information. We saw yesterday that there are conversations about, do we need to revise some of the things in the guidelines? And we're really hoping from the findings of these guidelines and the findings of the report that we'll be able to add to this conversation. And something that came up yesterday from the presentations of Pansit Lakula as well as Sai's conversation is, what do we need to do in terms of revisiting this conversation? And one of it was this balance between access to information and the right to privacy. There's something that the guidelines do not quite well capture when it comes to balancing access to information and data protection, balancing the right to know and the right to privacy. And we are hoping that this is something that will be picked up following our symposium this time. We have a panel that is moderated on the PIA reform, looking at the PIA Act. We had Alison here, we had Sandy Smith here. William, I don't know where you've left Sandy today. She's joining us later. So we have that discussion, the PIA reform. And we looked at the guidelines, the model law, as well as the declaration. These are documents, these instruments of the African Commission. These are instruments of the AU that have been used to direct the PIA reform process. And we are hoping that moving forward, the direction that Isaac and his panel was talking about yesterday is really grounded, for example, looking at digital technologies, how digital technologies have actually influenced access to information more and more each and every day. And so the PIA reform really looks at the developments in the digital age, for example, and seeing how we can address one of the issues, how the PIA reform can look into how the developments of the digital age can be integrated into this reform process. And Isaac is going to talk about that shortly. And one of the other contributions that we got from yesterday is how we should not use the law, for example, as a shield. As the electoral stakeholders, they should not be using the law as a shield. Practice should be informed before the law. We know the law more often than not is or lags behind developments, for example, in the digital age. And one thing that came out yesterday is practice should evolve before the law so that you not use the law as a shield. All electoral stakeholders should work together to ensure that access to information is realized as a benefit towards elections, so that we can actually be able to say that electoral stakeholders are working towards improving the integrity of elections, improving access to information during elections, and not say this is what the law requires, this is what I'm directed to do, but see it as an integral part of their mandate. Another aspect that was discussed was digital threats facing technologies, facing access to information, issues of internet shutdowns were discussed yesterday, issues of internet shutdowns, issues of disinformation, and how it's impacting access to information during elections. And something that Sai actually said is that there's this need for continental guidelines, for example, on how we use social media during elections. He said that this is an initiative that has started, and there's an initiative that all electoral stakeholders should be working towards. So that is something we are going, I was talking to Sai yesterday and hoping that it's something that we in the room, having heard him say that yesterday, can actually be part of the process to contribute to any standard settings that are alive to the realities of Africa, to guide, for example, social media use during elections. And finally, the role of the state. This is also something that Pansy pointed out, that we cannot have this conversation in isolation. We cannot have this conversation without including the state. And Klenyiwe mentioned that we did try to reach out to the state. There was a bit of a challenge here and there, but we did try to reach out to the state. Because when you look at the guidelines, for example, you see they say the state shall, it's more the state shall than any other electoral stakeholders in the guidelines. So moving forward, we want to see how we can better engage with the state so that they are actually active players towards the implementation of the guidelines on access to information and elections in Africa. And we hope that the next time we have a convening like this, that they will actually be here and contribute to our conversations. And so that is just basically some of the takeaways that I picked up from yesterday. And I want to open it up to the room. I know Isaac had something to add. If you have any other takeaways that you'd like to add before we go to our first part. Isaac?
Thank you. I think that one of the really important issues that came up in the last section yesterday was discussion we had with Alison Tilly, particularly about fire and you may recall that I briefly made the call about expanding the fire mandate from records to information. And I want to just back that up with the following. Firstly, in the modern law, the 2013 modern law of the African Commission, modern law on access to information, the idea of information as opposed to it, which include records, were actually introduced. And all over the continent, new access to information will deal with information broadly speaking, and usually based on the definition in the modern law. In the guidelines on access to information elections, that same definition was slightly adjusted to reflect development, especially in the digital sphere, between the compilation of the modern law and the guidelines. And then the 2019 Declaration on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information actually lies on the definitions in the model law and the guidelines, and do not use in its sections on access to information the term records, but the term information. Now, I just want to read you the definition of information as it is in the guidelines. And I'm doing this because I'm arguing that one of the key changes in FIRE should be to replace the definition of records with the definition of information. So it says information includes any original or copy of documentary material, irrespective of its physical characteristics, such as records, correspondence, fact, opinion, advice, advertisement, memorandum, data, statistic, book, drawing, plan, map, diagram, photograph, audio or visual record, and any other tangible or intangible material, regardless of the form or medium in which it is held, in the possession or under the control of the information holder to whom a request has been made under these guidelines. Thank you. That's the point I want to make.
Thank you, Zach. Very much, Zach, for that. Is there any other takeaway from tomorrow? We can move on to our next panel. Great. So I will have, today at least, we have a lot more opportunities for the participants to actually engage in. And for our first panel for the day, if you look at the guidelines that we gave to you, it moves on to other electoral stakeholders. When you look at the list of electoral stakeholders that are given in the guidelines, you can see this on your second or third page of the guidelines. You see that not only does it mention implementing bodies, which yesterday we had the opportunity to listen to them. We had the IR, the South African Human Rights Commission, and the Information Regulator. You see that it also mentions other stakeholders who are critical towards implementing the guidelines on access to information. And it does go ahead to provide the responsibilities for these electoral stakeholders. We have political parties and candidates, law enforcement agencies, election observers and monitors, media and online media platform providers, media regulatory bodies, and civil society organizations. And what we hope for this next panel is that we can have contributions from the other electoral stakeholders that we didn't get a chance to hear from them yesterday, to see how they're implementing the obligations under the guidelines, and possibly add to the discussion of what is working and what is not working with the guidelines, to be able to add and contribute to any future conversations about revising the guidelines. And also possibly talk about how they have implemented and not, or plan to implement the obligations under the guidelines. So for this next session, the next 1 hour session, we'll have representatives from political parties, the media and internet regulatory bodies. So I'd like to invite from the political party section, we have Pieter Dineka. Have I said that well? I hope I've not butchered your name. We have Peter from BFS Plus, and we have Samuel Shabane from Good Party, representing political parties. I see Sam is not here, so, oh, there you are. Would you like to join us at the front? Then from media, we have Reggie from SANEF. Please join us. And finally, from media and internet regulatory bodies, we have Mamedupe Agatse from ICASA. I hope I've done justice to your name. I'm not sure. Where's Mamedupe? Have I butchered your name or I've tried? Katse. Okay, welcome. And so for this session, we are going to have presentations from them, basically around, as we said, how far you've gone implementing or intending to implement the provisions of the guidelines and your thoughts about the guidelines. So I'll start with you, Peter. Pieter, please introduce yourself. There's a long description if you look at the guidelines. Yes.
Election observers.
Sorry? No, you're in the next session.
Next session.
Yes. Okay, fine. There's a long description of their bio on the speaker profiles that I sent to you, but he'll do a short description of himself. Welcome.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Pieter de Nakker, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Freedom Front Plus. Colleagues, now, first of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I think it is a good opportunity for us to be able to get together with different stakeholders and to learn from one another. However, I must raise a serious concern. And, you know, I'm not preaching to the converted now. The problem is those that I'm concerned with are not here. And that is our fellow politicians, the political parties that are not here. And that, I must honestly say, to me, is a great concern for two reasons. First of all, we find that when we get to party liaison committee meetings, it would be those parties that do not take part in events such as this that would complain the hardest. And secondly, when we get to legislation and we get to parliament and parties must look at new legislation or change possible legislation, possible changes, those are the parties that complain the hardest because they don't take part in discussions such as this. So I need to raise that concern, but I do really want to thank you for this opportunity. First of all, thank you for this report. I think it's a job well done, and there's quite a bit that we, especially from the Freedom Front Plus side, have learned from the 2020 report. So thank you especially to those that prepared this report. Now, although we do not necessarily agree 100% with all the guidelines, it's a good way for us to already start to have a look at what's the general field, not within, but externally, and what would the public and what would potential voters like to hear and see from us as political parties. Now, one of the key things we've learned is, for instance, the fact that our constitution is not on our website. And we've got various reasons for that, but I can give you this guarantee that within the next 3 months, you'll see a total brand new Freedom Front Plus website with not just only our constitution, but also some of our other key documents. And that is something that we've taken from this symposium, and we are committed to making that information available. Now, we need to understand that there are certain internal party processes that we do not necessarily want to share with everybody out there. Your political tactics, your political strategies, etc., is not necessarily to be shared with your opposition. And there's some information that I think we need to treat very respectfully, especially when it comes to the different political parties. And one of the things that we currently have an issue with is telling the world how many members we have, for two specific reasons. Because we've got two different types of members. We've got active paying members, and that we already disclose when we disclose to the IEC the funds that we've received in memberships. But then we also have other members that are not active paying members, but that are normal contributing members to the party. And often it's those that are more seen as supporters that you cannot necessarily say, yes, this tallies up to 1,000 or to 1,500. So that makes it sometimes difficult. When we look at the idea of party symbols and logos and trademarks, I want to thank you for having a look at our website. And I brought something with just to show you how information works. Now, this is typically one of our T-shirts, and you'll see our logo with our name on it. Now, I've done this with a specific purpose, because if we go and look at information, you'll see that our name is VFPLUS, VF Plus. However, when you look at the media, when you even look at the report we've received, you'll find that so many of the people referring to our party refer to us as FF with the plus sign, or VF with a plus sign. And that tells us that although we as political parties go out of our way to brand ourselves in a specific way, information is not necessarily always used in the way that we communicate that information. Now, I must congratulate the IEC. We've had a battle with them. Although they had our correct logo on their website, etc., for quite a while, we battled to get them just in a plain thing such as minutes of meetings to use our name correctly. Now, I know there's a new party that was registered that were very unhappy when people started referring to them as ASA. They say they are not Athletics South Africa, and people should use their full name. You know which party that is. And I want to plead with you, as I almost want to say custodians of information, to also assist us in communicating the right information to the public and to our members. Colleagues, looking at the overall report, we've got a few questions. In this age of information overload, we are wondering whether information is not in the political sphere sometimes used maliciously. Let me give you an example. Prior to the 2019 election, a certain party had a campaign not to vote for smaller parties. And they said that smaller parties are not effective. So what they did is they took the information from parliamentary committee and portfolio committees, portfolio and standing committees. And they said, look at the attendance of certain parties at these committees. Now, the information was correct. But what they did not say was that some of these members of parliament that was supposed, or that attended some of these committee meetings are not full members of that committee. They merely attended as participants or observers. So they used that information to say that don't trust this party because they don't even attend committee meetings. They don't tell the electorate that these members are not members of that specific committee and that they might be serving on 3 or 4 or 5 other committees that might be sitting on the same time. So it's the correct information, it's a fact, but it's distorted. And that to us at this stage is really a concern. Yesterday, I think it was Commissioner Love that spoke about the idea of opinion versus fact. To us as what is often referred to smaller parties, the idea of let me say this, let me not take out a specific party, but the idea of telling people don't waste your vote on a smaller party is not necessarily a fact, it's an opinion. We've seen how, and I'm going to use my good friend from Good here, how a party with 1 member in parliament can play a vital role in the executive. So that information, in brackets, are being distributed to the electorate. It's opinion, it's not fact. And then what is worse is it's been sent out via SMSs, even to those who never requested to receive information from that specific party. We know the whole debate of data being abused. We had a situation in a by-election where it was predominantly a ward where the blue party had 60% of the vote, the yellow party had 5%, the green party had 30%, and others had 5%. At 6 o'clock the evening, a general SMS went out to all the voters in the ward, saying the blue party and the green party, the blue party and the yellow party is neck and neck. And the voters in that ward are very, they're at a place where they do not trust the yellow party. So they don't want to cast a vote out of, or they are casting their votes out of fear because they did not want the yellow party in. But now what's happening is a false SMS is going out. First of all, the electorate is not aware that we don't know at 6 o'clock at night. We don't know how people voted. Results are not known. So how do you know that the 2 parties are neck and neck? And those are the kinds of concerns that we have when political parties communicate opinions as part of the strategy that is not necessarily fact. In this age of information overload, I want to pose a question to you, and that is something that we've started to investigate in our own party. And that's the idea of people exiting the system, or people not trusting in democracy anymore. We know that we have this whole idea of a pushback against democracy. And one of the questions we are asking ourselves, would one of the causes of people exiting the system not be because of information overload? Let me give you an example. We had a discussion with a few people that said to us, now that we know how corrupt certain political parties are, they don't trust politicians and they don't want to go and vote. And that is perhaps something that you as learned people and researchers, it's perhaps something that you could look at, is how is the relation between information overload versus people exiting the system. Finally, I want to conclude by saying that it's interesting, in the last local government election, 325 parties took part in this election. And we are looking forward to see the financial disclosures of these 325 parties. Often we look at the top 6 or those parties represented in parliament, but obviously, whether I'm a one-man or woman party, I contested an election, I paid a deposit. So somewhere, somehow, I either received a donation or membership or whatever, and obviously I had to declare to the IEC. And I think that's going to be interesting to see how the new Party Political Funding Act has been implemented by all political parties, all 325. So we're looking forward to seeing what that report is going to deliver. In conclusion, I just want to say, we discussed yesterday the idea of information being made known and publicized on websites. I had a quick look. These 325 parties that's registered for local government elections, you'll be amazed how few of them actually have websites. So we have to think of the idea, how else, except for social media, should parties make information known? I think we are looking at the digital era, but there are some of the very small parties that do not necessarily even have the funds to have a website or the expertise or knowledge to actually do it on social media. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. You've hammered on information overload, and I just saw a question pop up for you with somebody disagreeing about information overload. Yes, there's a need for better information management, that knowledge is power. Therefore, the more information, the greater the likelihood of transparency. The assumption here is, of course, that the information is accurate. Please, they've put a disclaimer there, because you've brought in a lot of important aspects here. First, on the information overload, which I believe we are going to interrogate further in the panel in the afternoon about information integrity, digital technologies, and how it impacts elections. So I'm very eager for the more broader discussion on that. But it is true, when we look at the digital space, it has allowed us more space as electoral stakeholders to ensure there's access to information, but it has come with threats such as disinformation, as you say, information overload, which might include information that is false and can actually impair the development of informed electorate, and also might impair, as you say, the information that you channel out to the electorate, because just the pandemic that is, the infodemic that is false news has actually compromised this space quite a bit. So thank you very much for that. You also raised something important about the pushback against democracy, and that is a conversation that has been gaining traction globally, because now the question that we had, I remember when we were initially having conversations with the Public Service Commission about this symposium, the question that he posed to us is that democracy is no longer working for the ordinary people. We are being confronted by issues of inflation, poverty. People don't have food to feed their families. So are they going to focus on the basic needs? Are they going to focus on my freedom of expression, access to information, when I don't have these basic needs? And we're trying to see how can we find this balance on civic and political rights, social and economic rights. And it's still a conversation I don't think globally that we have an answer to. But this pushback for democracy, against democracy, a question was it because democracy is not working for the ordinary man anymore, ordinary man and woman anymore? So I think that is something we'll still interrogate, but thank you very much for your presentation. I'm looking forward to discussion and questions from the participants. But before then, let's move on to you, Sam. Please introduce yourself and move on to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me start and, acknowledging the former chairperson of the IEC, and also acknowledge all the members that are represented here in different positions, political parties that are here, and all the organizations that are represented here today. And also thanking the University of Pretoria and the Commission in arranging such an important platform for us to sit and to discuss and talk about, one of the critical aspects of an election, and which in most cases has a determination on how the elections and the processes are made. So I would like to say, with these reports, I come to you as Sam Shabani. I'm the national chairperson of Good. The Good Party that we all know in South Africa is still a young party that is still growing, that is still developing. And most of the things that we do, it's a learning curve, it's a learning process. And as we move on, like for instance, this platform that we are being provided with, it's the first time that we participate in, and the report that was released in 2020, we just recently, received the report and have also learned about it, and we're still interrogating that report. And we feel that the elections are at the heart of democracy, and democracy also is the heart of South Africa. And we as South Africans have made several strides towards achieving a more and equitable and just society. So the recommendations that were put there on the report, we also note that it speaks to proactive reporting, proactive communication. And we also say in the elections, when we speak about proactive communication, when we speak about proactive informing the people, we have tried, and we continue to try as the Good Party. If you look at our website, it was mentioned yesterday that most parties, or some of the parties, don't disclose their information on their website. And if you look at our website, we have displayed what mainly people would say it's communication overload. We have our constitution is there, our manifestos are there, and also what makes up the Good Party. And as we all know, knowledge and therefore the access of information to is power. And this power in an election, like I said, can determine the outcome of the process. And it is therefore imperative, colleagues, that we empower the people to make their choice of leadership. This can only be done through a sharing of credible information, open communication, and education. So, and as we all know, politicians like to always say that they would like to make an informed decision. And it is also crucial to afford the electorate the same opportunity to know who and what they are voting for, so that they also make their own informed decisions at the ballot box. The world we live in today provides endless opportunities in the form of online platforms where we disseminate information, and use communications are easier and quicker than ever before. This also comes with ever-increasing threat of disinformation and distortion of facts to support populist ideas. All stakeholders, including political parties, have a duty to protect the credibility of these elections, starting with the responsible use of information and communication. Furthermore, This widespread access should also be celebrated as a tool that allows for all reaching encouragement to participate in elections and can serve as platforms for important information before and after the elections. This open and constant communication link also allows the people the opportunity to keep politicians accountable at all times, and not just during elections period. Often people feel deserted after election results. And this is something that we must constantly work to change. As a good party, we are constantly adjusting, as I've mentioned, and learning more about the value of strong coordinated communication that allows us to reach people across the country, whether it is through the use of social media to reach our members and supporters on the ground, or our own monthly newspaper called The Varied, which is distributed through digital and print media. And we do this so that we are able to access those who are able to have access to the internet, those who are not able to have the access to the internet, and also those who are unable to have smartphones to reach out to us or to receive communications from us. And we strongly believe that being open and transparent with all South Africans while providing credible information and empowering information to all communities. And we believe, as I also mentioned, that being proactive in communication. Time. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. And so we believe that, as I mentioned, that proactive communication we believe in proactive communication to inform and update the people with necessary information. And as I conclude, that we continue to grow, we continue to learn, and we appreciate the learning curve that has been provided to us. And I thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It's good to hear that you believe in proactive disclosure of information, because basically, as the title shows, that is what we are hoping to achieve in terms of proactive disclosure of information. And I do acknowledge that you've also talked about, also as Peter did, about the use of social media technology, social media as a platform for disseminating information, but also how do you reach the unconnected populations? How do you reach the people who are struggling with issues of data? I know Professor Admire yesterday mentioned that for him, that internet shutdown, he said it very interestingly. I think he was being a bit controversial there when he said for him also the fact that you cannot access certain, the internet because of certain challenges. So for him, that is an internet shutdown. So it's interesting to see how you can interrogate how to meet the unconnected populations. And I hope you can talk more about how you actually go and meet and engage with unconnected populations and ensure that the information that they receive, as you've mentioned, is accurate and credible, enough for them to actually be informed, despite the fact that sometimes an informed electorate might not go with your agenda. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm looking forward to further discussion on this. Our next presenter, moving away from political parties now, is another critical stakeholder from the media. We cannot have this conversation about access to information without the media. The media is a key anchor in this in terms of ensuring accurate, credible information. And in the context of elections, we recognize them as critically playing the watchdog function, as ensuring public education, as providing a platform for public debate. And now in the digital age, I know it becomes a bit complicated when we're even interrogating what's this definition of media. For example, in the digital age, we have mainstream media, we have online media that is way more broadened now that we have citizen journalists, ordinary citizens. You with your phone, you can become, can I say journalist? I think that is a bit controversial, but the definition of media and how it is in the digital age is something that increasingly has been part of the conversation. But we now have somebody who is actually in media, Reggie from SANEP here. I'll welcome him to the floor. He has his presentation. Maybe he can try and help us break that down while I load your presentation. Over to you. Please introduce yourself. I need to get your presentation.
Thanks a lot, Stella. Thanks a lot. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
I think Mary Stella has given me 5 minutes. I'll try to take 6 minutes.
I'll give you 10 minutes.
So yeah, I've got a presentation here from SANEF. My name is Reggie Mwalusi. I work for SANEF. I've been with the organization for a number of years. Previous positions, I was Gauteng convener, I was Secretary General. But yeah, I've worked in the newsroom, of course. I'm a previous editor-in-chief of Daily Sun and Sunday Sun. So yeah, hence the, the SANEF connection. But we'll hear more about SANEF once the presentation is up. We had a late night last night because there's a certain political party that kept us awake, that wants us to cover their conference, but they want us to pay to cover that conference. So we are happy that they came to their senses, and there's no payment that we will do for that December conference as the members of the fourth estate. So yeah.
Bit of challenges here.
Is it there?
Not yet. I will need Isaac to help me like he did yesterday.
Isaac, you're able to come assist Mary Stella here. We've got 6 minutes and it's about 100 slides. So have a sip of your water and we'll try to fly through them. Mr. Machine, don't laugh at me.
If you want to do it from this one, so long, while
Yeah, I've got it on my top of the Got it.
I got it.
It's not projecting on the main.
To project button. I'm good. Sorry about that.
All good. Yeah, thanks. Give this to Isaac. That's fine. No, cool. I think I'm just going to touch on what we as the media have done in terms of guideline 29, our responsibilities, not only for the media, but also touch on online. But maybe perhaps for the sake of everyone in the room and online, let's just touch on who are we, who is SANEF. Well, we are an organization that's 26 years old, and why are we here? Our purpose really is to defend media freedom. We promote ethical journalism, which is not always easy. We drive initiatives towards the sustainability of journalism. We play a key role in the conversations around the digital economy, as we have seen with our latest submission to the Competition Commission. And we play a key role as well in the national agenda, particularly on issues regarding media, as I've just highlighted what we were doing last night. Our members are editors, media academics, and we've got funding members. We have just now also allowed students to join in as associate members. And it must be noted that standing here and speaking on behalf of SANEF, that not everyone really, not all the media houses are members of SANEF. Our stakeholder members include the Association of Independent Publishers, BCCSA, the Press Council, which upholds the press code. We work closely with the likes of MMA here. And yeah, further to that, we work on a lot of submissions in terms of policy, research, in terms of education and training of young and mid-career journalists. And we promote diversity across South African media. Okay, in terms of the guidelines, if you look at the 2019 and last year's municipal elections, the guidelines were widely promoted. We had funding for that, and we had several training webinars that were delivered with our website as well, supporting that. The newsrooms, I mean, from your SABC to Arena newsrooms, the guidelines were promoted. And it must be noted that I need to point this out as we go on, that some of the asks regarding the guidelines are more nuanced and are more suitable towards public service media and not really for private media. We'll touch on that just now. Okay, maybe let's touch on our role. What we are looking at on screen here is just to show you the website that I just referred to, that this is living on the website, on the SANEF website, and it's been there for some time, that our role as the media during elections. And this is the latest one that we published. If you go on our website, and then you'll find this there, where we continue to reiterate that during elections, what role as the media, what role we need to play. Okay, editorial ethical codes, one of the guidelines there on covering elections. So at the moment, the way the guidelines are written in terms of the media, they are written across the board, across the continent to cover the entire continent. And if you look country per country, the needs and wants are quite different. What we in South Africa, what we experience as the media, the challenges we have, or the little wins we have, our colleagues across in Zimbabwe, they are experiencing a totally different situation. So the guidelines at the moment, the way they are written sort of as a generalization for the entire continent, which doesn't quite work. And our suggestion really is each country should look at how best to implement for their own case, for their own. I mean, we are members of TIEF, but it's not, we cannot as TIEF meet. And when TIEF meets, we say, here are the guidelines and let's just implement as per what they say. Complaints procedures, what happens when there are breaches? Well, look, as I stipulated earlier, our members as SANEF, they subscribe to the press code, which is managed by the Press Council of South Africa. But it must be pointed out that not all media houses subscribe to the press code. There's a media house with its own sort of internal ombudsmen that are still not members of SANEF. When we look at the public broadcaster, the SABC, they have their own editorial policy, which was worked on by the likes of Regulator. And on that policy, there's aspects that pertain to election coverage and how should the SABC cover those and then, and behave during elections. The Press Council, there's a clear complaints procedure when you go to the Press Council and how sanctions are applied. And we have seen how over the years, the Press Council has really come out quite strongly against its own members, where they tell newspaper editors to say, this is where you publish the story prominently. And if there's going to be any apology or whatever, not or correction, you need to be using that as prominent as your initial story. And then when it comes to broadcast during elections, I mean, BCCSA is there, but most of the complaints are handled by ICASA's CCC, that's a Complaints and Compliance Committee. But as we have seen with the last elections, we didn't see quite a lot of these complaints being handled by ICASA. But what's widely known is that any complaint against whether radio or TV, those complaints are normally handled by the BCCSA. On political campaigns, airtime and news coverage, we all know this topic is it's quite a hot potato, particularly leading up to elections. We have also seen it leading up to last year's municipal elections, where each and every political party thinks the media should always be there and covering their campaigns. But I mean, ICASA does make provision for this in terms of the scheduling of any political party's content, and we'll come to that just now. And it's a regulation that's handled by ICASA, and I reiterate, it's not the BCCSA, because this regulation, ICASA has written it. I'm sure you'll touch on this. It was amended, and then as you can read, it's a framework that outlines the responsibility of the likes of your SABC, Newsroom, ENCA during election period, and how fair they should cover this and how they should afford fair coverage and fair airtime for all political parties. On the transparent repository, I think it was touched on yesterday, and it's something that MMA has been working closely with the IEC. And I think once the repository is there, William, will get to see that it will be used and it will be a good point of reference, particularly for historical purposes and for us as members of the media, where we can refer and use that. Okay, coverage plan. The guideline is there on coverage plan. I mean, but this cannot really be dictated to private media. I mean, any private media, if you are in a newsroom and during elections, you are not going to be publicly sharing your coverage plan for the day or for the elections. The SABC itself, we have seen over the years that the SABC has really become, the public broadcaster that we want it to become in terms of election coverage, in terms of being really competitive when it comes to being on par with your newsroom, with your ENCA. We saw during last year's municipal elections what the SABC was doing. I mean, their diary, what we had in terms of the local government barometer, what it was being covered on a daily basis, which was a good program. And the previous editor-in-chief, they're well done to her, because she came up with that. And then that's just one example of what public media can do. But in terms of private media, we cannot expect the likes of Channel 403 or Channel 404 to really say, here's our coverage plan and this is what we can do or what we can do. Now, also here, I mean, as someone who's been in the newsroom and someone who has worked with a variety of voices, if you are in a newsroom, we always say there's a certain political analyst who's overused. Perhaps we should get another political analyst. Perhaps we should get another commentator. We see that all the time with the budget, with the state of the nation, and with elections, really. It's private media choose their own, and they choose their own, saying, we don't want to use a certain voice, or we cannot say this voice, we cannot share this voice with another media. Perhaps this commentator or analyst, let's give him some form of a contract and all that. The SABC does the same. Not all of them are paid, but there's that variety. On this conversation, there's also another aspect that we are not touching on, which is quite important. When we talk about the variety of voices, I mean, you get an organization like Code to This Woman, where we always talk about the same thing, but we failing to do anything about it, where we say the voices of more women analysts or experts are very few. But come elections time, we still see that same problem going on and on. Okay, social media, you just touched on it now, Maristella. But 3 years back, in 2019, the Press Council came up with guidelines for the media. And those guidelines were really adopted by a whole lot of newsrooms from print and broadcast. And they took some of those, curated them internally. And by the time the Press Council came up with these guidelines, there was a growing concern and problem to say journalists, particularly when they tweet, when they go to social media, they quite often found on the wrong side or tweeting the wrong side of things. And we have seen that once that happens, it tarnishes not only the reputation of the journalists, but it also tarnishes the reputation of the said media entity. So yeah, the guidelines that the Press Council came up with helped quite a lot there. Conflict of interest, political affiliation, political party support. This is not always easy. We saw with the last year's election, where as SANEF, we also had to quickly release a statement, caught off guard. It's after the local government elections, then boom, there's a journalist who's going to be a councillor of a certain political party in the city of Joburg. And we were like, but this guy just covered the elections. When did he become a politician? And then we had to release that statement. Not always easy, but we always say to our editors to really disclose their position. And we have seen that with previous elections where a newspaper like Maid and Guardian took a position to say we supported this political party because we read their manifesto. And fully disclosing and being clear, it's always better to proactively disclose. And then let's touch on community media. And I think the commissioner yesterday, the current commissioner too, touched on this briefly though, where she spoke about the marginalized and the vulnerable. And we always talk about this as well in passing. And while we talk about it in passing, we don't realize the missed opportunity that we have right there on our doorstep, which is community media. That community media offers us great opportunity to reach the very same people they're talking about, the vulnerable and the marginalized, because community media as a stakeholder does quite a lot. And we as SANEF, working closely with the likes of AIP, with the likes of the NCRF, National Community Radio Foundation, we always reiterate this point to say, reach out to community media. You are then able to reach out to those unheard voices on the ground. Don't all the time obsess with so-called mainstream media. So yeah, that's the end of my story. That was my 6 minutes. I hope I was on time.
Complained about the time, but his presentation was actually very comprehensive. I think we can agree on that. So it is interesting to actually see how in terms of guidelines, it seems there's a lot of guidelines out there when it comes to the media space. What I waited to hear is where can we find them?
Well, you look at, I mean, if you go to the Press Council website, that will be the first port of call. The Press Council, you go to our website. If you look what we have done under the elections tab, you'll find also the guidelines there. So we keep on, particularly going towards elections. We interact with the IEC quite a lot. So some of the guidelines, much as we not all the time making noise with the guidelines, but we practically implement them. I mean, our interaction with the IEC, for instance, where we'll say, Mr. Mama Bolo must come address our council meeting in Feb. That will be the start of the conversation towards that, towards 2024 and implementing it.
Okay, great. As I said, thank you very much, Reggie. Your presentation was very comprehensive. Good to see about all the instruments, all the documents that are available in terms of guidelines. I had to, just touch on the fact that you talked about diversity of voices and how female voices are missing in this diversity. The issue of panels has been discussed over and over again, and I think it's time all stakeholders intentionally look towards the diversity of voices within the organizations, how to ensure that there is diversity, not only of gender diversity, but also of the vulnerable, marginalized communities that we don't see so much in the media space. So that would be interesting to see. You've mentioned something interesting about when it comes to conflict of interest and whether to just come out and say we have this conflict, but then also should that conflict be there in the first place? Can you be able to say I'm supporting this party and people still look at you as this source that can be able to give accurate information, credible, that is not biased? So I guess that is something that needs to be interrogated further, but thank you very much for that. I know we are running a bit behind schedule, but we have our final presentation for this session. We have Mame Dupe joining us from ICASA. Thank you very much, the regulatory body. We have a presentation from her. Please join us. I will share your presentation now. Please introduce yourself and then I will share it right now.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning to everyone. My name is Mame Dupe and I work for ICASA. I'm the manager for content services. And for a number of years, over 10 years or so, one has been involved in the regulation of elections. So what we normally do is that every time there's an election, we review our regulations just to ensure that they are in line with the changes, that are happening in the election broadcasting environment. So that's my. Okay, in terms of the legislation, legislative framework, firstly, we look at the Constitution section 192 that it states that the national legislation must establish an independent authority to regulate broadcasting in the public interest and to ensure fairness and diversity of views broadly representing South African society. And then section 2 says that, which is one of the objectives of the Act, which is the Electronic Communications Act, says that the scope of ICASA's duties, part of that is to promote an environment of open, fair, and non-discriminatory access to broadcasting services. So if we look at the mandate of ICASA in terms of elections, and this presentation will be based mainly on the party election broadcast and the political advertisement, which are those messages that the parties use. Those messages are broadcast on what we call traditional broadcasting, to communicate messages from political parties, and these messages helps the voters to make their voting decisions. So those are the sections 56 to section 59. That's where the mandate is clear in terms of what ICASA should do. And I should highlight that ICASA is responsible for regulating broadcasting, electronic communications, and postal services. So when it comes to the internet, because I saw that there's also something that has to be said about the internet. So ICASA is not responsible for the internet. And I should also state that I think a correction in terms of the BCCSA, the BCSA is responsible for the code of conduct for broadcasters, but when it comes to elections, that's ICASA's mandate to deal with the elections. So in terms of the legislation, those are the legislation that we consider when we come up with our regulations on elections broadcasting. And so in terms of the regulations that we have, we do have the regulations on municipal elections, and also we do have the national and provincial elections broadcasting regulations. So we are approaching the national elections. And for the next financial year, ICASA will be reviewing the regulations on national and provincial party election broadcast and political advertisement. We are going to review them in the next financial year. And as we normally do, we are going to also embark on consultations nationally. We are going to go on provincial consultations, and we normally have various meetings with the IEC. And yeah, in our consultations, we consult with the political parties, the broadcasters, and mainly the public broadcaster, because for public broadcaster, it's compulsory for them to broadcast their party election broadcast. So normally what we do is that we prescribe the framework and guidelines under which party election broadcast and political adverts shall be conducted and carried by broadcast service licensee. And I should also state that as much as these regulations affect the broadcasters and the political parties, ICASA holds broadcasters accountable, because ICASA is responsible to regulate broadcasting, but not the political parties. So through these regulations, as the authority, we allocate airtime for party election broadcast to political parties. And once the date of the elections has been proclaimed by the president, the independent candidates, once the proclamation, then ICASA will start with the allocation of the party election broadcast. With regards to election, independent candidates, before the 2021 municipal elections, ICASA was not allocating to independent candidates, but this, since there was a court decision in terms of including the independent candidate, which was for the IEC, then ICASA also included the independent candidates. But the reason for not including them was that our legislation only referred to political parties and not independent candidates. As I said, we're going to focus on the PEBs and the political advertisement. So a PEB is a direct message or address free of charge on a broadcasting service, and which is intended to advance the interests of any particular political party and independent candidates. And then a political advertisement is an advertisement broadcast on a broadcast service which is intended to advance the interests of any political party in exchange for money. So the difference between a PEB and the PA is that the PEB is free of charge and the PEBs are allocated by ICASA. Whereas for political advertisement, it's they are paid for, and the political party just approaches the broadcaster. It's not ICASA that's allocated that. So it's the discussions are between the two in terms of when it should the political advertisement be broadcast and how much they cost. So as I said, the public broadcaster, which is the SABC, is mandated to broadcast the party election broadcast. And as per the current regulations, it's supposed to make available every day and throughout the election broadcast period 10 time slots of 50 seconds each for the broadcast of PEBs, including the top and tail disclaimer. And then when it comes to commercial and community broadcasters, they may elect to broadcast PEBs, but if they do so, they must comply with the regulations. In order to ensure a fair and equitable distribution of PEBs, the authority provides the duration and sequencing of PEBs. I've already talked to that. So the independent candidates and political party will be allocated PEBs, which will enable them to campaign for upcoming elections throughout the broadcasting period. The responsibility of political parties and independent candidates during that period is to pre-record their PEB and PAB, because the broadcaster cannot record those on their behalf. And then if the PEB or PA does not comply with the regulations, the broadcasters cannot edit that. They have to return it back to the political party so that the political party can edit it. And it's the responsibility of broadcasters to ensure that when the PEBs are submitted to them, they ensure that they comply to the Constitution and the related legislation. And the political parties must ensure that the material does not provoke any unlawful, illegal, or criminal act, or be perceived as condoning or lending support to any such. The political parties must submit the PEBs 5 days prior to broadcast time. In addition, political parties and independent candidates can use PAs provided for in the regulations. The authority in the commencement of implementation of the regulations, the authority must wait for the proclamation of the election period. And also the IEC should provide the authority with a final list of registered political parties. This is for the allocation of PEBs, because we look at how many days is the election period, and then we calculate that of how many slots then do we have, then how many slots can we give to each political party. And there's a difference between an election period and an election broadcast period, because the political advertisement can be broadcast during an election period, meaning as soon as there's proclamation, and but not 48 hours before polling commences. So election broadcast is for the PEBs that after we have allocated PEBs, those PEBs must start broadcasting 120 hours after allocation until those 48 hours before polling commences. So the way we allocate the PEBs is like, I don't know if everyone have attended. Normally we'll call all political parties to be available and we use the kind of the lottery system to give them. So we will have all the hours that PEBs should be broadcast, and it will be put in a bowel kind of, and those times we'll have the platform, like for example, SABC 1, 8 to 10, something like that. And then we will just like a lottery, just take one and allocate to political parties. In terms of complaints, any person aggrieved may lodge a complaint with the authority within 48 hours of broadcast, and complaints lodged with the authority will be addressed in accordance with Regulation 6 of the CCC regulations. So what it says is that the election period, we know that it's not that long. So we make sure that we attend to the complaints on urgent basis, and the CCC during that period is on standby. And also in terms of compliance, we have a team that is dedicated during that period to elections so that they can monitor the elections. And the authority must, within 24 hours of making a determination, communicate to parties the outcome. And the decisions of the CCC are available. They are published on the ICASA's website. And we also have guidelines to broadcasters in terms of the elections to say that broadcasters' role during elections does not differ from their normal journalistic role. So in here, the broadcasters should have policies with regards to elections that, you know, when they are approached by political parties, then they can use the guidelines to guide the political parties on what can be done, what can be said, and all that when they are being covered. A distinguishing feature of the election period is the obligation to achieve equitable coverage of political parties without abdicating news value judgment. And the broadcaster are encouraged to provide a full, impartial, and independent coverage of elections. The broadcaster should take special care during the 48 hours prior to election day. There'll be limited time for broadcasters to ensure the right of reply. For example, if there's criticism of a certain political party and the political party is not there in that program, that political party should be given time to respond to such criticism. But then it becomes a problem when it's 48 hours before polling commences. It's less than 48 hours because we're saying that that 48 hours, the PEBs and the PAs must stop. Yes, and as I've said, we are reviewing the regulations, and these regulations assist in ensuring a fair and free elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Medupe, for that. We have a very short period for contribution discussion, but I'm sure you have some questions for our panelists, so over to you. Any questions? Yes, Mr. Namasisi.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask a question to SANEC. They have indicated that they have got a press code, and I wanted to refer them to section 7.2 of COBIA in terms of processing of personal information, which provide that where you have got a code, and that code provide safeguards, that code can be used as a guide in terms of processing of personal information. And I wanted to check how does your code deal with the aspect of processing
I apologize if I'm interrupting at the live venue, but the virtual participants seem to have lost connectivity with the presentations and with the venue. So if anyone can hear this, kindly see to that. Thank you so much.
That employer, to that media entity. And we all know that for us to, I mean, why, and I'm not going to sit here and say it's something that we will get overnight to regain that trust, but it's a journey that we have started, and it's a journey that we started years back after we commissioned the judge, retired, and said to her, this is what has happened, and this is what we want to fix. And that report, if you go through it, it will sort of gives you really what's expected of us as the media. And that's why we're implementing aspects like media sustainability. We're working on the ethics barometer. There's a whole lot of things. The report in terms of its recommendations that wants us as an organization to lead several things across our newsrooms.
All right. Any other questions from the room? Yes, then I can go to Kuala.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Mazolani. I come from the Electoral Commission. My question is directed to Mr. Dineke and Mr. Shabani. Mr. Dineke, I think in your presentation, you made certain admissions that your website is not always, comprehensive in terms of the information it provides. And I cheated. I went on to the party's website as well, and I think the both political parties are in the same boat. I suspect that's the rule of the game. My particular question relates to the financial statements or financial statements that Mr. Dineke made reference to, which needed to be submitted to the commission. And I see Robin is looking at me because this question would be interested. As political parties, are you particularly opposed, or how amenable are you to the idea of posting your audited financial statements on your website? For the sake of access to information in that regard, particularly in the context of the Party Funding Act, which emphasizes openness, transparency, and so forth. Yes, the commission will, at the right time, go public about what we have from you and what you can. But in my view, since these are audited statements already and what you do, nothing stops you from posting them on your website. I just would like to get your views on that. Thank you.
Then we have Kuala.
think we have 4 that I can close off for this session. Over to you, Vala.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to both the PM Plus and the Good Party. Primarily because at ISA, I'm from ISA, which is the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa. So there I'm currently working on a gender auditing project with political parties in Botswana and Zambia. And my question is sparked by in terms of the sharing of a party constitution on like an online platform and so on. I'm really interested in this because this is the same sentiment we are getting throughout. For instance, I'll give the example of Zambia, whereby we stayed with the new ruling party, which was in opposition. And as we were going through their policies and documents, their chairperson actually said, oh, we actually need to put our constitution on the website now because we're no longer an opposition party. We're a ruling party. So I'm very interested in that notion in terms of what makes it so difficult, especially for opposition political parties, to put something that I personally as a citizen think is very basic, to put it out there, to make it easily accessible. I mean, I can understand things like you don't want to share some policy documents and so on, but what makes it so difficult for political parties to share basic founding documents, of which I think the Constitution is a really important part that citizens need to be able to access. So that's my question.
Thank you, from Director. Name is Glenn Washington. There's perhaps 2 questions that one would like to ask, but also I'd like to thank the presenters for having shared with us such information that is quite informative about their respective organizations. This emanates really from a recent article that was attributed to the former Deputy Chief Justice Diokang Musine, where his critique or is alleged to have raised the question about the decline in the diversity of opinion and views and critique and analysis in our press. And to that, I would like to say I align myself to that question in the sense that the universality of the plethora of ideological perspective in the universe is diverse, but it would appear we have narrowed very much to a neoliberal perspective and analysis of the issues, when probably there's more diversity than probably one would actually necessarily agree or disagree. And the second part to that is the question that remains kind of an elephant in the media, the houses, is the issue of the disclosure of the funding of the media houses themselves and the practitioners, other than just revenues that are coming from advertising and promotion. This goes to national and international donor funding that goes to the industry and the practitioner, and the extent to which that is actually taking place or compliant with the standards that are being championed as by such what you call activities. And for those then who are scholars, it would be interesting to then see if there is a correlation to the diversity that we used to enjoy in the country than perhaps we do now. So it's that I just like to put on the, I don't know whether I can say it is for Regi, but I think, I mean, Isaac is here and there's other media practitioners. It's to open the dialogue. You know, what did you make of Musimeke's recent comments about the diversity of the industry?
And our last question.
Okay, thank you. My name is Moise, and I'm part of the Right to Know campaign. So my focus, unlike the plan, is on the community media. I think you made mention of community media, but very, very briefly. But you also mentioned that it's a great vehicle to get to those who don't have access. So I mean, my question basically for SANET is looking at your less control over private media and maybe putting focus on public broadcaster. How much focus do you put on community media and all the shenanigans that are happening? Because SANET as I'm not SANET, CASA as the regulatory body just come. If there are problems in the community media, we just come and close it down. So in terms of what happens in terms of how you assist community media, especially community radio station, how do you assist them to align themselves with these guidelines? And also, I think just on top of that, as Good Party has mentioned, and I think even civil society organizations would attest to this, there are those newspapers or those programs that are applied, but they don't necessarily get to be monitored by SANET. And how do you regulate the content that you put to the nation on that regard?
I think with that, if you read, a lot of them have been directed to you.
Maybe let's quickly deal with Moeket's question there. Moeket, I mean, in the room here, we've got Dunisane. Dunisane is a member of AIP. He's also the SANEF chairperson for the subcommittee on community media. But to answer your question, SANEF does a lot for community media. We at the moment talking around the Journalism Sustainability Fund. We are about to spend 1.5 million on a pilot project that's going to be managed by Social Weaver for community media, where we are trying to train community media owners on their business models, how to resuscitate their businesses, how to make them more focused towards revenue generation. That's what we're doing. What we're also trying to do for the sector is we recognize the fact that AIP is more organized, but AIP is organized for particularly print and digital media. When you look at community radio stations, unfortunately, there's no unity there. We've been trying to push for the unity of the NCRF, but they should come together. And once they came together as one organization, it makes life easier for all of us. In terms of community TV, they are also there. There's a representative from community TV who's a member of SANEF. So based on that, we then say let's unpack this thing of so-called mainstream media, because the very same press code we are talking about that applies to, say, the Sunday Times, applies to Dunisani's title in Limpopo. He also sticks to that press code. He's also a member of the press council. So that's how we treat it. We are getting to a point where we don't want to be saying community or mainstream, but to talk about regulation, and I'm not going to hold it back here. As SANEF, we have made it clear that the way the MDDA is managed, and the MDDA falls under GCIS, and GCIS across the road from here have made it clear with my criticism that the MDDA, as it stands, is badly managed, and the MDDA can do far better than what it's doing for community media now. And GCIS knows that. They know what's going on at the MDDA, and it could be better. It could be better. I mean, for instance, the MDDA now has a standoff with the AIP, with money that the MDDA has been holding, that the Competition Commission fined big media houses. That money is meant to help small community media players, but the MDDA can't even manage that. So that's another topic for another session, but that's where we add with that kind of with government today. And yeah, I think I've partly answered you. But Glenn, your question, there's no two ways about it. I mean, the diversity of voices in our media, we need that. We cannot, and we have always said this, that on a Sunday, you can't pick up City Press or you pick up the Sunday Times, you go to the opinion pages and you see either Hlangane Matebula or the Wokokas or the very same voices that are there, the diversity is there. But I think from your comment, the most important thing is the transparency of the funding. And I'll tell you now, I mean, I'm sitting here representing SANEF, and we have always been clear on who funds us. We are funded by 2 media houses. We are funded, and we also go out and fundraise on our own. We have just had a fundraising dinner where I had to go to corporate South Africa to ask them to buy tables so that I can have money to keep the lights on. That's we as SANEF. And if you look at our members, you take, for instance, say Daily Maverick. Daily Maverick on their website, they've put in the names of anyone who's funding them or who's contributing towards their running. And I think you look at News 24, News 24 is the AFS, the audited financial statements of the bigger company, Media 24. And Sunday Times is part of a bigger investment company. So that's that. But I mean, I think the transparency of the funding of the media is something that we should always talk about. And we as an organization, we have always said, we get funding for programs that we run. I'm sitting here approving, when was it, yesterday, funding from the Thomson Reuters Foundation. But that funding is quite clear what they want me to do with it. They want me to go to the nook and the crook of the country to go and find young journalists and train them. So that's what we do. And I think the issue of this transparency is something that it's an ongoing conversation. And I think it's an ongoing conversation that we shouldn't shy away from as the media, because there's nothing to hide here. There's nothing to hide to say, am I being funded by some person who has a certain agenda? Certainly not. But also, if you look at the recent closure of New Frame and the articles that came from that, then it begets that question that you just asked, to say New Frame was funded by this person, and we have so many of these guys who are coming from outside to come and fund the media for certain influence. As far as we know as an organization, there's none whatsoever. There are international organizations, as I just said, that fund the likes of Amabungane, Daily Maverick, SANEF, and we are quite clear, we are transparent about this.
I don't even think I can get any questions now. Can we leave them for the next session? Because I'm standing between tea and the next session. Can I give you 1 minute just to respond, and then we can go? Yes, please.
Well, I think for us, it's a 1 minute. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for your question. We, as a good party, we don't have anything to hide. Fortunately, we don't have those
funding or funders that don't want to be seen. So we are happy to put our audited statement on the website or made it available to SAHRC or whoever wants to see them. So we're happy to do that.
Great. Thank you very much to the panelists. Can we give them a round?
No, exactly the same with us. We just want to get the IEC to finalize their process. We know that the Act also states that the Auditor General might still want to audit the statements of political parties. So once we know the IEC has approved and they prepared to publish, then we will publish. And then just a question on the Constitution. We've just had a constitutional review process. The fact that I introduced myself as the CEO of the party is part of our process that we've had. We used to have a Sec Gen, but we've already remodeled our party to having a COO and a CEO, et cetera, like I've committed myself already, within 3 months, you'll definitely find our constitution and also new policies on our website. One of the things that we've also implemented in the last year with the growth that we've experienced is a code of conduct for public office bearers. We have a code of conduct for members, but we've introduced something else, a code of conduct for public office bearers that will also be available on our website.
Great. Thank you very much, the panelists. I'm sorry I couldn't take any other questions, but I see we have really run into the next session. But thank you very much, the panelists. Can we give them a round of applause? Yes, so we have tea break right now, right where we had it yesterday. I know Glenn is joining us today. We'll go straight down across the road to the Graduate Center, the lobby of the Graduate Center. When we come back, we'll have William representing civil society organizations and Gwala representing observers and monitors for the next discussion. Yeah. 10 minutes for tea.
Yeah, I'm only very
I'm going to join and just I thought it's so important. No, nothing will happen on the system. With the bay. Yes. Being fairly safe. Okay. Hey.
Oh, okay.
Space now. Get out of here.
That's great. I can't take you to places.
It's very much closer.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
I understand I took 12 minutes.
You did, but not so bad.
Well, as long as it was an informative as well. Thank you. Appreciate I excuse myself, help a lot. Is that a quick executive? That how the back. It's going to be all.
Thank you so much.
So we have a working set. Basically, they want to check whether you have need. But that's not what it is. Yeah. Flying high. That's good. He's closing house. And to the electoral. I don't think you need. Very easy. on the mic, on the video, and again, can you check for me?
Can you check the speakers? Is the
Or
the
can you
correct
change the
speaker?
cameras on that one, on your camera? You need to change the camera
To-
to the, yeah, Ava. And then the audio also. The camera is this one, the audio. To.
Ava.
No, the.
Is it not Eva?
No, not Ava. The microphone is on, yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
ET? Okay. To our online community, can you hear us?
Like that.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes? Checking the online, our online people, can you hear us?
Yeah, but it's off, Lisa.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect.
Hello, Guy here. I can hear you.
Great, great, great. Sorry about that. We were dealing with a bit of some technical challenges, but now everything is good. I'll just rush over to the next session where we have civil society coming in and election monitors and observers. So without further ado, because we are behind schedule, over to you, William. I think William does not need a lot of introduction.
Richard not going first.
I thought you were going first and then Richard can come in. Let me confirm. Richard, are you online? Richard? He says he has lost connectivity during the break, so you'll have to go fast.
Okay.
While I get him.
Can you pull up my thingies?
There we go.
Just enable.
Enable what?
If it says there's things, because it just, I think I had a video there.
Okay.
So if it doesn't, it's fine. It's trustworthy. It's me. It's not got a data creeper on it or anything.
Is it Zoom share the screen?
You need to share that PowerPoint.
Where did it go?
Oh, there's Richard. Look, I can see him.
Okay.
Hello. I'm waving at him. Maybe he doesn't see. We need to check the camera. Oh.
I don't understand what is happening here. Can you help me?
I don't know what to do on phone now. What are you trying to do now?
I'm trying to open
It's not the same point to you for understanding it.
the PowerPoint.
So is it not open? Is it not
Yeah.
open? You need to open it first.
Yeah,
Just check, just check.
it's not here. Oh, there it is.
Okay, open it first and then you share while it's open. Just open the PowerPoint and then go.
There we go.
Let me go to the video. Why is it? Why is it like this?
Oh my word.
Did not, yeah. Can you share?
I'm not sure whether this camera is capturing me.
Open them. The screen, let's see.
But I'm not sure that it's camera if they can see. Can you go back again on the camera?
There we go.
They see.
Push play from the beginning.
Hello,
Richard.
Can I change? Can click on it?
Okay.
Just check.
The video.
Yeah. Let's see if it's on even. Yeah. Why is it breaking? Why is it breaking?
I have no idea.
Why is it showing like this?
It's not even waving at us.
I have no idea. So
You want to see if Richard can speak first?
I think he'll have to speak first.
Okay, ask him, see if he's there.
Richard, can you hear us? Richard? Richard? How do I imagine this? How do I imagine this? Because what am I seeing? I'm seeing this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see finally.
But how about those guys? Can they hear you?
Richard, can you hear us? Our online community?
Check the mic.
I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think we'll have to start with Richard. Over to you. Richard, are you here? No.
It's not.
It's already there.
Yeah, so I guess you'll have to start.
If my thing is ready, then that's fine.
No. I've actually lost it again.
Can you hear us on your side?
I think so. It says it's a corrupted file.
That's good.
Can you only
See what the mics.
say hello?
I don't even know how to do this.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Lovely.
To look at this display. Where's
We
the
can
screen?
hear you fine.
Okay,
Please,
so you're gonna present and then I will. Okay.
yes, over to you. You can present while we sort out the issues on our end, but over to you. My apologies. Yes, over to you.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. I imagine I'm on a big screen. It's really wonderful to be here. I cannot share my screen while William's presentation is up. So could someone drop that, or I can just talk and not present?
I think you'll have to talk and not present because we are dealing with some technical issues here.
Perfect. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Richard Gevers. I'm from Open Cities Lab. We are an organization that works to build participatory democracy and inclusion using open data science and civic tech, as well as action research and capacity building. I think you will hear a lot more intelligent things from my colleague and friend William. Hold on, I think I'm going to be able to do it. There we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Make it bigger screen.
Wonderful. So I'm going to very quickly talk about, so this is me. In the bottom right corner of the screen, you'll see a link, bit.ly/OCLATI. if you go to that link, if you type that in your phone or your browser, you'll get access to these slides, because I'm not going to have enough time to talk about everything. But yeah, this is us. So we are very much a civil society organization built on pillars of civic empowerment, building government capacity, and building trust and accountability in the civic space, very much speaking to this idea around access to information in elections. And what we're quite interested in is how to build informed voters, especially around marginalized and hidden communities and underrepresented communities, but also how to link democracy building from elections to post-elections. Those are all the things I said we do. So I think to dive straight into it, I want to talk about our experience in the local government elections. So we built this tool. And so this is all, my presentation is all around how civic tech can support access to information. So we bought this was a local government elections. It's going to be, we're going to build this tool again for 2024. It'll be a little bit different given context. One of the first things we realized was that, and I believe I see colleagues on the room. So firstly, thank you for the great work you do. One of the things we realized was that people were not easily able to understand who they could vote for in local elections, because the data was released in a PDF that was hundreds and hundreds, the aspirant data, hundreds and hundreds of pages long, and not organized by your area and in a PDF. So we built this tool, we scraped that data off the PDF, created a database, and you could put your address in, like I think you're seeing now, and it would locate you, put you into your ward. First point was people didn't know what ward they were in. But secondly, you can see, so I just put in somewhere in Sea Point, I think, and Cape Town. So instead of trying to go through pages and pages of a PDF finding out who's running, just as a start, this tool allowed people to find out their aspirants running in their ward, and took you to a public Google search of, we're now looking at Amanda Gale Swartz, who was running in this ward, representative of Africa Restoration Alliance, their age, and William, is everything going good there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. The fact that she was actually running in 2 wards, we see someone from the African Freedom Revolution party was doing what some candidates do, which is, I think, getting, so you'll have to excuse I'm not an elections person, I'm a civic tech person, but I think trying to get enough votes to become, to register as a PR candidate. But what is also really important about democracy building is options, right? So we're trying to get people to stop voting on party lines and start voting on things that matter. Understand there's 32 options in this ward that you could vote for. And what we want is for any party or person that's running for office, this is a job interview, obviously. What do they stand for? What have they done? What is the press about them? Say, and so instead of allowing, so some parties approached us and said, can we put our manifestos on? We would love that, but only when everybody gets to do that, because otherwise it just becomes a representation of those with the most resources. So we like the public Google search because you can't hide what that brings up. And I remember a certain councillor, the first number of things that came up were something about their recent corruption scandals. So as a very practical example, what would really empower us a lot as a civic tech community is, so we also got responses from the IEC, and they said, please, like, some of this information's wrong, please take it down. And that was really interesting to me, because when we reviewed the PDFs that we were representing, they were an accurate representation of what was in the PDFs. And so through this tool, IEC colleagues were reaching out to us saying, please take this down, I think you're causing confusion, but it was an accurate representation of the data that the IEC had released. And maybe could have been a good way to build a relationship. Our intention certainly wasn't to create tension with the IEC. It was to support and hopefully build a partnership that could help people be more informed. And we've got a lot of plans for this around, but just out of interest, we just did it in Kenya. Super interesting election because they vote for everyone at once. So once again, locate yourself, do a search, and see the aspirants running in your space, public search of their name. What's really significant about this is we've got millions of views, millions and millions. In the South African context, it was 3-4 million. In the Kenyan context, it was 10 million. And you see this little feedback button here. Usually that's when people tell you how rubbish your website is. And in both cases, we just got huge amounts of examples of people telling us that they were just so grateful for the ability to see what was going on. And so much positive feedback from voters. And we had stories of one user finding out information and in a sort of more, this was quite a lot, especially in the Kenya and South Africa examples of finding information because maybe mobile data access was expensive. Finding a candidate and then sharing the candidates and sharing that in a WhatsApp group that led to community conversations about who they wanted to vote for. So really empowering democracy. I'm going to really do a quick run through some civic tech tools. I think I've already taken the time I was meant to have. And there is someone wandering around my garden. Sorry, excuse me. This is a tool. Yeah, there's some random dude like walking around looking in my windows. So this is a tool we built with violence prevention through urban upgrading, which allows community collected data around service delivery and for it to be open. Something that could be very empowering in helping voters make choice. My mentor and friend will tell you about Dexter, I think, so I won't go too far into this, but hugely powerful tool in monitoring and understanding political representation and the space given to different political parties in the public media and news, as well as representation of topics and sources. And he'll tell you about the brilliant work they do around the fact that 80% of our news on elections comes from men, which has got to be resolved and all of this sort of thing. But also data platforms. This is, something I wanted to show you. Obviously, the ability to collaborate and create data tools that show, this Africa Data Hub tool I'm showing you is not an elections tool, but it's, something we built in the pandemic very quickly to show data visualization. And it's the type of thing that civic tech partnerships with civil society and authorities can do to represent data very quickly for people to understand what's going on. And this can also be done through WhatsApp and USSD and reach people that don't have access to the internet. Another thing, again, not an elections tool, but something I thought might be useful in terms of how civic tech can help. This is a national treasury tool we built that is basically an open data and data strategy toolkit for government. And so you can interactively click through a lot of resources. It's far better than a PDF because it's indexed and you can search terms straight away. You can build in links. Every piece of content is much more short and to the point. You can find out. So, you know, I was even thinking if I'd had the time, I would have turned the guidelines into a toolkit. And maybe that's something we could do to start. Just make it an interactive toolkit with links and examples to help. Bunch of other links you can go through about some of the work we do. I think the main point is there's direct potential for partnerships with sharing data from the IEC. There are civic tech tools that can help explore data and make it more available to voters and users and parties and government. And there's ways in which we can share our information and toolkits through civic tech partnerships that make it easier for people to understand what's going on. I think one of the most critical things, especially around my candidate, is we all know everyone's struggling for funding, the IEC, Stats SA, everybody. The public sector does not have the funds to meet the needs they need to meet. And that's not a blame thing, that's just a reality. So partnerships with civic tech organizations like my candidate are not there to show up or be in tension with the IEC, for example. They're there to provide what I think economists call positive externalities. So ways in which you can get something for nothing. Because, you know, that tool was agnostic, it wasn't partisan, it was literally just, here's the data in a way you can explore it in a low cost, low mobile way. And here's how you can find out and be more informed as a voter. What are the opportunities we can do with 2024 in that? And also it's open source, so it can be owned and branded by the IEC if that's what's useful. A couple of key points as I end, as I've taken way more time, your time than I was allowed. We found a lot of really important stuff around data and tech is the capacity building, change management, culture, leadership, buy-in and support. So as we work towards access to information in elections in 2024, would be very happy to be in rooms with people that discussing the opportunities of how to use information and build digital and non-digital access to information. I think you can go through these points. One of the things is that everyone's talking about 4IR and blockchain and all that other rubbish. Isak, if he's in the room, will tell you we need 3IR. We need access to the internet. We need universal access to the internet. It's not something for this room to solve, but in our access to information, one of the things that we always talk through is if we're creating tools. So there is an API on the IEC's website and there's PDFs. If someone in an informal settlement in South Africa was to download that PDF, the cost of mobile data and the usability on their phone it just makes it not possible. So one of the things we always talk through as a civic tech organization is how do you make sure that what you do builds equity, and if anything is over compensating for marginalized or hidden or vulnerable communities. And I always go back to a really great example of the Black Sash community-based monitoring, where a lot of local service delivery, like clinics and community centers, the communities were surveyed around waiting time and queues, safety, responsiveness, all these sorts of things. And all of that data was processed, and it was digital, and it was made into all these kind of really great visualizations. But the final output was an A3 page that was printed with the results of the survey in a way that no percentages, it was in the language of that community, accounted for numeracy and literacy challenges. And the final output was government officials and the community sitting in a circle, everybody with that same piece of information printed physically, and constructive discussions from the community-based monitoring on how service delivery could improve in local centers. So when we think about elections and access to information, maybe part of it is some of our outputs are physical things that lead to workshops and community engagements that build the ability for people to understand, participate, and be included. And that's my face when my beard was less white. COVID
Thank you
has
very
given me a gray beard. But yeah, thank you for listening to me. And I can't see anyone in the room. That's why I'm obviously more relaxed, but really good to be here. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Richard, for the presentation. I won't actually add to it because I missed part, but I see it's issues of open data, and I can see this is something that could be a very good resource for researchers and the stakeholders in the room. I hope I saw people scribbling here and there, so I figure there will be questions to you, but I'd like to quickly move on to William Bird as he introduces himself. I'll get his presentation up. Over to you, William.
Hello, thanks, Richard, for those very kind comments. Well, I know we certainly played with his tools over the elections period, and I'm sure we'll all enjoy playing with his tools over the next one. So I'm William, I run Media Monitoring Africa, and I'm about to, I've got the joy of being actually on two panels. So I'm going to use this one to talk about some of the civic tech tools that we've been working with. And then in the second, I'm going to unpack some of the things that I think we need to be looking at, or things that I think we can or indeed are looking at. I'm just waiting for the presentation to come up.
I swear, William, they don't
It was working about 2 minutes before Richard started speaking, so maybe it's his fault.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, I think blame me. Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to.
I hope you resolve the stranger walking around in the garden.
Okay. So let me just whip it out on my phone. Okay.
So there are four tools particularly that I think are relevant for our discussion in relation to access to information. The first is one that's hinted at in reference to something we call Dexter. And in fact, Media Monitoring Africa was started before our first democratic elections in 1993 in order to monitor the media's coverage, precisely because we wanted to be able to provide an overview and a sense of whether or not the SABC at the time was able to meet their mandate and report and bring the elections to the public in a free and balanced manner. And that's how we started. So we've been monitoring the media precisely because we've been interested in trying to understand and unpack
what kind of issues, what information is being provided to the public. We've since done that. Thank you so much. Well done. We've since done that every election period since then, and we've the last elections we provided them, and I'm going to just move on. So the second tool, I'll go into that very briefly in a moment. Second tool, Real 411, that's been mentioned already, and much of this presentation actually unpacks that a little bit more, and I hope you'll see why. WASIMAP, another one, and then Padre, which is the political ad repository. It's a C. So WASIMAP is one of our first and older tools, which was provided basically looking at unpacking census data. You'll see that the data that's provided in my screenshots, because we haven't had the money to update the data for WASIMAP with the more recent elections, which poses one of the more general problems that we have in civil society, which is that donors, bless them, in many instances don't have the longest focus points and areas, and they don't realize that you need to continually fund something for like 10 years rather than just a 2-year period. But what's useful for that is that it gives you how your political parties perform, what their status is around their different areas, and you can start to look and compare, especially because it adds census data. We are actually working on a new version of this with that's focused on early childhood development that integrates all of these things. So the main point of what I want to raise in this slide isn't so much the tool itself, but it is about this idea that there's already massive data sets out there. And I think what Richard showed was just how that one tool was able to start to help it make sense by being relative to where you live, right? It took all that information and it said, here's the stuff that's useful for you here and now. And that's pretty much what WASIMAP does, that's pretty much what these other things do. Then here's our beloved tool, Dexter. This is built by our lovely friends at Open Cities Lab. And Dexter uses machine learning and artificial intelligence to analyze and look at media coverage. It's got over 2.5 million news stories in it, and it's continually growing all the time. We were able to, during the last 2021 elections, we were able, it's no longer living.
It looks like I can go online, otherwise you can see it.
Okay, online you can see it. It's lovely. The people in the room are all staring at me thinking, why am I waving my arms and being excited about it? I think it's a very sexy slide when none of you can see it in the room. I mean, I can turn the one computer screen around, and those of you who've got really good eyesight, you can see it. Okay, the technician is coming. There you go. You can see exactly what I'm talking about from there. Perfect. There you go. Gee whiz. Dexter, machine learning, artificial intelligence. Again, what it does is it analyzes these things. What we use this for in relation to elections, again, is to make sure that the public are provided with information as to how the media are unpacking and covering and reporting on elections. Do our media report on the elections fairly? Do they provide equitable coverage of political parties? Which political parties do they cover? And critically for us, which issues do the media cover? Which ones do they not cover? Right? So that's one of the ways that we use, again, a lot of information in order to bring it down and help it manageable and accessible for members of the public, but also for the media who present it to Parliament, shared it with the SABC, etc. The second tool is Padre. So this is the political ad repository, and this has been, it ran again in 2021. The problem with 2021, of course, was that it was very close to a disaster because of the ridiculously short timeframes that were there. Political parties were introduced to this in 2019, and the basic idea of it is that political parties spend a lot of money, time and energy on creating content. They'll pay marketing firms between small amounts and large amounts of money. Sometimes they don't even pay their bills. We understand, no political party's name, but they pay for a lot of content to be produced. And one of the challenges is that it's very easy on social media to manipulate that. So it's very easy to take an advert for party A and change it and make it look as though it's for party B, or to alter one or two words in the advert and make it look as though they're saying something offensive or racist, for example, right? And so in that instance, it makes it very difficult for the IEC when they start to have to deal with these things and adjudicate them to say, well, which one's real and which one isn't.
The idea for this actually was informed directly by the guidelines on access to information in an election period, right? Where it talks about building a repository of political adverts. So that's there. The problem with it is that it requires the political parties themselves to upload copies of their adverts. And in many instances, because of the timeframes that we've had to do this, they haven't had the chance and opportunity to do that. And frankly, what we need to be doing is sitting down with them a lot earlier, which is why we've already been in extensive discussions with our friends at the IEC to make sure that this sort of thing can occur and that political parties have enough of a run-up lead time to upload those adverts. The political parties are behind this and very supportive of it because they don't want to see their good names and brands being tarnished by things that are inappropriate. So this is a way of providing a repository, and we hope that once it's there, we can start to enable people to analyze. It also means that over time, you can start to track and see how different political parties advertise, how they target people. So again, it's an idea of providing access to information in a way that doesn't just disappear after the election, but is there. You know, we want researchers, assuming it then gets properly populated, we want researchers to be able to go there, analyze it, look at it, interrogate things, see what changes over time. Why? Because that helps inform how democracy works. So again, it's a relatively small tool, but one that's got a lot of power and potential. Where I want to focus most of my energy, and this is the screenshot from when we got Real 411 up in 2019. Is there anyone here who hasn't heard of Real 411? Oh, you have. That's really remarkable. Normally in a room, there's like one person who has it and everyone who has it, so I'm very delighted. It's not on the screen. Okay, sorry, this is for the online people. We're delighted that
can I just quickly
joined us to try and resolve the blue screen of death that we're getting on the thing. So while he's fiddling with that, I'm going to turn this around so that I can actually read my slides. So the reason we started this Real 411 was suboptimal. Was to address a number of key challenges, particularly in relation to dealing with these increasing tendencies towards online harm, particularly misinformation. It became so easy to create and spread disinformation that it was something that was posing a clear and fundamental threat. I'm getting an echo myself. Sorry. Okay, now I can't see any of my presentations. I'm not sure if anyone online can see anything. We've been here really long, but I'm still going to keep going because we're running very.
We can see on that. You can see on that.
The problems with disinformation, of course, and this was stated by a number of speakers yesterday, so we don't need to go into the detail, is that it poses a clear threat to democracies and every institution of democracy. It's not just to the IEC, but to all of our institutions of any democratic state. We saw how in the States, for example, just one up, thank you. And then I'll remember where I am. We saw how in the States, for example, in the lead up to their 2016 elections, there was some disinformation spread about Hillary Clinton allegedly running a sex trafficking ring out of a pizza joint in Brooklyn, right? And it sounds quite funny because it's patently ridiculously outrageous, but it resulted in a man with an automatic weapon running in there to go in and save these children who were being locked up and used as sex slaves in the restaurant, right? A real man with a very real, very dangerous weapon ran into the restaurant to save these people. So these things have very real, live, long-term, potentially and very harmful consequences. Of course, the biggest consequence of misinformation is that it puts us in a position where we don't know. What our media have to do is, as the key bulwark against this, is they there to help provide us credible, accurate, reliable information.
what we see now is increasingly that all the misinformers and the disinformers have to do is provide enough doubt that you no longer know who to believe. So these people, these political parties, and there are many of them, that frequently and routinely, Donald Trump in the States is one of the biggest, most guilty offenders of this, that routinely attack and undermine the role of the media in a democracy. It serves a ridiculously short political aim, but it doesn't serve democracy in any longhand way. Precisely because you undermine the role of a democracy, of media in a democracy, you undermine what people know and whether or not they can actually make an informed decision and whether they can vote. One of the other key problems with mis and disinformation, of course, and why Real 411 is really special, is because social media don't have the same standards. At the moment, Twitter has just been taken over by Elon Musk. We don't know what standards that guy has, other than possibly slightly mad or beyond bonkers, right? Every other day on Twitter, you would have seen over the last couple of weeks, he's either firing people, changing policies, changing them back, saying I am, saying I'm not, right? I mean, I don't quite understand how he thinks that when he has to run his company that manufactures cars, he understands it has to go through a production line. But now when it comes to this thing that has the ability to influence billions of people, he thinks it's okay to just chop and change as much as he likes. He even said, there are going to be a lot of dumb things happening on here and we'll get things right as and when we go, right? In other words, you're not doing anything with thought. So aside from the fact that the people that run these things at the moment, at least of one of the biggest platforms, is clueless, right? You've also got the fact that they're based in countries well beyond our borders, who frankly couldn't give a stuff about our elections, who frankly couldn't and shouldn't have a vested interest in what happens in our elections. And yet they matter a great deal to us. Our constitution matters to us. So we wanted to make sure that we had a system that enabled people to assess online harms and adjudicate them according to principles determined by our constitution, principles determined by the mandate of the IEC, by the way that they work and that they operate. Thank you. Right, so that was why we built Real 411, and what it does. Oh, I see you don't have it on the screen anymore. This system is so complicated. I mean, yeah, even Elon Musk would struggle here. Yeah, go to the next one. So this slide that I was wanting to show you on the big screen is important for this conversation because it talks about one of the other key elements of what makes Real 411 special, is that it takes something that at the moment occurs in a place that we don't know and don't understand, which is that if you don't like content or if there's a problem with content on any social media platform, you currently have no means of knowing what the hell happens to that, right? They have over the last couple of years started to improve their feedback loop. Some of the media platforms even nowadays allow, thanks, praise the Lord, even allow a feedback loop, right? And an appeal system. But for many of them, they don't allow an appeal. So there's no basic understanding that their systems, which have so much influence on our lives, even have to adhere to basic principles of democracy. Okay, wait, can I go back? There. So what happens with this system is that people will see something and they will lodge a complaint. The moment that goes in there, provided that gets checked, it's there, it's up on a public system. You can see that complaint as soon as it's submitted. The person who submits the complaint is informed that their complaint has been submitted, and as it goes through the system, they get updated as to where their complaint is in the system. It then goes through and gets adjudicated by a committee of at least 3 people. There are 3 experts, a media, a tech, and a legal expert, and then it goes to a secretariat, who's another qualified lawyer, who reviews that according to the determined principles. The principles on which every complaint is determined are set out when you submit your complaint. There's a little button and you can see exactly what the criteria are for each kind of complaint that you're submitting. So what we've done with this, and this is thanks to the huge vision of the IEC to say, yes, this is something we see as a problem, is that we've taken something that is completely opaque, completely unaccountable, completely out of our grasp and within our framework of constitutional and rights and access to information. And we've started to say, we're going to adjudicate these things within a rights-based framework and within something that fits within our electoral system. And that actually keeps people informed, allows for due process, and allows for things to happen. So you can submit a complaint, it goes through the process. If you're not happy with it, you can submit an appeal. We have a former Constitutional Court judge, Justice Zak Yaqub, who acts as our appeals judge for the process. He's still there. So in terms of what was done in 2021, again, just to give you an idea of, and this relates to some of the things I want to chat about in the next panel, is that this is quite a unique thing. And I know this because I was lucky enough to attend the AWEB, which is the Association of World Electoral Bodies, which I think from memory has electoral bodies from the majority of countries around the world. South Africa is now the chair of that that body. I think for the next 2 years, I keep looking at Mr. Mashinini for confirmation of this. For the next 2 years, which speaks to just how well, how reputable our electoral management body is. But if you look at the majority of countries there, they don't want to engage and have partnerships with civil society, and that's to their detriment. Because the simple reality is as access to information issues expand, as all of these things, as data and all of these things shift and change, it's ridiculous to think that an electoral management body has the skills, the know-how, the knowledge to deal with all of those things. They can't, they shouldn't have. They've got to focus on the job of delivering elections. What they can do is partner with outside people, with experts that know how to deliver and work on other areas that they don't have the skills or expertise to do. And that's why it's pretty damn unique, actually, right? The fact that our IEC engages so openly with our media sector, again, that's quite an unusual thing, especially on our continent. Some of them will engage with media on our continent, but not in a way that is democratic, right? They'll tell them this is the line and don't tell these stories, you can tell these stories. Whereas ours works with them, they bring them in, they help them, they encourage training with journalists, they do all of these things. You've got experts like Itzhak and all of these people that are there, right? They didn't try and shut down Richard's tool as an example. They were like, okay, this is there, we don't like this, but you'll see as time goes on, I'm pretty sure that they'll start to embrace that as well as another means of providing access. And that in itself speaks to the open and accountable nature of our electoral management body, which is, again, a really important thing. The other significant thing that was achieved in the 2021 elections, and as far as I'm aware, this is an African first, was a framework of cooperation with the big social media platforms. This is really, 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 really important because, as I said before, to them, we're a pimple on the backside of Africa, right? I mean, I don't even know if, well, Elon Musk probably remembers where we are because he grew up here. But aside from that, most people, you know, in those places, we don't know which offices they're in. They distributed all around the world. Our elections don't matter to them, right? So being able to bring them around the table and say, this is the common framework, this is how we need to address and deal with these online harms in an election period in order to ensure that it fits within our democratic process. This is really an incredible and a very special thing to have done. And again, another great achievement from our electoral body. I think this is my final point, is what we've seen is that mis and disinformation doesn't travel on its own. It's often accompanied by things like incitement, harassment, particularly of journalists in most instances, and hate speech. In an election period, the IEC is empowered to address and deal with these things. They can deal with any election-related content, right? They can investigate, they can review that content. outside of that, these things still continue and we see them growing, which is again why you need Real 411 to continue outside of an election period, which is what it's doing. So there, we work with the South African Human Rights Commission to help address issues around hate speech. So that was I apologize for the disjointed nature of this input, but I think I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you very much, William, and also for just going forward despite our technical challenges. And thank you for the very wonderful presentation. I will not even add to that and wait for the contributions from the crowd and just go straight to Gwala, who is going to take us through election monitors and observers. Then I'll welcome questions from the crowd. Then we can engage more with all our presenters. Gwala, over to you. Just going to stop the share and share yours. No, we hope yours will not have the many dramas that have been visited upon us. Well, yeah. Can you introduce yourself while I get it up?
Okay. Was it still, yeah. Afternoon. Afternoon. Yeah, I want to say good evening, so we can be gone. But anyway, thank you so much for affording me this platform. I'm very happy to get to speak at home a bit. That's something that hardly happens in my line of work. So briefly, my name is Notolo Gwala. I am a program officer, currently working in the governance department at ISA. But beyond that, when I joined ISA, most of my work was to coordinate ISA's election observer missions across the continent, to also work on, at that time, I think we were very also big on electoral integrity. So we had an electoral integrity project which focused purely on the continent and looking at ensuring how we actually start to now move away from this topic of African countries need to hold elections on a regular basis, but rather to say that now is the time to actually improve the quality of the elections that we hold in the continent. So in a nutshell, that is what I was doing. Okay, and I see that my slides are coming through. So that's a picture of me when I was still a bit younger. There, right in the middle, if you can see it clearly. But that was the SAHRC 2019. So I was the coordinator there. Just on that, I'm not good with left or right, but the other side there where I'm pointing, good luck Jonathan was our head of mission, meaning that he was heading the mission, accompanied by our executive director at that time, Mr. Kadima. Mr. Kadima has now moved on to greener pastures, is the current chair of the DRC Electoral Commission. And then the rest is basically observers from all over the continent. We had Ghanaians, Tanzanians, Liberians, Sierra Leoneans, all of those. And we were calling ourselves an international election observer mission, coming to South Africa to basically assess to what extent South Africa complies with continental instruments and benchmarks and regional benchmarks for conducting democratic elections in Africa. So in a nutshell, that's what we were doing. But more for those of you who are not too familiar with ISA. ISA, we call ourselves a non-profit organization. But we are an international NPO in the sense that we don't just work here in South Africa, we work across the continent. And therefore, with that said, working primarily on electoral processes, and those electoral processes, we adopt what we call the electoral cycle approach, meaning that we don't take elections as a once-off event. We believe that there's important work that is done before an election, during an election, and after an election. And therefore, at all those, throughout those events, there's always an important collaboration between actors. And that, of course, those actors need to be well aware in terms of key events and so on that they need to maintain. And then, of course, as we know, elections by nature, because they carry a diversity of interests and so on, they are likely to spike a lot of, to bring about a lot of triggers and so on, when they are not managed correctly by stakeholders involved. Chances are you might see very violent elections, or elections that don't enjoy sufficient elections that don't enjoy sufficient legitimacy from the perspective of citizens, who are basically primarily the main customers in this regard when you have to look at an election. And beyond that, we also, of course, we say we've got a continental and global reach. At the continental level, a lot of our methodology is based on the internet. We are a member of the International Declaration of Principles for elections, and therefore, with that in mind, we always base our methodology based on that aspect, to say that there needs to be common benchmarks and so on that all election observer groups strive to reach. And we also then look at the continental level, whereby we work primarily with the African Union, and there we support them in terms of refining the election observer methodology, and also practically on the ground, whenever the AU as the continental body has to go to a member state and observe elections. As ISA, we usually come in as technical experts who basically provide some advice to the AU in terms of how they engage in that country concerned, and how they adhere to their own benchmarks and principles. And then we also at the sub-regional level work a lot with what we call our regional economic communities. Though in West Africa, we've got ECOWAS, as you know, East Africa, EAC. I'm not sure where, but we also have the International Conference for the Great Lakes region, which is now doing a lot of election observation. I was also a part of helping them refine their methodology when they wanted to now expand on their protocol and start doing election observation. And then also I've worked with SAHRC as well. SAHRC also does conduct EOMs, as you know, and they are very respected in our region with regards to what they have to say at every election. And then we've also worked with ECAS, that's the Central African States, and so on. And then also we don't stop there. We also usually work with civil society, domestic observer groups in different countries, for instance, when they want to engage in electoral processes. And then at national level, ISA has field offices, and then those field offices are purely based on the needs of that country concerned, but also focusing on elections, focusing on whatever the unique contexts are in that country and where they see that ISA has a role to play. So that's how we basically, that's our kind of a graphic showing exactly how we operate. Sometimes we work also with election management bodies, but usually it's normally related to our expertise in terms of training and capacity development. So a lot when, for instance, an AMB wants us to help them to look at civic and voter education, to look at training their own election observers and so on. Currently here, I've conducted a few trainings for domestic observers in South Africa, because I think IEC has realized that there's a need to start engaging more to ensure that domestic observers become more independent as well, and not as dependent on the IEC when the time comes for them to actually observe elections, because I think domestic observers have a more unique voice to add as opposed to what international observers have to say. So there's an added advantage in actually making sure that you see stronger domestic observers emerging in this regard. And I think as we can see that we are heading towards the 2024 elections, that will be very important because we are now reaching another era as well, whereby elections are becoming very much more competitive as we go. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. But I was asked to talk to you today about what is ISA doing to implement the ATI guidelines. that is what relates to us specifically as ISA, because we observe elections as guideline 23. And guideline 23 has about 6 requirements. And I'm going to show in these slides how we comply with those requirements. And then I'll also just share my general thoughts on the implementation thus far and what my overall insights could be or what more I could add to this. The first one is that we need to share the names and details of key office bearers. So this is what we do. Whenever we go to a country and we are there to observe an election as an international observer group, we first, within probably 2 days of arriving in the country, we issue out an arrival statement. And in that arrival statement, we state that arrival statement serves many purposes. The first one is to raise awareness on the fact that we are here and we are coming to observe election. It provides us also an opportunity to basically make contact with key stakeholders in the country concerned. And there we also share as well the basic structure of our mission, who's heading the mission, who are the coordinators, how do you get a hold of us for further information. So in a nutshell, that is what we do. What I've shared there is an example of some of the key things that would be in our arrival statement. And with that said, we issue it out with collaboration with basically like your traditional media houses in that country, also on our own website and so on. And that is a key requirement in terms of guideline 23A, which says that we need to share that basic information with regards to what we are there to do, what our mandate is as well. The second part is that which speaks of a code of conduct for observers and monitors. So for us, this is very important because it's very much often linked to whether you can get, accreditation or not. And therefore, we have a code of conduct for us as ISA specifically, whereby all our observers need to adhere to that code of conduct. And what usually happens is that when the observers come into the country, we first train them. And a big component of that training is also related to this discussion about what our code of conduct entails, and also making them aware that doing a scenario look as well in terms of if this happens, if A happens, is it in line with our code of conduct or not? So we want to test out how familiar observers are with the code of conduct and whether they'll be willing to comply with it. And then the training ends with them actually having to sign a pledge to adhere to this code of conduct. Once that is done as well, I think it's also very important to note that in that country concerned, each and every EMB also has its own code of conduct. So as coordinators of such election observer missions, we also make sure that we look at what the Electoral Commission's code of conduct says for observers and what our own code of conduct says as well, because that's very important to establish whether there's any conflict and so on that we can see beforehand, to basically then try and mitigate any problems that can come up at any moment. And then this code of conduct is usually readily available as well to anyone who's interested, because I think the one thing that's important to stress about these guidelines is they are talking of proactive disclosure. And that means that we need to share this information readily, not being probed by people to share 1, 2, 3. So we have to make a concerted effort as election observers to share as much information as we are able to. Number C also says that we need to, of course, declare funding that we receive, who's funding for instance, the election observer mission that we have. Normally, we do that once we reach the stage whereby we are producing what we call a final report of observers. It would, of course, have acknowledgements acknowledging the contribution of that donor concerned. It's done through basic things like at the end, just as you can see in this proactive disclosures, you have the logos of the funding partners, things like your banners and so on would have logos of who's funding the project. And then obviously also in our own website, we have a section that talks of each and every donor that we normally get funding from and who they are. So that's information that is readily available. And for us as an NGO, because obviously we're not making profit, we don't really have much to hide, especially being an organization working in the field of democracy as well. We do a lot also in terms of when we fundraise proactively. We don't wait for the donor to say, okay, so I'm giving you my money, who else is funding you? That's something we disclose first and foremost to say, these are the donors we are working with currently, but we need funding for ABC. So that I think has also not been an issue for us currently. Okay. When we talk of EOM reports, if you look at the guideline, it says something like we need to have these reports within 90 days, preliminary statements and so on within 30 days. So in terms of reports, we have our basic structures. We have arrival statements. When we arrive, we have a preliminary statement that's usually maybe 2 days after an election has been held, where we share our preliminary findings. And because, of course, at that time as well, the election is probably still just ongoing, results are coming out. In 2 months' time, we'd have what we say is a final report. And with that said, all those statements, we engage with media. We'd hold things like press conferences as well, whereby the public gets to engage us on what our assessments are. And then we also then make sure that we disseminate our reports and so on widely. And all our reports in every country that we've went to are also available on our website. So we have those final reports as well. Ooh, Apple. Okay, so there, as you can see, this was in 2019 again. That was our mission leader at the ROC, basically delivering ISA's preliminary statement. And I think that is an example of what we do, whereby we have then an opportunity to engage media houses, the citizens of the country concerned as well. And they have the chance then to engage with those findings and so on. So that's a practical example. Okay, in terms of declaring conflict of interest or political affiliations of observers or monitors and so on, usually that would be done, especially because the code of conduct, I think, affords you that opportunity to say, look, I won't be able to comply with 1, 2, 3. But of course, just to stress, of course, that yes, conflict of interest doesn't necessarily say stop operating, but rather it's about declaring, and usually it would be done through a high level. In our case, should a conflict of interest arise, the board deals with it, or management, and then the way forward is discussed. So that's something that is done. We can declare conflict of interest as and when it happens. Sources of funding for any organizations conducting opinion and exit polls and parallel vote tabulation. Again, I mean, this is done on the regular through those reports that will issue out and so on. And because ISA also does, I remember in Mozambique, we did a parallel vote tabulation whereby we were supporting domestic observers in Mozambique to conduct that. And of course, we did declare. It was public knowledge as to who the donor was in that respect. So that's something that has not been an issue as well. So generally, if I have to talk about our compliance rate, I give us 100% as ISA. Because I can back it up. Not just because I work for ISA, I can back it up. Since 2017, and that is when the 88 guidelines were adopted, right? November 2017. ISA has conducted a total of 12 election observer missions And on those 12 election observer missions, I can say that we passed all those 6 requirements. And why is that? A big part of it is because of our methodology. This is something we were doing even before the guidelines were adopted, so it wasn't a problem for us, and that's why we've complied 100%. If you look at this on this proactive disclosure report in South Africa as well, you'll see that ISA is acknowledged as one of the only observer groups that managed to comply in South Africa with all those guidelines for observers. So that's why I'm giving us 100% pass rate. But I think also I can put a disclaimer to say, because at that time, my former boss, who now works for International IDEA, Ms. Olufunto Akunduro, at that time was the head of our department. She was part of the working group that basically worked with Advocate Tlakula in drafting these guidelines and so on. So I think she made sure that everything that was put in the relates to what we're already doing. so to be fair, I mean, that is probably a key reason why we were able to have that 100% pass rate, right? And then just to also look at can I see the general thoughts and then you can carry on. Ooh, what has Maristela done to me now? Okay, basically, I just had general thoughts on the guidelines as they are. In my opinion, I think they are really the bare minimum, right? I don't think they ask for anything out of the ordinary. And ideally, we should be able to share. We should be able to share those basic guidelines. And also, I think it would be wise for this in future to include something about sources that we've consulted, right? Because as election observer groups, it's not just about what we go and see with our eyes. It's also a lot about the kind of interviews we have, the stakeholders we talk to. And it's also always important for us to be apolitical, right? As observers, and that means we need to consult a wide variety of sources. So political parties, media houses, and so on. So it would be really important, I think, as a voter, I'd be interested to see what, for this observer group to get to the point where they say our elections are free or they are not fair, who have they spoken to and so on. So I think that would be something that could be good. And then I also want to share as well that I think the guidelines, at the very most, as basic as they are, they assume that all observer groups have the same composition, they have the same structure and lines of reporting. For instance, for us as ISA, I can say that it's easy for us to comply with all of these guidelines because of the nature of who we are. We are an NGO, so we're not affiliated with any, we don't have much, states don't have much influence over us, as opposed to, for instance, your AUs and your SADC, who have to still account to member states, right? So when that happens, chances are you won't see an AU report as quickly as you'll see an ISA final report, because those reports have to first go through a lot of vetting. Usually they remain confidential, whereby the AU just shares it with the member state concerned, and you as the public only have what we call the preliminary statement, and that's it. And that's what happens in a lot of the cases. So I think that's the one thing that I pick up from the guidelines. Also, of course, related to that, I think also the invisible hands of the host governments themselves. For instance, I mean, there are situations where we go in, contexts are not the same. There are countries I can go in as a coordinator of an election observer mission and be happy to share something as simple as a deployment plan to say, this is our group, we are going to send observers to this province and this province and this province, without worrying about censorship, without worrying about spies being planted and so on. So the context is never the same. In some cases, we arrive in a country already, the Electoral Commission is telling us where to send our observers, right? Sometimes we arrive, the Electoral Commission is already telling us that we need to see your preliminary statement first before you go and hold a press briefing where you are going to call the public. So the context is not the same. In other countries, you get in and you are told, no, you can't use your own money, right? The government is going to pay for everything. So stay in this hotel. We'll give you the bus to go to talk to party A and party B and so on. So I'm not being funny, but this is Africa and these are things that happen. So I think the guidelines ought to look at those nuances as well in terms of how they impact, to what extent observer groups can actually comply with guideline 23. So yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, thank you. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, Kwala. Actually, before she finished, I actually thought the wool gets 100% because they seem to have complied largely almost with whatever was in the guidelines. Then she gave us her secret of why the compliance rate was so high. And I actually wonder whether Olofunto is still with us. You are very honest as to why the compliance rate was very high. I've actually lost Olofunto online because she was supposed to proceed and give some thoughts on this. She mentioned that Olofunto was her boss, and so she ensured that they actually had 100% compliance. And this shows how it's important to engage with people who are engaged in the process, and so that when you go back to your offices, when you go back in terms of implementing your mandate, you have somebody who is well guided to ensure you get 100% compliance. So congratulations to ASAP. I hope Olofunto will be here just to give her thoughts on that because she was part of the working group when it comes to developing the guidelines. And she was also the person who helped us with actually writing the part on election observers and monitors. So it will have been great to get her thoughts, but it seems like we've lost her online. It seems this challenges are both ways, not just here in the room, but this means that I can open the floor up for questions, comments, additions to our two panelists, as well as Richard, who is online. Over to you. Or are we hungry? Is it lunchtime? You know, it is lunchtime. It is almost lunchtime. Is it hunger? Yes.
Just a question for William regarding the partnership that you managed to forge with the IEC. I mean, how would that achieve? When you look at other African countries, I mean, outside of South Africa, there's Kenya. It's almost nearly impossible to even think of partnership between civil society and the election management, because there are restrictions with respect to the ability of civil society to operate, but not just operating, but the partnerships, the transparency, the openness, and to be able to engage so closely with so-called state institutions. Perhaps maybe it would give us sort of like how we manage to achieve that sort of, because it's not just South Africa that we're going to be looking at, but also other African countries, particularly in this strategy of thinking. Yeah, I think I want to also make a follow-up question to William with regards to the API that they're using to plug into the IEC to draw some complaints. I just want to find out what benefits the political parties have with that initiative, because it seems as if it's just information sitting on their platform, but not disseminated into political parties, or rather, political parties will not have access to their system to understand where they are with regards to the complaints that they have raised.
Yes, Robin.
I have a question for Richard, who's online.
Yes.
Yes.
No, Richard is very much here. Can you hear us, Richard?
Yep, I can hear you. Barely hear the question, so maybe you'll repeat it for me.
I haven't seen it yet, but I will talk this back now so that you can hear. My question was just, you mentioned that obviously there was a feedback function for the site about where you can find out about who's running in your ward, and council and all of that, and you noted that overwhelmingly this was positive responses. And what I gathered was anecdotally, people were saying things probably along the line of the system or maybe never saw this information before. And I'm just interested because with a lot of what we have said, I think today and yesterday, we were talking very high about access to information. And I don't think we've yet pivoted to what does the public actually want from that information, and how do they want to see that information presented to them. So I just be interested if you give a general idea in that feedback. What was the public actually pushing? What was it that they especially maybe did not understand, that they felt wasn't represented accurately or fully, just so that it gives us a broader picture of when it comes to access to information, what is that the public actually wants and needs to know.
Did you catch that?
Yeah, I got it. Should I answer now, or are we going to do it in order?
I think I have two more questions from the floor, and then I can hand it over to you.
Cool.
Yes. No problem.
There's always an accusation regarding EOMs on timelines. What stage do you get into the country to observe this election? To get adequate information, or to give adequate information. And it would appear from your presentation, your engagements, are they limited to just political parties and the media? To what extent do you also engage with civil society to exchange information, and also maybe the broader general public? Because I think people say that EOMs get into a country and they are before the election, and then up to just after the election, they are already giving the report. But there's a lot that happens before the election and then after the election.
I think you had one more question. Yes.
Well, my question basically is whether the panelists have ever felt that individual countries would use policy to restrict the work that they are doing. For example, the amendment of NGO Act, which currently is on the table in different civil society engagement. Has it ever occurred that in these different countries are using these different policies to restrict or channel the work that they do? Especially, I'm taking this from what you were saying about the governments, or when you get to a country to observe, there's already a plan for where you're going to go and who you're going to consult. So I'm just checking whether you felt that something that exists or is.
Thank you very much. Maybe I could add one more question to Kuala just before you come and address all the other questions, and it's linked to what Lloyd said. For election observers and monitors, there's also been that criticism that sometimes when it comes to the African context, it becomes, for example, the election is peaceful, and then because of that, it's free and fair, and you don't interrogate, some don't actually interrogate deeply all other aspects that will actually lead to that, to call it a credible election. How do you navigate it when it comes to ASA and dealing with such a situation where we see peaceful and then such check for a credible election when it comes to Africa? And to Richard, you had mentioned an offer, very generous offer to create an open source for the guidelines. Would you expound on that? I think I was up and down with the technical challenges and I missed your generous offer. So just to ensure that we had that offer and what it entails, so that moving forward, everybody knows that this is something we can reach out to you further. Over to you. I think I'll start with Richard and then come to our on-site participants, panelists.
All right, cool. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Okay, so what I like to say is that impact from access to information, if you try to do it from the supply side, it's like pushing a string. So stealing the economics that rule. So it's necessary but not sufficient. We have to be working from the IEC government side to be opening access to information. But to what the lady said, sorry, I would love to know who you are, but I can't see. One of the most critical things we should be doing right now, between now and 2024 and in elections of different countries, stuff that we are doing, but we're also a small nonprofit, so it needs collaboration, is finding out what users want. As a voter, so what was so critical was this feedback was, and again, this is in support of the fact that all of this is possible because of the IEC releasing data, and it's not a criticism at all. But what voters don't want is a 300-page PDF of aspirants that cost a lot of money. Most people are using their cell phones, cost a lot of money and data to download because we don't have a lot of internet access. What they wanted to know was, what are my options? So we're talking local government elections. There'll be different things for 2024. What are my options? So one of the major feedbacks that came back was, oh my word, I can't believe how many options I have. And I don't just have to vote for the 3 or 4, the blue, green, or red, whatever. Another major thing was people actually wanted to get in touch, so some communities reached out. So I know in Cape Town and in, I want to say Port Elizabeth, that I'm aware of, using this information, communities wards invited their aspirants to come to a debate and say what they were going to do. I mean, how amazing is that? You've got to a point where you say, all right, well, we're going to have a community meeting. Anybody who's actually interested in this ward and cares about our interests, come and talk and tell us what you're going to do. Feedback on the site was, so I think this is a really big challenge because we see everything top down and we see everything supply side. But people want it. We have to understand the demand, and we don't. And the only way you can understand the demand is by connecting to those users, those voters. So I think that's what a lot of effort should be put in. Like, what is the information people want to know that will get them to vote and get them to vote in an informed and empowered way? And, seeing the feedback from my candidates, I think, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Was really critical in that space. And then there was so I think the kind of summary is, I wanted to know who I could vote for, which is why I started making the tool. I was like, I'm not happy that no. Okay. I think my headphones have just died, but I think you can still hear me. And so again, the leveraging civil society, you've got lots of civil society organizations that have built trust with people, and they can actually, it's between community organizations and CBOs and CSOs, you can start to reach out and understand what people need. So I think that's really critical. As we said in the My Candidate case, it was very much about people, like, what really matters to them is who's going to represent me. How do I get that information just for me? I don't want to read a PDF. I want to know who is what. Something else that came out from that feedback was people understanding the election system. So what we did is created resources, which I can share. So people were didn't understand that, for example, candidates could run in different wards. Again, this is specific to 2021, but 2024 will have different set of problems. But a lot of the user feedback was also literacy around elections and how voting works and how democracy works. And we could then, so what we also did on the site was put links to how local government elections work, how come you can run for many different wards, what is all this sort of thing going. So the opportunity for us to partner with the IEC and with civil society is building that literacy, building that demand, understanding the demand and presenting, because the information is there. I mean, I think, you know, this is the point. It's not to say the information is not there, but if it's not in a way that people can access it, they're not going to use it. Like William was talking about Twitter, you've got to meet people where they are. You can't get them to come to you. There's no such thing as build it and they will come. In terms of the toolkit offer, happy days. I'll put the guidelines into the toolkit if you want. Reach out to me, richard@opencitieslab.org or @richardgivers on Twitter. Open Cities Lab on the websites, contact details are there. Very happy to help out with access to information stuff. That's literally what we do. We believe in building participatory democracy through providing access to information, empowering people to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. William, over to you. Can I give you 3 minutes, 3 minutes?
Okay. So I'm going to address the complaint one first. So the IEC, and it kind of partly answers the other one, is that unlike a lot of other government bodies and publicly funded institutions, because the IEC is a Chapter 9 body, right? Is that, and that's a critical distinction, is that they actually function really well. I mean, I think that we like to complain about a lot of stuff in South Africa because there's a lot to complain about, right? Fairly inappropriate. But the IEC is one of the things that we consistently broadly get right. Okay, we've run elections. They met. I think Janet Love spoke about just the ways that they've meet all of these targets, and they have done every time we've had elections, and that's an incredible thing. So I say that because the IEC develops these systems. Their tenders are on their site, you can see them. And I think because of the openness and transparency, they actually get them built and they work. You know, so and again, this is in stark contrast to many other government departments we know of who, with the best will in the world, with many of the people there, they can't get this thing to work. So they've got a properly developed IT system where they've built their own independent complaints directorate, and there's a full system for that. So the system we've got, Real 411 and Padre, and Real 411 at this moment exclusively feeds just the complaints information into their broader complaints system. So the IEC is the one that has complete control over that, and they're the ones that are able to, and I know that it's, at least I think it was when we first spoke to them 2 years ago, that this was part of their thinking, was to enable, you know, greater access to more of the stuff around complaints. But when I say complaints in this instance, I'm meaning complaints from Real 411, which are limited to online harms, not limited to political party A says this has occurred here, we dispute the elections, etc. That's what the independent complaints directorate within the IEC is there to solve. Now, IEC friends are here to make sure that if I get anything wrong, they'll quickly step in. So the API that we have feeds. Just the reason I highlighted it is that it shows that there's a proper integration between Real 411, which is run as an independent standalone system, and the system that the IEC has and operates. They have complete control over that system, obviously, and they can determine what they pull out of it and how and when, etc., etc. We are able to feed the stuff from Real 411. So the moment a complaint goes through that thing and gets into their system, it gets into their system immediately. There's an immediate alert that says this is coming for the attention of the independent complaints directorates, and their people can then review it and take whatever action they see fits and appropriate. Does that answer your question? Okay, cool. So on the partnership issue, I've been thinking about this. I think that there are probably two things. The one is trust and credibility, and the other just that is probably a matter of good partners and timing. MMA has been around since 1993. The work, and we've had a good relationship with the IEC. I mean, you know, we have submitting things, participating in workshops, presenting at conferences since, I don't know, 1995 probably. Like it's we've been around for it. So we've been there and making submissions and participating in these things. And I think because of the credibility of the work that we do and the fact that they see that we're not interested, we don't have a party political agenda or whatever, that's contributed to the fact that when we went and started discussing these things, when I started in 2016, talking to Commissioner Love about them, we're saying, how do we address these problems? How can we start to do something that's going to have a meaningful impact on these things that we can see coming down the road? So that was about the openness and the vision that our IEC has in dealing with these things. They are remarkably open to new ideas and to possibilities, which isn't something we have any power or control of, but I think it's a really, really positive attribute, and you have to ask them what it is about them that enables them to have that. I mean, part of it is about they generally have a really good sense of humor about things, which helps a lot under the stressful conditions. But when we've tried to, because we've rolled out Real 411 in 2 other, 3 other Southern African countries, and when we try and roll it out there, our plan of operation is to, and there in Zambia, Malawi, and Namibia, depending on the relationship of their electoral management body, you can or you can't have that kind of same relationship, and it impacts there on which partners you partner with and the credibility of them within their respective nations. So in a country where the electoral management body has got no reputation for being credible at all, you don't want to partner with them anyway, because you know that that'll just bring the own integrity of your work into question. But you do want to partner with entities, in our case, usually media entities or independent NGOs that are there trying to do similar things to what we're trying to do. And then you try and partner with them in order to raise and bring awareness to these same issues. Obviously, the freedom that you have to do that in those different countries depends very much on the kind of cultural context and the limitations that they may have in their specific countries.
Thank you.
Okay, so on the question of timeline, I think that has come under the spotlight a lot, maybe because we need to do more as observers to make sure that people understand our mandate first and foremost, and they understand the methodology in terms of how we actually observe. Because if we don't do that, it's very easy for what we do to be misinterpreted. So for instance, if we are coming into a country 2 days before an election, and then 2 days after the election, we are having a preliminary statement, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's where we started. Because before that, election observer missions have what they call also needs assessments, or they have pre-election assessment missions. And those pre-election assessment missions basically involve those groups that want to come and observe, going out to a country beforehand, engaging with stakeholders, and those stakeholders don't just mean political parties and the Electoral Commission only, also engaging with civil society, engaging with security agencies in that country, engaging with the media, engaging with also the domestic observer groups, engaging with academics, members of the religious community, and so on, really looking at asking those people, because then we are national observers, asking the national in that country in terms of what have been the most pertinent pre-election issues. And from that assessment then informs our strategy now when we have to go and observe an election in terms of what is actually needed. Is the environment even conducive enough for us to go out and observe in this country, or should we just rather sit this one out, depending on what we find? So you find that most of the time when the media house and so on will engage with us, they'll just be, at that time, sensationalism, I think, is flying as well. It's about who has the best headline. And therefore we get termed things like, oh, you guys are election tourists and so on. So the issue of timeline is also very, it's been a challenge because it tarnishes what
election observers do. And then also, I think we can't talk about the timeline also without looking at the reality in terms of funding as well for these election observer missions. And I think each and every group is really struggling in terms of raising enough funds and getting people to still believe in the importance and relevance of international election observation. So that's usually affected and affects as well the timeline in terms of when we come into a country concerned. But ideally, all the election observer groups will tell you that they want to at least come into a country a good 1 month before an election. Just to see like the key election activities, the campaign, the finalization of nomination list, inspection of the voters roll and so on. So a big part of it is that people need to understand that observers don't just do direct observation. A lot of it is also indirect observation when we conduct our desktop research and so on to actually inform our findings. And then I think also then on the question in terms of the role of the government, I mean, I think look, it talks to a lot of issues, but my perspective is the fact that elections as well by nature have this conflict, because when you are coming in to talk when you are coming into a country to observe, you need accreditation. That accreditation is either through the foreign ministry or through, for instance, an electoral commission. But more than that, I mean, we need to remember also that the governments in those countries at that time are winning, so they have the incumbency advantage. Depending on how nervous they are about the election, they'll come up with certain rules. I mean, they'll hit you by surprise. You arrive here and you think what happened 4 years before will still be happening. No. The reality is they are also becoming more and more smarter as political parties continue holding these regular elections and so on. They are becoming smarter. They are realizing what tactics works or what tactics work and so on. And therefore, they will even tighten things like your legal framework and so on, just to make sure they get some outcomes. So I think we can't put that out, and that's why, for instance, you will see that as well, we are not the same in terms of our levels of democracy. And I think that explains the kind of stigma to do from country to country. And it's not just for only international observer groups that are not affiliated with the state. Also, your regional bodies and so on face different, depending on whether this member state is contributing a lot or contributing little to the ground. So there's always that power thing involved. So definitely it's not hypothetical. I think it's real. And then Maricela, your question in terms of this obsession, the new obsession of peace, the elections were peaceful. Look, I think at the very most, I won't say it's a shield, but at the very most, we still have common agreement that we need peace, right, to birth an election that you can actually say is democratic and so on. So peace is a starting point. But that peace needs to, of course, then be backed up by certain elements. And for us specifically, we focus a lot on looking at the legal framework and the sense to which it protects basic fundamental rights. And then going on from that as well, we look at the aspect to which the experiences of the parties concerned, the main role players in that regard are political parties, where they feel is there a level playing field for them to actually rightly put their messages across and have that right to be elected and the right to stand. And then we look also at the general sentiments as well of citizens as well, because those are important custodians as well, in terms of how were they treated when they had to go out and exercise their right to vote, when they had to gather, right, and discuss, when they had to attend campaigns and so on. So peace is still the main important base, because then from peace you can have this sort of layers that show to what extent human rights are respected, because at the end of the day, each and every child, for it to be credible, needs to respect those fundamental rights. It needs to respect the instruments that are set out for holding of elections. And of course, then as international observers, where we define, we also compare according to what extent does this nation comply with the regional benchmarks and the international benchmarks. So in a nutshell, I think we need to do more in terms of
working towards that narrative that no, if it's peaceful, it automatically means this election is credible, because that cannot be so the point.
That's true. Thank you very much to William and to Gwala. A round of applause for them. So as you can see, we're at least around 1 hour behind schedule. We apologize for that. But if it helps, tomorrow is a weekend, so you can rest properly tomorrow. So I propose with your agreement that we go for lunch, make it 45 minutes, and then come back and do the panel discussions, the 3 panel discussions, and break at around 5 after we do the communique. Then we have our tea break after the communique has been signed. Is that fine with everyone? Okay, great. Then we'll go for the tea breaks, no, for the lunch. It's now 13:05. Let's just come back at 45. Is that workable? 45, 1:45, 1:45, and then come back and have a panel discussion.
We're going to keep using my thing.
You know, can I please? Because now
No,
I'm
that's
scared about
fine.
changing this.
No, it works.
I'm very
Thanks,
scared.
everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, Richard. Great to have you. Thank you so much. Despite the challenges, at least it didn't mess up yours. Thank you very much.
All good. Thank you so much. It was great. I look forward to engaging further.
responded, yeah.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good, thank you.
It's going well so far.
So far, so good, yeah? As long as this machine.
Now there you're going to top of the bench. Nothing wrong.
No.
You compare these and these. That's
This
what-
one.
No,
Ah,
look at
should
the
be
name.
fire.
Look at the name.
Shown as fire. I see Guy is requesting for him to make his intervention fast because he has to go somewhere.
He's in Kenya.
He's leaving from Cape Town, wherever he is.
Oh, he's traveling the world.
Yes, so I would like to welcome you back again.
What's your key?
Huh? Guy, can I just confirm that you're there? Can I hear your voice? Can I possibly see your face?
Hello. Yeah. Let me see if it's going to work. I'm on my phone here, and
No, we'll work with that. We apologize for the
Okay.
delay. A bit of technological challenges and on-site delay, and I'm very sorry about that, but we'll start with you right now. Just kick it off right now. So the panel that we are going to, I'll just kick it off right now, is on using digital technologies to protect and advance election information integrity in South Africa. I think this is a conversation, I don't even need to introduce it because we've talked about it so much in the course of this symposium, how we are using digital technologies in the electoral process, the opportunities that are there. We see countries adopting election technology. We are using it, we see it revolutionizing how we express ourselves, how we access information online. And the other side of the coin is that it has come with threats. Disinformation is one of the threats that has been mentioned in this regard. And when we see, for example, the context of journalists, and this is what I'm hoping Guy will talk about right now, is that while we have acknowledged that journalists play a critical role, and they're also using this space when it comes to ensuring access to information, they also come with unique threats when it comes to the work of journalists, especially now that we see this competition with online journalists. But the space itself has come with opportunities and threats. And I'd like to bring Guy Bader, who has this phenomenal experience when it comes to this field. And I know UNESCO recently published a report on I think it's media and elections in the digital age, basically my PhD. So I'm very excited for Guy's publication today, presentation today. Please, over to you, Guy. I'm very sorry that we're late, and I know you have to rush somewhere, so we really appreciate you participating in this panel. Over to you.
okay. Well, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me okay. I won't put my video on just because I'm on a cell phone and it's going to jump around a lot, but I hope you can hear my voice okay. So thank you for the invitation. And this is indeed an issue that's very close to my heart because it took a lot of my time during my decade at UNESCO in Paris, where I was working globally on these issues of communications and electoral integrity, amongst other issues. And one thing I would just like to signal to people is that in May 2019, I was involved in the annual UNESCO World Press Freedom Day conference, which was held in Ethiopia in partnership with what was then a new government and the African Union Commission. And that engagement led to the Addis Ababa Declaration, which is called Journalism and Elections in Times of Disinformation. And it's still very resonant today, although it was 2019, this Addis Ababa Declaration, Journalism and Elections in Times of Disinformation. So I would really commend that to participants. Also, thank you for mentioning the UNESCO publications. I sent some in my short CV for this symposium. So if people have that, you can see some interesting UNESCO publications which represent a global point of view. So I've got two parts to this intervention. The first is social media, and then the second I'll speak about the news media. So turning to social media, because it's such a major vehicle of communications in general, and particularly during elections, I looked up for this part of my intervention that Facebook has around 25 million users in South Africa. TikTok at the beginning of the year had just over 6 million. I'm sure it's expanded since then. And WhatsApp, which is owned by Facebook, has more than 23 million. And so I think those figures give you some sense of how important in terms of the reach social media is, and then messaging in the case of WhatsApp. I'll come back to that. Now, it's been mentioned a lot that some people use these technologies to do expression that really seeks to manipulate and corrupt elections. And that's a problem, of course. But a bigger problem is that they can do this and have impact thanks to what one can call the affordances of the companies that control these platforms. Affordance is what it allows you to do on these platforms. So first, you can do lots of things on the platforms if you're into disinformation, hate speech, and so on, because the platforms spend too little money when it comes to monitoring and even to enforcing their own terms of service, especially in countries that are not so powerful. And of course, this then opens the way for what are called bad actors to act with impunity in terms of subverting elections. Now, to compensate for the failure of these mega machines to protect elections, we see groups, civil society, academic partnerships stepping into the breach, and that is really super. But at the same time, these are not alternatives to the potential power of the platforms themselves that could proactively stop the damage.
Sorry, we have just gotten our load shedding for the day. I don't know if you can still hear us. Yes. I don't think so. Do they now have stage one at least? It should be kicking in a few minutes.
Okay. Is everybody in darkness then?
At least hear me.
At least your internet is still operating, it seems. So do you want me to continue, Mary Stella, or you want to wait till the lights come on?
The generator has not kicked in.
Do you want me to continue? Hello, can you hear me?
Guy, are you still there?
Yes, yes. Do you hear me?
Can our online audience hear us, please?
Yes, we can hear both of you. We are still here.
We are so sorry. We just got load shedding and lost you for a few minutes there. But now we are back.
Okay. So the point I was making is that these social media have a very substantive reach. And the problem is that the platforms spend too little on monitoring and enforcing their terms of service, especially in local languages and so on, particularly in non-powerful countries. And so anybody who wants to produce information that runs against the integrity of an election can do so with impunity because the companies don't enforce sufficiently. And then I was going on to say that we do have these partnerships like the Real 411 and so which are very good to try and compensate for the failure of the companies, but it's not an alternative because the companies themselves have the potential to proactively stop the damage. And then there's less for the civil society to do the cleaning up. Now, there's a further problem that not only do these corporate platforms do too little to stop the manipulation of content, they also operate systems that amplify and reward this kind of information pollution. How do they do this? Well, one, people who play dirty can exploit the algorithms of the companies because these algorithms are geared up to promote emotional and aggressive content and disinformational content, because that's what keeps people engaged. And so actors know if they produce that kind of content, they're going to be prominent in terms of the amplification of content, the recommendations, and where it comes in the feeds. Now, at the same time, these actors can also benefit because just in the same way the algorithms are biased towards emotional and aggressive and disinformational content, they are biased against informative, educative, inspirational, and peace-orientated content. And in a country like South Africa with such a declining base of electoral participation, this is not just a problem of commission on these platforms, but there's of them amplifying, but there's a problem of omission, that there's not enough that's really communicating the message about how important it is to use this right to vote. The companies also enable electoral manipulation through advertising. I want to just mention now WhatsApp, because WhatsApp is different to social media because they're not algorithms that amplify content or recommend content. And also we know that WhatsApp is encrypted. So, you know, the owners of WhatsApp find it difficult to moderate because of course the content is encrypted. But the thing is that WhatsApp is of course owned by Meta, and Meta uses the metadata of WhatsApp as part of the way it profiles the users on Facebook and Instagram. And that profiling of users enables Meta to really give very targeted recommendations, content prioritization, and advertising. Now, the result of this is that you have an automated advertising in these systems, and that helps producers of disinformation to have their content next to advertising with legitimate, even reputable brands. And that helps whitewash the advertising. In some cases, they even get some revenue from this. Now, the platforms also use this data from the user engagement and from WhatsApp to fine-tune the affordances that they can give advertisers. Now, individual voters don't know about this, but their very personal hot button issues become targeted, and often in ways that are not comprehensive. So people don't have a full picture of a particular political agenda. It's just that there's a specific issue that the political actors know to target the individual on that basis. So anyway, in short, I think that we have to see communications technology in elections, not as a technical or content neutral means of communication. You know, people can try and use it to spread good messages and so on, but the technology, the way it's set up, its business models and so on, is stacked against the good use. And you can find that the good use then gets swamped by the problematic character of these communications platforms. Now, I would say that some platforms are offering some space for official information about voting, which is, of course, is welcome, but that's not enough to protect the integrity of electoral systems, because the systemic drivers that corrupt elections continue unabated. So it's like putting some lipstick on the pig in this case, offering this, it doesn't address the fundamentals. Now, I think we can all accept the principle that if a platform is making money in a country, It should be obligated to prevent and to clean up when its service is allowing pollution of the information environment, especially around elections. And so because of this, electoral management bodies and other stakeholders should really demand and ensure that there's serious prevention and mitigation from the platforms. Because if they don't do that, there's no incentive for these companies to do anything differently. So that's my takeaway of that part of my intervention, that there has to be strong pressure put on these companies to come to the table and not leave it for everybody else to try and maintain electoral integrity, and also that the companies can't get away just with offering to put up some links to the IEC, for example. Now, linked also to this question of access to information, one can ask the question about, particularly under the PIA, South Africa's Act, whether private platforms, when they hold elections-related data that's in the public interest, shouldn't they be required to proactively disclose this, especially about what efforts they really are doing and what costs they're incurring in countering manipulation of information, and also in terms of what they're spending and doing to advance voter education and media literacy. So that's another takeaway I'd like to leave here, that platform transparency during elections is absolutely critical, and it has to include relevant advertising records with a lot of granular detail about targeting and spending. And if you look, for example, at Facebook's advertising database, it gives you some insight, which is more than other companies do, but it's not a lot to really help you understand what's happening with the political economy of advertising and the way it plays out. So those are my comments on social media. And sorry, because I have to go, if I could just turn to some quick comments about the media, because as you said, Mary Stella, that's also something that's really important. So news media, I won't say that they sidelined by social media, although of course social media is an influence in its own right, but news media are important because they set an agenda, and that percolates into social media. And indeed, people who are trying to promote disinformation about elections are able to, well, what they strive to do is to get into news media so that will legitimize them further. Now, we know, unfortunately, that entire media companies, as well as some journalists, don't live up to the role expectations of news media during elections. We know that many are captured by political actors, especially the national public broadcaster in all countries is always a target for capture, but not only. There's political forces and interests that capture other news media. At the same time, what I would say is that we should recognize that news media is by definition in the public sphere. And that's different to social media, which is much more fragmented and invisible. And what we find here is that the public visibility of all the media creates the possibility to hold them accountable. And those journalists who are true to the profession can use this to expose capture where it exists, to show why it is that some media are compromised and doing a disservice to elections. In terms of their role, the news media set an agenda and they frame issues. They don't necessarily influence people per se, but by setting the agenda, they highlight what are important issues that politicians start responding to. And at the same time, besides for that, journalists who are genuine journalists, they expose unethical reportage, agendas of media owners, they expose manipulative information operations, they expose the complicity of internet platforms, they expose political hypocrisy, they give insight into campaign spending, and all this means that it's a really unique service to maintain electoral integrity. And as people will know, a current challenge is that news institutions are weaker financially than ever and more vulnerable to capture, and they have reduced means to invest in electoral coverage. So that's a bigger issue than elections, but it certainly impacts on elections. And let me just wind up here by saying that in this context, news media can't just do what they should be doing. They are facing a lot of attack, and you get disinformation as a service for hire. And you also have political elements who just do it themselves without even hiring disinformation. And they target journalists, especially women journalists, as has been mentioned. And they do this because they want to clear the information field, or at least they want to create questions and doubts and confusions. And so they attack journalists, even advocating violence against them. Now, in the past week, we've seen really disgraceful threats against South African journalists from prominent members of the ruling party in South Africa. And these threats have not even been publicly condemned by party leaders, at least to my knowledge. Now, this climate that is being allowed to evolve at this early stage, it bodes very badly for everybody and for freedom of expression in the elections, but especially if it's going to mean that journalists become intimidated about how they do their work, that is really bad for an election. So my takeaway on this point is everybody has to speak out to ensure the safety of journalists as an issue of public concern. It's not just about the journalists as individuals. It's about what kind of information can come through professional journalism into the public sphere. And my last takeaway on this is that right at the beginning of democracy, South Africa had a code of conduct between the South African National Editors Forum and the political parties. This was a really helpful mechanism which bound both sides to a kind of a conduct that respected the importance of peaceful elections and honest elections. And this mechanism really needs to be urgently revived and updated. So those are my remarks, and I'm so sorry that I can't stay to have a further discussion. At least I have shared them with you, and I did also tweet them and put them on this alternative to Twitter that is growing quite fast called Mastodon. And I look forward to seeing the report and the ultimate agenda that comes out of this. So with that, I'll say goodbye.
Thank you very much, Guy. I wonder if you have maybe a minute or so for a question, if there's anyone who has a question in the room, because you've raised quite pertinent issues on the topic, looking at the conflict between the business model of social media companies and information integrity, how it seems that their aims are just diametrically opposed, issues of platform transparency. And it just brings me, or reminds me of a conversation I was just having with Commissioner Love during our break about regulation of platforms and how it cannot be left entirely in terms of regulating the information on platforms, how it cannot be left entirely on the platforms. I wonder, do you have a minute or so for a question from the room?
Okay.
All right. Do we have a question for the room directed to Guy? Well, I don't see any hand raised, but I would like maybe just your closing remarks, one minute on that, especially when you look at regulations of platforms and improving the quality of information there.
Well, I would say that the global climate is becoming much more in favor of regulating platforms because their solo regulation of each company has left much to be desired. And of course, regulation can bring with it its own dangers of overreach, of suppression of legitimate expression, and so on. And that's got to really be guarded against. And then you also have to figure out how regulatory bodies are going to coordinate with each other. So, for example, in the Digital Services Act in Europe, it's very interesting that they have proposed that there's a coordinating mechanism called a digital coordinator within each country in the European Union. And the point of that coordinator is to bring together the different regulatory agencies. So there's more of a harmonized approach. So obviously election regulatory agencies are part of the picture, but then you have privacy and data regulatory agencies. Then you have content regulatory agencies here, like the Film and Publications Board or ICASA. And so it's important to have some way in which it can't just be left to the electoral management bodies alone to insist that there's regulation. So I would suggest, if it's not too much work, but that in South Africa, the IEC convenes together a meeting of the other regulatory bodies that have a stake in this, and demands that the companies themselves participate in such a meeting and really thrash these issues out in detail.
Thank you very much, Guy. We really appreciate you being here today, and all the best as you move.
Okay, well, all the best to you also. Thank you. Bye then.
Thank you very much. And I think you've given us a good segue to move to the IEC. And we have Mr. Mawetu here with us. And so I will push the next question right to you. What is the IEC doing in this regard? We're talking about all the threats when it comes to information integrity. And we had William Bard in the previous session talking about the collaboration that you've had in regards to the 4-1. But he also, tipped a hat to how the IEC has been willing to engage on this particular issue and how it has helped in one or another improve the quality of information in this space. But it would be good to hear the thoughts of the IEC on this and what the IEC has been doing in terms of addressing the threats to information integrity in the electoral landscape. Over to you.
Thanks, Mary Stella, and good afternoon, everyone. The question is asking for a few responses. One, in terms of the commission, we have a lot of information. New information, old information, but useful information for the electoral environment and for the electoral stakeholders, particularly media, political parties, and other campaigners, but in the civil society space, those involved in advocacy, there's a repository of very good information with the commission. Now, our activities are basically hinging on the general ethos and practice in the commission that let's promote transparency in the management of elections, in the processes of elections. And if you hear what William and the other colleagues said earlier on, and what political parties will say, is that accessibility of the commission is driven by our own commitment to transparency and ensuring that there's correct information in the country. We do believe that the electorate and the electoral contestants must compete on the most ideal space, which is equal information to all of them, must participate in the electoral process on those equal bases. And what would then remain as a challenge is those who have this information misinterpreting it or misusing it. And obviously with what has just been shared with us, that sometimes it's deliberate to influence the outcome of the election. Sometimes it's manipulation of the correct information. Now, putting so much of our information in digital platforms is also not helpful. So the mediums of communication have become a key focal point for us as a commission, that whilst we may provide digitally, let's create more platforms for ongoing interaction with the electorate and electoral contestants, plus citizens of the country. So you will find us in your social media platforms. You will find us in this very cordial cooperative relationship with media houses, both community media or commercial media or public broadcaster as well. We have that kind of a. The third one is obviously that we take our time to go into these spaces to share the information. We go to the media community and say, here is the information we have. This is how things will roll out. This is how they have rolled out in the past. So we will commit resources and time to do that.
We also spend sufficient time as a fourth point in engaging political parties. We have our formal structures, being the national PLC and PLCs at provincial and local level. But beyond that, we also create training sessions. So as a way of sharing this information. Now, when it comes to citizens, we are very involved in all forms of civic education, community engagement. But part of that is a focus on your marginalized groups and your vulnerable groups. And for us, top of that agenda is your disabled community, is now your unemployed, young and unprofessional person. And obviously we are biased towards young voters. We want to encourage them to participate in our electoral processing. So that's the direction we are taking. Sum total is that we are embracing the new platforms that are made available by digitizing. Second, and that covers probably 40 to 50% of the electorate population, which is about 32 million for us. Whilst we also continue with the traditional physical engagement and interaction methods in the various platforms in the communities. So that's the way we're dealing with it. The content I'm not dealing with, and the substance.
Thank you very much for that. We can see a blend of using new age and digital means to reach out to the community that you've mentioned, and at least you've found a way to actually consciously think about unconnected populations and marginalized populations, and that is very good to hear. And I'll just then move on to my next question to William. And this has been mentioned before, issues of disinformation, but in particular, government-sponsored disinformation is something that we're seeing in a number of reports in regards to how it's impacting the electoral space. And if I can give an example of Kenya, we just recently had its elections. There were reports that government-sponsored disinformation on platforms such as Twitter, Facebook, and even TikTok, which is something that we don't talk about so much in this context, but then we can see increasingly it's becoming this platform that has become a source of disinformation, particularly even including government-sponsored disinformation. And I remember yesterday, I believe it was you who posed the question of paid influencers and how they're actually becoming a concern when it comes to information pollution. As stakeholders, how do we confront this particular ill, this particular threat to information integrity during elections?
Okay, so I think that there are a couple of points in relation to that. The first is, as Guy Berger pointed out in his input, they facilitate and reward these kinds of people. And currently it's very easy if you want to get yourself a bunch of influencers or micro influencers, you can find various commercial entities that you pay small amounts of money to, and they will happily spread your message, right? So this is done often to spread commercial messages, be it product placement, product promotion. But the nature of the platforms themselves are set up precisely because we are the product of these platforms, right? We are the things that are being sold for these platforms. It's the one good thing that Elon Nutjob Musk is doing, is that he's an idea around a subscription model for those things may not be the worst. The way he's expressed it, of course, is just terrific. But because at the moment, all of those things are free, we are the ones, we are the product of them. And what that means is that increasingly we diversified into all of these mini identities that if anyone wants to target us, which they do on an ongoing never-ending basis, they can. Which to a degree is fine because we all signed the terms and conditions. Speaking of which, who has ever read the terms and conditions? There's maybe one person in the room who has.
William, they're very long.
Sorry. Okay. Terms and conditions. Advertising. Because you can now target anyone on any basis and get micro influences. It's very easy for governments and any bad actor to do this. We're seeing in West Africa, particularly, how the Russians with the Wagner Group sell this as a service to deliberately put out disinformation, and it's getting better and better all the time. They now make movies, so entertainment that looks like entertainment, but actually it's disinformation, right? That's where it's going. So that complex, high production value, depending on the quality of it's there. So the question becomes, well, how do you try and stop this? Part of the answer is, as we've said, and I think as Guy Berger said, is we have to regulate these platforms, right? I think that's a common understanding and point of departure. What we can do in South Africa is we can start to force the platforms to identify who is an influencer and who isn't. It's imperative that people will have under their name that that post that they're putting forward is paid or that it isn't, so that anyone that goes on there can see that this is a paid for post or that it isn't, right? So you start to raise general awareness about it there. You then need to make sure that part and parcel, and this is what we're hoping to work towards for 2024, is that a standard operating tool of electoral management bodies will be to have something like a war room that starts to, well before elections, starts to track which networks and which people are doing what and what those things look like, so that the moment things start to shift and look out of the ordinary, you can act on those, refer them to the platforms, and action can be taken against those networks of people. So the short answer is, without a lot of resources, without a lot of really limited expertise in these areas, and without some participation and support from platforms, it's very difficult to do it. You can do small things like we're doing with like Padre, for example, and highlighting these issues. And you can also then expect political parties and everyone involved to highlight and talk about the fact that if you start to see things that pushes your buttons, be careful of it, because it's probably an instance of disinformation. Is that okay?
Thank you very much for that. Any questions? Yes, Gary.
Thank you, Marissa. Thank you, William. In our desktop study, we noticed that not only did the DA issue a public call for nomination of candidates, but it also invited people to volunteer as influencers on behalf of the party. I don't know whether they paid them. That wasn't in the T's and C's that they in the adverts. But so it wouldn't just be social media platforms that actually asked for who's a paid influencer, but also
So, I mean, what we are aiming towards, and we've just joined a community of practice for this, is that firstly, you see what the official adverts are, that you then track what political parties are spending on social media, which platforms they're spending, which users they're spending. So you have to start to aggregate that. And if they're calling for and paying influencers, they need to be open and clear about that. And if they aren't, then that puts them at an unfair advantage, and it's also probably false information.
Can I comment on this very clearly? As Electoral Commission of South Africa, we in 2020, realizing our experiences of the 2019 elections, actually convened a continental seminar of all electoral management bodies to particularly have a conversation on how social media is impacting on the integrity of the election. Because it could be negative, it could be neutral, it could be positive, but there's very little positive that is doing. So the outcome of that conference has suggested what my two colleagues have also said, that there should be an amount of regulating this space, as much as the platforms are saying to us, but it is an individual's account, it is an individual who's saying something. And once the individual has said that, whether you take it down or not, there's already a footprint of the message and the story. But nevertheless, the general approach now for the continent is that let's work on documenting Whether it's a framework or it's a guideline or it's a standard operating procedure, but let's have something in place. And the advance of that has gotten the nod of the AU and the UNDP to support and promote for the electoral management bodies. Now, if you go beyond the continent, it's probably 2 jurisdictions that have created some form of framework. India Electoral Commission, it has enormous powers, so it could go ahead and put something out there. The second jurisdiction that has done something on social media is Mexico. So even at a global stage, with all electoral management bodies struggling on how social media should be regulated or not, or what is it that we can do as a framework in that space. Yes, it has a tremendous influence. For now, for us in South Africa for 2021, we took an approach that saying, let's be the people who drive the information about elections in this platform. So you would have seen our informative posts going out there, and we'll get reactions. Those that are outliers in terms of their comments, particularly the negative ones, were obviously ignored, but we were educating using the platform. So there is a need for them and positive use for them.
Thank you very much. Priyanka.
And I mean, sorry to be important. In a direct relationship building towards some control, we then established with the MMA a platform at which we talk to all the social media platform providers in South Africa. And we had an ongoing engagement. Almost every 3 weeks we were engaging. We had hoped that they will sign a formal agreement that binds them to, but they preferred not, for the same reasons that my earlier colleague shared, that it's still a business for them. But interestingly, they said, we can't sign with one country when there are so many countries where we exist and the conditions are different politically and circumstances are different.
That is very interesting. Before I even go to Young, I just want to just point out there that I would say that going about to combat disinformation by educating is a positive way of dealing with it, because sometimes we talk about regulation, there's also the fear of over-regulation. And when you look at the African context, there's always that challenge sometimes where the regulation that comes out is not really rights respecting, where it's now in conflict with international laws and standards when it comes to freedom of expression. And there's a tool that the Center for Human Rights, in collaboration with a number of organizations in Africa, developed called Regulator. I'll share the link. And basically what we looked at in this project is the laws that are coming up in terms of regulating disinformation in Africa. And our concern was that a number of laws are very vague, a number of laws are very broadly phased in such a way that they cannot direct action properly, and they do not meet the 3-part test of limitation of rights. And that's a concern that we saw in a number of countries in Africa. And so when we talk about regulation in the African context, there's also the fear that the regulations that will come are not really rights respected. And with that, first I'll move to Yang, and maybe you can make a comment on that.
Sure. Thank you very much, William and Maurice. I really do appreciate your guys' insights. My name is Yanga, and I'm here in my capacity as a communication strategist for the Democracy Development Program. But my academic background is political sciences as well. On the topic of political influences, I want us to touch on TikTok a lot. Particularly because TikTok is an app that has been quite a great phenomenon in human history. I actually might argue, because this is the first app that its premise and the ideas behind it is that it's supposed to be everyday people sharing their life without necessarily having the pretenses of perhaps articulated on other social media platforms. So the way a person posts their content on Instagram versus how they post it on TikTok, oftentimes statistics will show that it is completely different. where Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc., a lot of the content is rehearsed, it's strategized for a particular outcome, whereas the initial goals of TikTok was to remove that fakeness of people being relatable. So, that doesn't mean that this is the growing company to penetrate that and make something work for it. And that includes political parties as well. And what I've seen with the midterm elections right now in America, particularly on American TikTok, there was what I called explicit displays of messages and implicit displays of messages, where the explicit displays of messages was a situation of a quote-unquote content creator, that's what they call TikTok, who might not necessarily be verified, but has a very large following, close to about 8 million people. A lot of their following constituents are young people. And then they bring in Obama, for example. But Obama doesn't say anything in the TikTok, he just participates in the trend and dances in the TikTok. And the caption will be something along the lines of go and vote. The message there is it's important for you to go and vote, but vote for the Democrats, right? So the information is being taken out, these political influences are being used to educate people that the midterms are happening, but there's a skewing of who exactly you should be voting for. And then there was somewhat of the implicit display of messages, where you would have people that would be creating content to educate people to go and vote, but there would be undertones of, if you don't go and vote, the old people are going to vote, and you know who the old people vote for, right? So it wasn't a sad thing. And in all of those ads, I want to call them ads, there was no standardized paid partnership that is usually added to any time a content creator posts something that Woolworths, for example, has told them to show all their products and their brands. And it would be coming up in the person's review page and being like, it's a paid partnership, that's why you've seen this. But there's a very clear blurry line that comes with political things on how, because you're using your personal information account or your personal profile account, there's no need for that disclosure to happen, especially if you're not a verified content creator, of which there are many of that on TikTok, where you have people who have close to 10 million followers, but they're not verified. And part of the reason of why they don't want to be verified is because of how commercialized their page can be. But yet they become these quote-unquote political influences. So where my question is going with that context, apologies for this. For you, Mawethu, from the situation of how the IEC is working very hard to ensure that information is being disclosed, how would you take advantage of the situation of influencers being readily available to distribute information about voting, because their platforms are huge. And there's a lot of young people over there in those platforms who perhaps might not want to know about voting in other platforms, and TikTok is the place to do it because they feel a bit more comfortable. That's number one. Without blurring the line of a political influence coming in. And if this regulation happens, and I think then William just a question for you, what's stopping political parties from hiding behind the idea of we are simply educating the masses to go and vote, while we're going to be implying that people must go and vote for us? So it's a campaign strategy, but I'm hiding behind and simply distributing information, so you can't do anything about it. I'm very sorry about that.
Let me get one more question from Commissioner Love so that you can answer all of the questions and then give me your closing remarks and we can wrap up the session. Over to you, Commissioner.
Hi, look, it's not so much a question as a prompt to Ms. Mersery to do some additional input. There was an issue that was raised yesterday by somebody, I'm sorry, I don't know, and I'm not sure whether it's still here, that was saying, you know, it's all very well, the social media stuff and all the communication and the engagement that we have there, you know, through this, but what about people in areas where there's no access? What about people who don't have the data, etc.? In other words, there was an assumption that because, as the CEO had demonstrated, there are so many pieces of information available in our world through our own apps and our own IT, that we depend only on our apps and our own IT to disseminate. And I just thought, because I'm just worried you must do work.
Thanks for that. Maybe the last one is easier from what young. Now, when I said we still carry a full mix of almost 50-50 in terms of new platforms and traditional mechanisms of civic education, we continue to do that with the our communities, whether it's for economic reasons that you don't have access to the new mediums, or issues of your locality, or issues of just digital literacy, because that's another challenge we face once we digitize. But also general literacy is still very much an issue for us as a country. So all of those social issues remain very much on our table when we do planning. But another very important test for us when we plan strategies and activities is that the election process must be experienced by all South Africans on equal basis, because the vote on voting day is equal, whether you are a leader of a party or we are almost a vagrant who sleeps under a bridge or anywhere else. But you are sane enough to remember the voting day, bring your ID, we must give you sufficient information. So when we look at the various mediums, we're taking care of ensuring that we reach everywhere and all groupings that in their various forms that we have as a country. We would not necessarily provide data because it's a very important commodity with young people. Either it's data or free wireless, so we don't normally go that direction. We go the direction to use other mediums to go out there. But we have partnered with various institutions that are able to provide some of those connectivity platforms when we are out there doing civic education. Now, on your comment, Maristella, the reason some of our let's say colleagues in the EMBs and their countries go for shutdown of internet and social media during elections, it's precisely because of no framework being in place. Rather than dealing with the so-called nuisance of these platforms, you then shut them down for the election, which is not the best solution. And I think the talk of finding ways to put limitations on this freedom of access or speech in terms of these platforms is the best way that we should go. In the worst of cases, the people who spend more time peddling misinformation and disinformation is first your political leaders. In this country, we spend a bit of time just on Twitter alone, dealing with just 2 political leaders in the last election. I won't mention the party, but I'm tempted to do just 2 of them. They made sure that the IC looks bad. They made sure that they say the IC doesn't know what it is doing. They made sure that we are wrong in our decision. And then you get a few colleagues who ride on that bus. Some of them were part of this home being the Electoral Commission, but they would then say things that say, yeah, the fellows I left there don't know what they're doing. Now, we get carried away by people peddling negative information. I don't know what has happened to our own side. we are not warming up to positive information, encouraging information. That's another area of investigation. Probably scientists here, social scientists, could do something on why we like negative news more than positive news. Now, TikTok, we've considered influencers in our comms and civic education approach. And we felt that we have a polarized environment at SAHRC. There isn't an influencer who has a leaning, who doesn't have a leaning political. So we then decided that it is not an option for us to use influencers. Instead, we will create our own content on TikTok, but then TikTok also came to us and said, we want to run a civic education with you and we want to partner with you. We had a whole page, but then they made sure that on a weekly basis, using their own people, they were posting civic education information and messages on an ongoing basis. That's in a limited way, some of the things we have done. Going forward, I'm not too sure influencers will be easy on them unless we create our own, who are our own personnel, who are sworn to our own ethics and professional conduct. And that's the way things might go for us and civic education, for education. But political parties using TikTok, I don't think they've woken up to it good. And FF+, I don't think you've woken up to using TikTok, but it is very likely. It is very likely in the way you are sharing with us how it was used in these midterm elections in the US, that we will see a lot of that. But also our scenario is going to be very interesting when we have independence in the game, because they are most likely going to look for opportunities in the easy to access platforms and possibly, the inverted commas of no cost when they go to those platforms. So it's a very likely space that we need to look at. My closing remarks, I think we should continue to embrace all the new mediums of communication with an interest that we ensure that the electorate is sufficiently equipped to make a good choice on voting day, because that's a driving objective. You need an electorate that must be able to make a choice, not to be coerced, bribed, or whatever other forms to go vote in a particular way, but out of their own decision making, they should be able to go. So we must use these platforms, but let's not abandon the traditional platforms. They still give you a better space to articulate what is actually going on. We find that when you sit with a journalist who is actually interviewing you to get to understand the framework correctly, is better than responding to a tweet in 40 characters or 60 characters. It's very limiting to be in those platforms. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. William, I give you 3 minutes. You wrap it up in 3 minutes.
So, I mean, he's just highlighted it, and Guy Berger highlighted it in his input, right? That journalism and traditional media have very different roles in terms of their role in upholding, protecting, and being a fundamental element of a democratic state, as opposed to social media, which don't really, right? They currently disfavor democracy. They currently actively, encourage polarization, greater hateful speech, all of those kinds of horrible things, higher levels of misogyny, attacks against journalists, all of those things, right? So when we're in my reference, when we talk about regulating social media platforms, I'm not suggesting that countries should be adopting disinformation laws. As a general rule, countries that do that, it's a disaster, always. There's no example anyone has been able to point us to where they regulate disinformation where it isn't a flaming disaster. But you can and you must, and we must regulate them on a global level to be saying that we need far greater levels of transparency about how they operate, about the algorithms that they use and how they work, how they target people. We have to make sure that we regulate them so that it disfavors making money from spreading hateful content, from spreading content that incites, from spreading content that is misogynist, etc. Right? So those, and there are clever mechanisms that people are looking at as to how you do that, and that's what we have to work towards doing on a global level and on a national and regional level. When you then say it comes to influencers, I mean, what is the difference between an influencer? If I'm a micro influencer with my X number of followers on Twitter, am I an influencer or am I only an influencer when someone pays me to put out a particular post? So we need to adopt definitions of these things. We need to come up with how and what we mean and understand by these things that again are commonly agreed on, hopefully on at least a regional basis, that when we talk about what that looks like, we can do something. Equally, we can't stop someone if Mawethu decides he leaves the IEC and he wants to start the Apples and Bananas party, and he talks about how great they are on Twitter all day long. There's nothing wrong with that. If I then go and I say, hey, I love his Apples and Bananas party, and I sit there and in the run-up, I say everyone should get out and vote for them, just because I think he's a great guy and I love what he stands for, that's not me being an influencer. But if parties or independents or whoever they are actively paying for it, you should be able to discern and make sure that that is clearly identified and that any member of the public is able to say, this is what's going on. And then again, you need the public to be able to, and the media to be able to function properly. And you need to equip again the electoral management bodies with those other additional teams to help identify those things, because we know that in as much as they're going to be using influencers to push forward their messages, equally, there are other, I mean, what we're seeing within some parties, you're having a lot of infighting at the moment, just as a wild example. We're seeing influencers there being used to attack people within their own party. And so it's not necessarily to push their own agenda, it may very often be used to attack another agenda. And that's, we have to be able to make sure that at a very minimum, we can identify that, make sure the public are aware of that, that the public have the skills to identify that, and that you can then take action on it.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them. I think this is a very, this conversation is one that we cannot exhaust today. It's one that we'll have to continue in our own spaces. And I'd wish to talk about it more and more, but we have come to the end of this particular session, and I need to yield the floor to Gary at the next session. Gary, over to you. But thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, the panelists, and now we can engage on the next session. And just as they come, maybe just to do the introduction, we have Gary, who you've seen yesterday, Gary Pena from the Human Sciences Research Council, and the panel is on political party funding and transparency. We are joined by Commissioner Nissen, of course. We have Robin from My Vote Counts and Gwala from ISA. Sorry.
So good afternoon again, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we're over the post-lunch hump through that fascinating discussion about this very energizing discussion about misinformation, disinformation, and what do we do about that. What we're going to talk about now is of course linked, because follow the money is quite an important principle, I think, to adopt when it comes to elections. And so we have this panel on political finance. I prefer political finance nowadays to party funding, because we are beginning to have to think about independent candidates and their role. So for that reason, we'll try and use that terminology. But just to give a little bit of background, some issues that underlie this particular panel and the reasons why the organizers thought it might be useful. First of all, Article 21 of the guidelines, and I'm not sure that we've reached a consensus on whether these are sections or articles, but I've called them articles. It provides that the legal framework in countries that are states parties should provide for the proactive disclosure of by political parties of the funding that they receive, the campaign expenditure broken down by line item, the annual audited financial reports, and all other information proactively or disclosed on request. So that's the broad framework that the guidelines adopt. The second important underlying issue here, or event or development, was the My Vote Counts decision, of course, that highlighted and foregrounded the interrelationship between an informed vote, the right to make an informed vote, and the right to know who funds your political party, or your, in this case, your candidate, as we move forward. And we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, during the course of the discussion. And then, of course, the Political Party Funding Act was implemented finally last year, 1st of April, although it was adopted by Parliament in the same year as the Concord decision in My Vote Counts. And then also what came into effect last year was the amendment to the PIA Act. Now, the Human Rights Commission had made submissions, the Electoral Commission had made submissions, and I think, or was it the Information Regulator? I beg your pardon. Both arguing that political parties, because of the role that they play in our society, should be regarded as public bodies, not as private bodies. Western Cape High Court many years ago in IDASA's litigation had said they are private bodies, and there's a good argument for that. But there are good arguments also why perhaps they should be regarded as public bodies, because when you get into government, you basically are the government behind the scenes and in the wings. But we can talk about that more a bit later. And so these are some of the issues I think that we need to bear in mind. PIA did not adopt that proposal, I should just add, and the current PIA Act just regards, as does the PPFA, political parties as private entities. So we're going to try and interrogate these issues. What is the extent to which the current legal framework provides enough information in the public domain that recognizes the standards, the minimum standards in the guidelines of the proactive disclosure of all relevant information? And then also, is there a better balance between the rights to know and the rights to privacy? So if you're a political party, if you're a donor, where should the balance lie? And this issue has come up in other contexts in the course of the last 2 days. And so to the panel, I'd like to pose the following questions, one at a time. I think otherwise we're going to, but I think they probably will flow into each other because there are interrelationships, of course. So why, first of all, I think the most fundamental question is, why is information about the private funding of political parties or candidates important in a democratic, a free and democratic election? So I'm just going to invite, shall we start each time on the far left? No pun intended, and moving towards the center. All right, shall we just throw you in the deep end? And panelists, I have had to change some of the questions that you've been given in advance because of information that I received late and I have not been able to email to you. So disclosure about that. So that's why you're being thrown in the deep end. If you feel that you're not in a position to answer this question, or you'd like to think about it and come back to you later on, absolutely fine. There's no harm in saying pass, and we'll move on to the next speaker. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Knots.
Thank you for that. How did you know that name?
I'm not sure. Okay, I think the first question is fairly easy, because as I said, well, we've always been particularly interested, we found it wild, basically, that South Africa operated as long as it did without any regulation of private funding, which basically went against what we were saying in other African countries, where we feel there's a healthy balance between basically between, no, actually it's the other way around. It's easier for us to know which private entities are funding the parties as opposed to the public funding aspect. Because in most countries in Africa, the state doesn't even provide public funding. And therefore it's fair game to realize that whenever you see a candidate, they are being funded by some private entity and so on. So for us, I think here in South Africa, it was actually quite bizarre that there was really no talk at all about private funding. But mostly, basically, I'll start at the fact that in a democracy, you want to ensure that when a voter really goes in and casts their ballot, they are doing it from a really informed, from a point of view of being very informed in terms of who are they actually putting into power. And that has become a very important discussion. And I think in South Africa, we're taking that more seriously, even if you look at something that's, I think it's very related. The same principle is now being applied in this new electoral amendment, whereby people are saying that it's not enough that we vote for parties and they tell us at the end they have a closed list. We should know from the start who is making up that party, the composition of that party, who is on that list and so on. So it's the same principle, I think, that has motivated this push really from civil society, especially My Vote Counts, to actually say, as voters, we have the right to know who is funding you. And I think it's also important for us as well as people that work in the field of democracy to ensure that parties can actually be cross-checked. And when I say cross-checked, I mean their ideologies, their manifestos, and so on. Those are very important for state development, right? Because at the end of the day, each and every party, we assume in a democracy, when they stand for election, they have an equal chance of actually being elected and becoming a government. So it's very important for voters and us as democracy workers to understand what impact that party will be having on understanding ideas of the country concerned. And also it's very important because, of course, when parties have these funds from donors, they are held accountable by those donors as well. And we need to know the terms and conditions of those. And I think it's becoming it's becoming a general push, especially from young people across the continent, to say that political parties and governments cannot go about now making decisions and signing deals without the consent, without them having any knowledge. To put it frankly, I mean, young people are tired of governments that sign loans on top of loans when their countries are already in debt, and at the end of the day, they have to pay for that years down the line. So I think the same concept can actually trickle down here, whereby we need to understand how this private entity funding you actually impacts on your role as a political party, saying you serve my interest as a voter first, vis-a-vis the interest of a donor. And also, I think it's also, of course, then to assess the extent to which, leading on to which the party can balance citizens' interests versus private entity interests. And as you know, of course, private entities can relate to the corporates. And we know that in the context of all our countries, our leaders have always said they are following the socialist policies and so on, especially when they got independence. And they've been at pains to try and demonstrate that to the normal citizens. But at the end of the day, we know as well that corporates are rent seeking or profit seeking, maximizing profit, and that often means laying down means of production. And therefore, there's always that balance that I think we need to understand, that interplay. And it's happening, it's been more pronounced with the effect of COVID, with the instability that we face, whereby governments are finding it very hard to balance the interest of citizens versus the entities that fund them, and those entities are even worse, the loan sharks basically. And they have to sometimes then and then appease them and say, oh, we'll lay off workers, we will reduce pension funds, we won't nationalize this asset and this asset. So it's becoming very important, I think, for us as citizens to be very informed in terms of who's actually pulling the strings in a way with regards to these parties. And I think if that happens, parties will also start being more honest with us when they know that we know who's funding them. They'll start being more honest with us in terms of what it is that they can actually realistically deliver. So then it becomes better for us to hold them accountable. So of course, in the case of South Africa, narrowing it down as well, we've seen it state capture, how a swimming pool can basically give you a whole government department to run. So basically, in a nutshell, those are my points in terms of why I think information on private funding is so important to electoral integrity.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. I certainly agree with all what you've said. Our context in South Africa, obviously, it's important for us to know the funders, because we've just seen, as you say, Zondo, we've come through a terrible stage of state capture of corruption. So it does help to do away with corruption. What happened in the past, for example, is that funders didn't want to be known to fund political parties, because as business evolved since 1994, some people were funding both a number of parties. And so they didn't want to know that I'm funding this part and that party at the same time. And so they were very scared to be known. And therefore, it's important that we know who's funding the parties. I know that the banks, for example, have made a conscious decision to give proportion to parties that are in parliament, not parties out of parliament. And they have always declared that in the annual reports, because they could say we funded this and so on. So there was already in the banks a move to be accountable in terms of saying who they fund, how much they fund, and etc. Declare that in the annual report and so on, because the shareholders wanted to know as well, and that was a good move. And I think it's very important that the donors come out. But the fact is that we also see, despite that the donors are public, there are other ways of getting money to the party from the donors, and therefore you find the donors are still doing some other issues in trying to get money to that political party, either or resources, not only money, but also resources in terms of accommodation, in terms of printing and all of those kind of things. So I think it's not only about the declaring who the funder is in terms of the actual amount as displayed, but also the other the other resources that are being made available to those political parties. Obviously, parties complain that since it's out there, funds have gone down because some of the donors are scared to be known. But there are ways and means where people do, fund, etc. But I think it's important that we do have the donors being made known.
Thank you.
Okay.
Robert, thanks.
I have the privilege of being the last one to speak, so hopefully everybody will remember my comments here. So I think I'll just start off generally by saying and make a very broad statement and say that money in politics is really an inextricable part of the political process. And I'll put it out to anybody here if they know of any country in the world where politics is conducted without the presence of money. And I don't mean this necessarily in a criminal way or in a way where you're trying to buy influence. It's just that the fact of life is that we use money, we need money, and we understand that our political parties and soon to be in South Africa, our independent candidates need money in order to continue their operations, to contest elections, particularly in our circumstance where we have a multi-party democracy. So I think, broadly speaking, we can accept that to be true. But then I think we also have the issue of, well, what do we understand by a democracy? And let's just assume we take it in its very simplest form, simplest definition, that a democracy is the ability of each and every person within a given state able to equally participate in the decision-making, the political decision-making in his or her life. So we have sort of direct say in what's going to happen in my life, all aspects of it. In South Africa's instance, we have representatives whose job it is to do that on our behalf. But it's been mentioned already, we've had instances like state capture where we've seen that that's not always been the case. And I think those two maxims really that I've mentioned is what makes this issue of private funding particularly really important when it comes to politics. Because on the one hand, you want to preserve this ideal of democracy while also holding true that money has a part to play there. But what we don't want to see is kind of unregulated, unfettered access to our politicians, our political parties, and just the state as a whole. And I just want to quote from the judgment that the Concord made in upholding the Western Cape High Court's decision with my vote counts in relation to fire. And the judgment noted that without access to information, the ability of citizens to make responsible political decisions and participate meaningfully in public life is undermined. And it goes further to say that the disclosure of private funding would help the public to detect whose favors political players are likely to return once elected into public office. So I think even the Concord is making a very clear point there that you need access to information to give effect to your right to make informed political decisions. And central to that is who funds our politicians, who funds our politics, because we want to make that idea that democracy is in the hands of the public. We want to make that the reality. We don't want to see the extreme situation that we had with state capture. And I just want to note that it's not as though state capture is the only example of corruption in South Africa, or that we suddenly woke up 5 to 7 years ago and was like, oh, here's a problem. I mean, it still rages today, but in the early days of our democracy, we had the arms deal, and questions around that still linger. And even in the Mandela administration, there were questions around corruption. These are not new things. It's not like civil society or anybody else. We're waking up now, oh, problem. These have been things that we have noticed and witnessed. And just on, Commissioner, on your input, I do want to say that the PPFA does talk to in-kind donations. So if I'm giving T-shirts, I'm donating transport or whatever, it's supposed to be covered by that. And you are supposed to make declaration to the IEC in exactly the same way that you would if it was a cash donation, which is 100,000 Rand and above. Now you have to make that donation. But something which you alluded to, and which I think is also important as we continue this discussion, is that there are weaknesses in the Act. While the Act is important, it's historic, should be upheld. I don't think we should be naive in thinking that it covers absolutely everything, and that it's going to immediately put an end to political corruption in our political parties. I don't think we should take that view of it. And just lastly, again, Commissioner, one of the final points that you mentioned, I think we should also have this conversation within a broader context of financial management. There have been some parties, one more than the others, who have come out very strongly that the PPFA is the source of their funding issues. They repeatedly have said that essentially you have dried up our donations. Yeah. Nobody wants to donate to us. But the issues around paying staff salaries, for example, have been pre-existing for years. The bloatedness of the staff contingent has routinely been cited as an issue. So I think we should also keep in mind the limits that the PPFA actually has when we look at its effectiveness in garnering donations. I think that's something we should keep in mind as the conversation.
Yes, Commissioner. Yeah, just one thing whilst talking. The influence on political parties. Now, in terms of the law, they must declare does that stop them from influencing political parties? You see, because when you see how political parties are being influenced, and does not have to be money in this country, it could be money somewhere else in another country. But you see political parties, and you hear, for example, this mafia here and that mafia there, and the influence they have over political parties, both in terms of not only corruption, but legislation. How do they influence legislation? And they're not necessarily coming via a donor opportunity, but we can see, and we've seen it in the past, how in legislation has been influenced around by people who are very strong and powerful, and they flirt with the political parties. You see them all the time, and so on. Let's take, for example, recently all the issue about tobacco on both sides of the line. You see, so, and even during COVID, we have seen how certain things happen at the influence of political parties. I know it's not here, but I do think it's important that political influence will not, having influence of the political parties will not go away. And this is a measure to try and minimize it, but it will still be there. And I don't know whether what else we need to do to maybe develop a much more mature democracy in order for us to understand that.
And can
Thank
I
you.
just add one more, but I think also just to add a bit on what you've said, Robert, I think for me also a fascinating kickback I wouldn't have thought about is this issue of you are now able to look at how a political party manages its own finances, right? Their ability to declare, their ability to report on time, their ability to provide sound audited reports and so on. These are all requirements that the PPFA requires. And for me as a citizen, that is a good thing, because if I cannot see on record how you are managing your own funds, how do I trust you to look after a state budget? You know what I mean? And that is very important, because in a democracy, we've moved away from the fact that we all have equal rights. We are all treated equally, there's no discrimination and so on. We want to see money, right? We want to see functioning state machinery. We want opportunities, you know what I mean? So we need money, as you say. And for me, it's a good indication when I see that this party is not doing well with its own finances. Chances are, I'm not going to vote for you because of that track record. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, panel. Great opening statements. We've just about covered the entire agenda. But just to let you know, I was asked to keep the panel just to 45 minutes, so our time is limited. But we've already begun to address some of the other issues that are in the questions. But talking now about the risks that we are all so afraid of, about corruption and about policy capture, essentially, when we talk about legislative choices that the elected parties make, it's about policy capture, also about regulatory capture, which is what state capture was often about, which was about deciding who gets what kind of favors and who gets what kind of preferences. That often happens at a policy level. So talking then about those sort of risks that come with private money, is there an argument to be made that no private funding should be allowed and only public funding for political parties? Would that lance the boil? Would that heal the wound? Will that prevent all of these maladies that we're talking about? Would it make essentially political parties more accountable publicly if we all knew that there is one source of money, and we know what that source of money is, because at the moment South Africa ranks first in the world for budget transparency? We would know, would we? Shall we try that one? So in other words, would either making political parties public bodies, or limiting their income to public sources of funding only, would that be a solution? Would it be a partial solution or a complete solution? Knox, do you want to go first?
No, I wasn't expecting that one. It's not in the cheat sheet, but anyway.
That's fine. We can.
I think I'll argue for, we need a balance. We need a balance of both public and private funding. And the reason why I say that is also taking into consideration also that at the end of the day, political parties still need some form of, what do we call it? Some form of freedom, right? To define themselves the way they want, to have their own independent thoughts of thinking and so on. And I'm not quite convinced that if you make it a public body, will they still have those same liberations and freedoms? Because ideally now you are putting their functions into the state coffers and the state becomes the boss in a way. So it could be quite a problem. But I think also I need to test that against what electoral system would fare better for such a system whereby you just limit it to say public funding. And then also on the matter of, and then I'd say also the reason why I'm saying we need public and private funding as well is that in terms of private funding as well, it provides political parties, especially new ones, a voice. It gives them an opportunity. So consider now a situation whereby primarily the public funding is now left to only the parties that are in parliament, which is what we do now, right? You need to be having some sort of representation. So what are the chances? Like, how do you prove yourself as a new party when you want to come in without the backing of private funding? So for me, it's I don't think we can do without the other, because also in a democracy, we need new alternatives. So we don't want parties that are there and they know they are there at the mercy of the state, and therefore they become more interested in gatekeeping, right? To make sure that our contributions don't dwindle and so on. It's an interesting balance that I think we need to strike. So I wouldn't argue for either one of the two. I'd say we need them.
So you're arguing in favor of the right to freedom of association,
yeah,
which is also in our Bill of Rights. So that's an important part of the right to privacy, is that you are allowed to form your own associations, and you are allowed to not be beholden just to the state. And then also the right, I think, to have a dynamic political system and not to be cast in stone once and for all time. These are the only parties that we'll ever see.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner.
Well, there appears to be evidence that increasingly research and experience in the international community that going for public funding for political parties in order to diminish the influence of corporates and individuals onto those political parties, and there's an argument that it will enhance democracy. But on the other hand, you also have arguments against it, to say that the party has to be beholden by the state, but it will become an old boys club because the same people come in there, and it will also have a situation where people will be not hold the political party accountable. It will not be accountable to its members, because it will say we don't really need members because we don't get money from members. We don't get money. We are, so they said we've got this public funding, and so we're quite happy. And then your members, there will be no accountability. Not that there may be accountability now by the politicians, but so the counter argument is to say, it will also inhibit democracy, because even within the political party, there will not even be democracy, because people will not be taken serious, because we don't need them. We don't need their money. We only need them on the day of election. So I would say, yes, the balance would be. The problem with us in this country now is that we're going to have individuals standing. If you go for public funding, you're going to exclude that person who may make a difference, and the community wants to be there. And so yes, I would say that we really need to go for balance.
Okay, so making the argument for, again, political dynamism and flexibility, possibility of new entrants, but also accountability within the political party, so that the leadership is accountable to its members and also to the broader public. and the risks that are associated with independent candidates. To whom are they accountable? Yeah, Robin?
Well, I mean, I think it'll be 3 for 3 here in that I don't think MBC would necessarily say we should only have public funding. And I think there are a few reasons why we would recognize that even to a smaller degree, private funding is necessary. And those have been mentioned already. I think in many instances, being able to donate to a party or independent candidate of your choice is seen as a freedom of expression. I am saying that I not only support this party with my words, but by my quite literal action of giving money, I am putting money where my mouth is here, and I want to be able to protect that freedom of expression. But I think in South Africa, and also just generally on the continent and in a more global perspective, we still have an issue of rampant corruption. And I think just to bring it home to South Africa particularly, is that while we recognize the things that are mentioned here, we also have a status quo that seems to be this political culture of self-enrichment and not public service. So I think we do need to find, to borrow Gary's word, we do need to find a dynamic way of making that happen. So I mean, presently, we do technically have that dynamic system in South Africa. You can have both private funding and public funding. But to the commissioner's point, the amount of money that's funneled through public channels to our political parties are staggering amounts of money. And that continued before state capture, during state capture, after state capture. And so we ask ourselves, how is public money actually working for us? And I think for MBC, our starting point is the literal way in which you can get money for that purpose is taxpayer money. This is actually coming from you and I. And if we understand that to be true, then we should not be having the feeling like you only need us at election time. You should be needing us all the time, because it is my money that in part keeps you afloat. And I think for MBC, where we are pivoting with our research and understanding is that how can we look at public funding specifically as a way in which we can enhance our democracy, and we don't look some of the weaknesses that you mentioned here, public funding just being a way in which you can get a salary every month and not do anything. So for example, we have public funding allocations. We'll allocate a certain amount of money to our political parties. And as you mentioned, it's only represented political parties, whether that be in the national legislature, parliament, or in provincial legislatures. Unfortunately, if you are not elected there, you will not receive public money. But if we look at the fund, for example, the RPPF that the IEC manages, one of those tranches of public money, it's on a very specific formula. So a third of that money, for example, is given on a equitable basis. So everybody's going to get the same share. 2/3 is given on a proportional basis. But this will be based on, for example, at the national level, the amount of votes, which will equate to the seats you get in parliament that you had in the national election. In our case, in 2019, a lot happens in the space of one election cycle. Where we were in 2019 is not where we are now in 2022. So let's say I supported wholeheartedly Party X in 2019 and I voted for them then, but now in 2022, you ask me the same question and now I'm a complete no. The money that Party X is receiving is still based on how I felt 3 years ago. There is no review to check that, well, actually, Robin still likes Party X, and she's more than happy to have public money continue to be placed with Party X. So I think there are many mechanisms that kind of uphold this status quo with public money that need to be addressed. But also just to, I think, bring it back to the broad theme of the symposium of access to information, is that it can be very difficult to hold our politicians, our political parties to account for public funding specifically, because the access to the information is just very convoluted. In MBC's own experience, Early in the year, we released a report called How Many Rands for Your Vote? It was an update to a report that we had done in 2019, which basically just explained what is public funding in South Africa, the various legislation, and just tried to give, you know, a numbers breakdown of what this is like. So just anecdotally, for example, when it comes to accounting for at provincial level, national level, for the public money that you receive, if we were to just take the money that provinces receive, right, from the National Treasury. So they release what's called estimates of provincial expenditure, or EPEs. And this is supposed to detail the money that was spent and future cost projections. But if you look at the guidelines that Gary mentioned earlier about line items, sort of like standardization, it is not the same. It varies greatly across those EPEs, across provinces. Some of those EPEs are even hundreds of pages long. And you just don't know what it is that you're looking at. You can't compare just one province to the other because the information will be different. In our research, only one province in the EPE, which was in Mpumalanga, actually gave the allocation that it gave to each party in its provincial legislature. If you wanted to see the others, then you would have to look at the annual provinces, annual reports for those provinces. And then you have provinces like KZN, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, Northwest, who very clearly, again, gave you the exact amount to each party. But then in other provinces, so Free State, Limpopo, Northern Cape, Western Cape, they did not have that same level of annual reporting. In fact, they just gave the total amount. They don't actually break down for each and every party, what does this look like? So if we wanted to be active participants, and just to pick up on some of Richard's comments earlier, the information is there, but it's not very easy to access it. Even just finding the correct website where these are housed on can be very difficult. So I think in part of our conversation about public funding must also be what are the mechanisms that we can put in place that will make it better, or be a better representative, but also accountable to the people. This is our taxpayer money, but a lot of people don't seem to even know that fact in the first place, that political parties receive public money. So there's a lot of work to be done about understanding that, and also just how clearly and intelligible is the information presented. I think there Richard's comments are quite poignant, is that while the IEC provides all that information already, people maybe don't want to see, as you said, a static PDF. It's not exciting. And I think we should also meet people where they're at if we want to engender this transparency and accountability.
And it's costly to download, or as well as a PDF. Yeah. So yes, you made the point to think that in fact public funding is in fact also private funding, because it comes from us, the citizens. That it's not, although it is proactively disclosed, it's done so in so many different ways and formats that it's really difficult to identify where to find that information and then to aggregate that. And then to see, surprisingly, that in fact public funding exceeds what the known private funding is at the moment quite extensively. So in the past year, public funding to political parties has been far more than the disclosed private funding. But bear in mind that there's a lot of funding that comes to parties below the threshold and hasn't yet been disclosed, but will be disclosed to the IEC in annual financial audited statements. Yeah.
Can I just add one point? Yeah, it's also a bit dangerous if that disclosure goes to people that are demanding housing, healthcare, and jobs. And perhaps in some communities, it's understandable when we say this is a party, it's your money that are paying for this party. What we've seen in the country with all the unrest and where people come, then the first thing they will say, we are paying them, but we don't get this back, you see. And so I think also the disclosure is very important, but I think there needs to be a lot of advocacy, responsible advocacy in this regard.
And a responsibility on political parties to be accountable for what they've been doing with the money they've been receiving. Indeed. Possibly that too.
Indeed.
Okay. We have, I think, just 10 minutes left. Timekeeper, is that right? Yeah. 5, okay. All right, so I think this must be our final question. And let's just pick a question. I think we've covered the issues that the public funding that is received needs to be balanced with private funding. There's an argument for that. There's an argument for political parties to be private entities, not just exclusively public entities. There's elements of freedoms and rights that need to be held in balance, in dynamic balance with each other. What about the argument that was made against the PPFA that donors feel fearful about their identities being disclosed because of the corruption that does exist within our public procurement system? And the argument goes, and let's just put it out there, that our public procurement budget is about 1 trillion rand a year. So it's substantial. So if you want any part of that business as a private business owner, and you know that there is so much corruption in the way that public tenders are awarded, either because of incompetence or because of preferential partisan interests, whether it's personal or partisan interests, you don't want it to be known that you're disclosing, that you're donating to party A if you know that party B is in power, and they then might just never award you a tender again. What is the balance between the right to privacy of donors and the right of the public to know who might be buying policy influence and lawmaking influence by donating to parties? Where does that balance lie, would you say?
Okay, I think I want to answer this from the angle of what the Act as it stands is offering to private entities and to political parties. When I look at the Act as it stands now, it is actually offering these private entities a way out of that group, of that situation you've described, whereby you are scared to donate to a party A and not to party B, because chances are 5 years down the line, you will never get another tender. So the Act as it stands now actually allows you as a private entity to have that avenue of the, what is it, the multi-party
democracy fund.
democracy fund, right? And what that is doing is that it is taking away the burden of you having to choose between party A and party B. Instead, you say, okay, guys, you've all come to me, right? We're in a democracy to say you need funds. And I believe as a corporate that is here, elections are very important, and those elections must be democratic. And therefore, when I give out my 100,000, right, I am going to give it out fairly to ensure that you all have an equal chance of actually getting the votes. In my opinion, if you really are a private entity that knows that you know your work, you are not expecting to be given favors because you are well qualified to do what you do, you shouldn't have a problem of actually taking that 100,000 and putting it or entrusting it with the multi-party democracy fund. And what you do is you're shifting that burden away from yourself now to the parties and the IEC, right? To now tackle out when the parties are supposed to receive that money, and most importantly, they receive it equally. For me, as a citizen, remember, yes, you're a private entity, but to some extent as well, you as the entity are still accountable to me as a citizen, right? Because I am basically sometimes your main consumer or whatever. And therefore, you need to show me that you are not partisan in any way. And I think if any corporate entity means well and they want to conduct business in a democratic country, not an autocratic country, and they want to earn their profits equally, they should more than anything be investing in the multi-party democracy fund, right? But anyway, if you feel as the entity that you are not quite convinced about the MP multi-party fund, you still have the right. Again, there's another avenue. The Act allows you to actually give that party the money directly, but there's a provision that allows you to say, I would like to remain anonymous for 1, 2, 3 reasons. So why can't you do that? So in my opinion, the Act as it stands has quite a lot of leeway for you to remove yourself
from those shackles. What I'd want to see being done more is this conversation of what is making the multi-party democracy fund less than appealing for these entities. I think now we need some research in terms of why these entities are still going that way of providing the funding directly. Are they worried about timelines? Are they just not interested in what the other parties have to say? What is actually the holdup? That would be interesting. And I think the IEC needs to do better, because when this started, they actually were supposed to take on this aspect of making sure that there's enough awareness on the entity side about what the act is offering them. And also they were supposed to fundraise, which I thought was quite an overreach anyway for an electoral commission. But if they could have pulled that off, I think we would be quite a stellar example. So I think, as Robin alluded, it does have a lot of, the act does have a lot of gaps, but it's giving us opportunity to break ground as well. So in my opinion, I'd like to see more nuanced conversation in terms of how do we actually get this multi-party democracy fund becoming more viable, because it will solve a lot of these issues.
Just very briefly, we've got just 2 minutes left, so I don't want to speak.
Gary, I'm not sure. I wanted to piggyback on this discussion.
Yeah.
It's based on, my way to know from the
Yes.
Electoral Commission.
Yes.
It's based on the research we do with the HSRC. We do what we call voter participation, opinion survey, and we do it regularly. We have a 20-year experience. But last year, for the first time, we included a few questions on political party funding, because it was our first year. And the response in that area was of no consequence or interest. Basically, people said, it doesn't make me want to go and vote because I know who's funding the party. Others said, it's good to know, but I'm not changing my mind. Now, sometimes the questions us in the forefront of advocacy. Who are these people who is speaking for, who want to know? And what is it that they want to know? Because also it raises the different dialogue space and research space. Has South Africa's democracy matured enough for some of the constitutional provisions we have and some of these legislative frameworks we have that are wonderful, very progressive, but have we progressed to their level? Just that space.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't want to speak on behalf of the Commission, but I know that the Commission is looking at ways to promote the multi-party democracy fund and to create incentives. So perhaps that will come up in questions afterwards. And also the other way, of course, is to retain your anonymity is just to donate below the threshold that requires disclosure. 1 minute each, the panelists.
The question is up, same person.
Yes, okay. All right, okay, thank you. All right, so panelists, 1 minute each left.
Well, yeah, the gap has the act has got some gaps.
Yes.
But I say person can vote below the threshold. But I also believe that there are the corporate world, some of the parts of the corporate world, especially those listed companies, they already need to be clear to their shareholders. And therefore, in the annual reports, they declare to which parties they funding. And the second thing is that we have seen a development in this country where it does appear that when there's a new development where parties that are in government, they have the political fights, but when it comes to business, they do business together. And so the parties will also then share. They know so-and-so's donating there and so-and-so's donating there. But that's the new thing that is coming. It's not so new. So there's always a way to find out where they will use the influence, and they could use this multi-democracy fund to do that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Roman, final word.
Yes, I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to try and keep it short. And I'll just echo on my panelists as well, is that there is a need to know who is funding our political parties. And if you do in fact want to remain anonymous, there are ways. So you can donate below the threshold amount. You can most definitely donate to the Multi-Party Democracy Fund, which I think we are all hoping we will see more of in the future. And there are other, I suppose, more oblique ways of doing that if you are going to exploit the weaknesses of the PPFA.
Yeah.
So, for example, it doesn't track investments, it doesn't track investment vehicles, it doesn't track holding companies, it doesn't track interrelated funds. We can be from the same family and donate presumably from the same source of money, but if Gary does it and then I do it, how would I know? You don't know. So there are actually many ways in which you can, which we don't want to do, but the fact is there is. So I think there are ways around that. And I think even now, even though we do see some information with the 40 disclosures that the ISC has given us, there's still a lack of transparency as to who these people are. I mean, NBC just recently tried to look at in greater detail some of the companies that donated, and it can be very difficult even to find the company registration numbers. And when you do, it can be difficult to understand who are the trustees, who are the board of directors, and trying to track where the various influences are. It's a very tricky little web we have going on here. And so I think we have reached critical mass in terms of corruption, the sort of the legacy of state capture. And what we are asking for is not your personal information. I know the debate yesterday, for example, with your ID number and your address. I don't think we're particularly interested in knowing where you live. I don't want to know where you live. What we want to know is, can we interrogate the veracity of your donations? And we have the right to do that. And if upon our interrogation, it does not pass muster, then we will follow through whatever else. We should not be denied the right to know. I think that is the important part.
Okay. So there's a way to go. Although the PPFA is a hard-won victory, there's a way to go before we comply with the guidelines.
I think so.
Especially as the PPFA mentions nothing about expenditure, and expenditure on public funding is also in very broad categories that are often non-specific. So there are limitations, but I think we must call it quits there. Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And once again, thank you for your patience as well. So our panel is going to be very short. Let me call upon, we already have Avani online. Avani, please confirm that you are still there.
So yeah.
Yes, Avani was just confirming. Mr. Shaburi, let's come forward, and Mr. Namasusi from the IR. So this conversation is on what we started yesterday, you know, the balance between access to information and the protection of personal information. We have already agreed from yesterday that this is a very important subject that we need to have a conversation on. And we had been intentional about it even when we were putting together the program. It came up in the preliminary discussions that led to this symposium. On our visit to the IEC, that was one of the issues that came up in our discussion, and we decided that let's bring it to the symposium and have a deeper conversation around it. So Avani will have to leave us a little bit early. She has another engagement. So we are going to have it as a conversation, but we'll start off with Avani. So Avani, we started off this conversation yesterday, and you've been working in this space and in the area of access to information and also on protection of personal information. And I think you bring very valuable contribution to this one. And then we have those who manage and administer the elections. And then we have the information regulator. So we want to hear from the three of you. So I will just start off with you on the issue of why should we consider, this protection of personal information within the context of an election. And as you are at it, like, what are those main considerations, that we have to take into account in this particular subject? And also, if you can also bring up even the challenges as well that we encounter on protecting personal information. It can be in political party campaigns, in voter registration, inspection of the voters' roll, and other related issues. So over to you. Let me give you about 5 minutes. Thank you. Avani?
Thank you so much. And a huge thank you to the Center for Human Rights and all the collaborators on the symposium for raising this incredibly important topic, broadly around access to information in elections, but also the challenges in trying to balance it with the right to privacy. And maybe just to start to say that this is not the only context in which we see this balance between access to information and privacy being quite tenuous at times, even though we might recognize these as individual self-standing rights. Trying to find them as reinforcing rights has its applications, but often in practice can be quite difficult. And just to say at the start that I think for bodies like the ISC and the Information Regulator, for any organization trying to meet this challenge, it is an invidious task. And I think one that brings up various nuances and considerations in doing so. In terms of why it's important, I think there's well-established understanding as to how access to information is critical to the right to vote and to elections. And there we have seen bodies of work over a number of decades on this consideration. But the considerations around the right to privacy in this context are still relatively new and perhaps less advanced than the access to information side. Nevertheless, it is still important, and I think there's been growing recognition of why this balance needs to be appropriately struck. And of course, we know that it is a constitutional imperative, it is a legislative imperative, and really there's no way around it as a result of those. But more than that, I think being able to balance the right to privacy, being able to secure or safeguard personal information, and to avoid this being misused or manipulated in a way that counters against the intended purpose of sharing that information or the collection that violates the agency and rights of the data subject, is something that no longer should or is being countenanced. When we talk about this, I think in the context of elections, what comes to mind is that being able to show the responsible and reasonable management of personal information, being able to do so in a manner that is compliant with the legislation and also does not leave individuals or data subjects vulnerable to the misuse of their personal information, speaks directly to the issue of that person having trust and a certainty that their information is being respected, secured, and protected. This trust leads to an additional element of credibility in the election process. And I think we're seeing this across multiple contexts, and certainly the election period and electoral management bodies are not exempt from this. But when we consider how personal information is used in the context of elections, I think there are several things that we need to take into account. First is that information about members of the public, the voters' roll or in electoral periods is not limited or restricted only to election periods. We often see that information being used over a number of different, for different purposes for different reasons. And we should all be careful not to put this, put this discussion in a very sort of neat silo. The second is we often think about it as a distinction between sort of the traditional forms of voting processes, such as the paper ballot, as opposed to the newer forms around electronic voting. And certainly it's true that, voting processes in the digital age, whether it is through online campaigning or use of new technology, brings with it a whole raft of new challenges. And that ranges from profiling to security considerations, backdoor access, and so forth. But essentially, a lot of the challenges remain at their core fundamentally the same. And that is ultimately about being able to safeguard and guarantee the safeguard of that information that you are responsible for collecting as being appropriate. And when we talk about it in this context, it is not only, of course, the electoral management bodies, but also the political parties themselves, the third parties that may process personal information on behalf of the political parties, and the way in which that information is being used. At its core, when we think about it, we know that a lot of information is collected in this context. We know that a lot of information is used in this context. And increasingly, as is apparent from the previous discussion around political party funding, for example, there are going to be ever increasing or new uses and new opportunities to harness particular parts of particular forms of information that also, on the other hand, need to be protected. I'm going to pause here, but just to say that as we move the conversation along, what I'd like, where I think it would be helpful for us to look is specifically at where our legal framework starts, taking into account the way in which PIA has dealt with confidential and private information, the way in which POPI deals very specifically with political information of political persuasion, information from the regulators, and then also guidance that we've received from other jurisdictions. And I think as we try and draw out those discussions, we also see that these are challenges being experienced across the board with no finite or clear solution, but certainly a lot of different actors working together to try and find one that is feasible and workable across various election contexts. Thank you, Ndua. They're just checking that we are all back online and the load shedding isn't still being a problem. Umpa?
I believe she said they will be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, Avani, you can, I think you were almost, your 5 minutes were almost up. You can round up like your first contribution, yeah. And then we move on quickly to our next speaker.
I'm not sure where we dropped off. I was just saying that as we take the conversation forward, I think there are quite interesting discussions to be had about how the challenges with the legal frameworks and in practice are being dealt with by different stakeholders across different regions and lessons that we can draw from that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Avani. Let's move quickly to the IEC. Thank you.
Thank you much, and welcome the mundane and non-controversial. At the same time, I'll go to the conceptual underpinnings of the topic, and I'll say that yes. One is that to have an appreciation of the role of the IEC, we must locate it within the constitutional context in which the institution has a human potential. And that is, the IEC has constitutional obligations to undertake. And for it to undertake those obligations, it is unavoidable that it must collect and disseminate certain personal information of the subject. And these are primarily linked to the enjoyment of Section 19 political rights. On the one hand, there's an obligation on the part of the IEC. On the other hand, there is a participating role that it must play to facilitate the enjoyment of rights by voters and or political parties. So we collect personal information for the following reasons. One, to ensure that persons who participate in elections are entitled to do so, that only citizens participate. Two, that only persons who attain the age of majority participate. Three, that only persons that are registered as voters do so. And the Constitution demands that elections must be free and fair. And in a number of court judgments, those things have been confirmed as conditions precedent to free and fair elections. And post improper judgment in 2016, an address has almost been elevated by the Constitutional Court as one of the conditions precedent to free and fair elections. The law does not require us to collect an address, but post the Constitutional Court judgment, an address is now an entry onto the voters' roll. So the instances of personal information have increased from just an ID number, the name, it now includes the address of the vote. So personal information that the IEC collects ensures that only citizens participate, as I indicated, and that only persons in an election with a geographic territory, only persons who are ordinarily resident within that territory participate in those elections. So from our perspective, collection and dissemination of personal data achieves two important things. First, it's an obligation on the part of the IEC. Secondly, it's the enjoyment of the rights that citizens and political contestants enjoy. Practically, what it is that we have done to balance this competing rights. In 2021, the Commission sponsored legislative amendment, because then we had provisions in the law as it stood then that provided unfettered access to the voters' roll on payment of a fee. The Commission sponsored amendment which has been adopted is now part of our law. We have limited that unfettered access, but without removing legitimate public interest process. For example, if a journalist wants access to a voter's roll, we will provide that voter's roll. If a university wants those things for research purposes, we provide the voter's roll. But the person must then make an undertaking that they will use that voter's roll only for that limited purpose and without disclosing the personal information. The second thing that was done in that amendment was that we also included a new provision that made it peremptory on the CEO on certification of the roll and disseminating the roll for political parties to redact certain digits of the identity number. The CEO, I think, spoke about it yesterday, so that you delete that number from a data subject. So you can no longer link that person with their identity number. We accept, however, that there may be circumstances in certain localities where a redacted number will not be sufficient. In those instances, a person who requests that information must make out a claim, while they require more digits on the ID number than the redacted version. So the aggregate of what the commission has done in our view has allowed the commission to balance competing interests in a way that allows the IEC to meet its constitutional obligation to deliver free and fair elections, allows interested parties, media, civil society, and academic institutions to use the voters' roll for public interest purposes, including electoral oversight. So we don't want the voters' roll to be compiled in the dark without oversight. But oversight can still be achieved without disseminating unnecessarily the personal information of voters. We think it enables political parties that will confirm, even with the redacted ID numbers, to canvass voters for election, and it facilitates. The other role that we must not lose sight of is that the voters' role must only facilitate the participation of persons who are entitled. And one of the instances of electoral justice is an opportunity for people to object against the inclusion or exclusion of certain people. So if you remove too much of the information, you render that right negative. I can't object if I don't have the basis to raise an objection. Lastly, we think we have achieved a drafting that protects personal information of voters against unreasonable disclosure without diluting the obligation on the part of the commission and without also rendering mandatory the exercise of the right to object and the exercise of the right to participate in free and fair elections. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So that's the IEC and that's the position that they have taken around protection of personal information. So I'll ask a simple and obvious question, but on the the policy now, the IEC, does it have that policy on protection of personal information, and maybe just briefly some of the elements of it?
Okay. The policy is underpinned and accepts that it is bound and it must meet the threshold set in the Utopia as it relates to lawful processing of personal information. On our part, and as the flow indicated yesterday, we have adopted a proactive disclosure of information. And I've heard from a few speakers today that while the information is there, it may not be adequately packaged for consumers. We can look at those things, but our preference is to place information in the public domain, packaged in an agnostic manner, so that we do not make very judgment about the information that we place in the public domain. We place it there, raw as it is, so that people can repackage it, analyze it for themselves, and draw independent conclusions. But where we are requested to make daily judgments, that information will be contained in official publications of the IEC. Just to demonstrate how our policy works, one minute, but we don't update about the policy. We accept from the feedback that given the varied South African social situation, the information may not be readily available to every person, whether because of lack of access to the internet, want of data, and those type of things. We are continuously looking at ways to make our information available, even those who do not have resources. We are considering looking at concerning those limitations by investing and looking at the desirability one, but also the applicability of reserve bidding for some of the data that we hold, or for zero rating for some of the things that we have, like for example, online registration of the vote. Can we zero rate it? Can we do it on a zero basis so that it doesn't incur costs for a person who wants to register? Lastly, because we place a lot of our information proactively into the public domain, we have very negligible numbers of prior requests for information, because the information is out there. So,
it's out there.
People can get it for themselves.
Thank you. I wanted to understand, like, there's all this information that you collect, like the personal information, and in terms of protection of personal information, you have to, as an organization, adopt measures to safeguard the security of the information. And now, living in this world of technology, there are also people who are out there to access the information without, authorization and all that. There are all these technology challenges that we face. As the IEC, how intentional are you about cybersecurity and also just the manner in which you safeguard, like a building, have a security guard and all that? What measures do you have now to protect the information which is digitally stored?
It's a pity that our chief information officer is not here. He will explain to you the purposeful things that we do to safeguard our network and the data. For example, on election day, we repel many attempts to interfere with the processing of results. So we accept that on a daily basis, we must be on the alert to ensure that ICT environment is secure, that we have disaggregated storage of information, that where possible we can de-link the information that we store from the person that it applies to, and we have also, as I indicated, adopted a minimalist disclosure as required by TOPIA when we place the information in the public domain. But you can never say you've reached the end of the journey. It is a continuous basis to review your things and whether you could still redact some of the information that we make available.
Indeed. The reason why I'm asking such a question is recently I attended a symposium for chief justices in Southern Africa, and it was about the digitization of the court system. And the same question was raised, and the chief justices were found wanting, with all this information, that the court system collects, but there was a gap around, protecting that information, the security of that information. So I'm raising it so that also stakeholders can also be mindful that, they have to be intentional and make an investment into securing the information that you collect. And with the IR, the information regulator, now you have, the protection of personal information, but also promoting access to information. So in the context of this election, like how can we achieve that that balance and from where you sit?
Thank you so much for that question. It's a difficult one to say how to balance it, but likely enough, the way in which our legislature drafted the legislation, they had this in mind to say, let's have one institution that deals with both rights of access to information, and also that institution will deal with the right of protection of personal information. So it's a one-stop, it's a central body that deals with both, and therefore was centered enough to be able to deal with the issue of balancing. In most cases, the complaints that we receive, you find that yesterday I just finalized one investigation report where some people request access to the list of the shareholders of the company. So they want to sue the company, but they want the list names of the shareholder and previous shareholders. And then the question is, but that information is not necessary for you to exercise the rights that you want to exercise. And we're able to do that internally because of the resources in terms of access to information and protection of certain information. So that's important that we have those aspects of balancing the right. But what are the issues that we look at balancing? Obviously, the establishment of the regulator. If you have got, as a public, you've got a challenge in terms of interpretation, how do you balance the two? We are there to provide guidance, one of our obligations, and sometimes can even approach us through a complaint process, where you feel that your rights of protection of personal information were being violated, and then we can assist in terms of resolving the complaints that you have. Although the way in which we resolve is not only in conducting investigation, we also do that through an IR process, the alternative dispute resolution process. But what are the other ways in which you balance the two rights as well? If you look at PIE, provide for the grounds of refusal. Those grounds are intended. One of the aspects that covered there is the right to privacy. So it means while there's a norm described in our legislation to say everybody must get access, and it says to any information. That's what the Constitution says. It does not say personal information should not be disclosed. And protection of personal information does not mean that personal information should not be disclosed as well, because the Constitution says any information must be disclosed. But then how do you balance that? Then they put a grounds of refusal in IEM to say certain information, commercial interest, the personal information, at some stage, they will not be disclosed. There's this discussion that normally comes out to say, what do we mean when we say it's personal information and when we say personal information must be protected? But personal information, any information that's out there belongs to someone else. Any information that's out there belongs to somebody else. So if you were to say personal information must not be disclosed, then it means there will never be a right of access to information. If you have got collected all the information that you have for election purposes, you keep that information belongs to someone else. And when somebody asks for that information, it is a personal information. It may not be your personal information, but it's a personal information of Nemesis and all of us here. So those are the things that we look at to say the grounds of refusal that are there, which is the second thing that we use to balance the right of right of access to information, right to privacy. In conclusion, the last one, this is the most important one. So if you look at section 46 of IEM and section 70, so these are what we call them public interest override. So even if you've got grounds of refusal, even if it's your personal information that's been being sought of, even if all the grounds of refusal are applicable, information can be disclosed for public interest. And that's why there's a case pending in the Constitutional Court, Arena Holding versus the South. It involved those aspects of personal information of the former president that's supposed to be disclosed. And Arena Holding, which is the media, they argue to say for public interest that information is essential. So the section 46 and 70 then say if the disclosure of those records will then disclose any violation of legislation, such information, irrespective of whether it's ground of refusal, must be disclosed. And those are the three elements that we use in terms of balancing the right of access to information and the protection of personal information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that's the information regulator, and in other countries you have the Information Commission, and then you have the Data Protection Authority. I remember having a conversation with a colleague from Tunisia. He was coming from the Information Commission, and I asked this question around balancing, and he was saying it's a bit of a challenge when you have two institutions. But I guess you are saying this one is like a one-stop shop where you are able to exercise, or that balance internally. It can be navigated better than if there were two institutions. So I just want us, Avani, to take us outside South Africa. Like if you look at other jurisdictions or other regions, are there any best practices that South Africa can draw inspiration from? What are the experiences regarding balancing this rights?
So maybe just as a starting point to flag that South Africa's data protection framework, POPI, is largely derived from that of the previous EU directive that came prior to the General Data Protection Regulation and other frameworks that were based on that. And so our framework largely applies in very similar ways to those kinds of laws. So for instance, when we think about information during the context of election periods, we've seen the challenges across different jurisdictions with applying the traditional conditions for the lawful processing. And that ranges from, for example, the accountability questions as to whether it is the electoral management body or the political party taking responsibility from start to finish of the processing activities. It deals with things like the justification for the personal information, for collecting and processing the personal information, the object and purpose for which it's being used, as well as key questions around data subject rights, such as the notification of data subjects in appropriate circumstances, the rights of data subjects to be able to object to that processing in appropriate circumstances. What we're finding, I think, increasingly in various jurisdictions is there are two elements that are being, typically are finding a challenge with implementing. The one is in relation to the data subject rights, particularly around notification and access to information. So in balancing their privacy rights, the fact that an individual should be entitled to know what information is being collected and used, whether it's by the management body or by the political party, is something that is quite difficult to realize and has not been fully realized in many jurisdictions. And there are a range of reasons for that, from poor record keeping to sort of a disincentive to making that, or to actualizing that. The second is around security safeguards. And that again speaks to both the proper management of information and further to this, the way in which the information is protected, whether it is a hard copy record or it is an online or digital record of personal information. We've seen in other countries the way in which different regulators have dealt with this. And it is a difficult and tenuous task that they've had to meet. You know, I think as far as sort of election periods go, Cambridge Analytica was, you know, one of the largest and widest scale investigations that the Information Commissioner's Office in the United Kingdom had to deal with in general, but also I suppose specifically in the context of elections. But in addition to that, we've seen a number of other examples. Perhaps the most recent one took place in Scotland, where a political party emailed hundreds of thousands of voters with incorrect details. And there was a sort of tension between the way in which the political party approached it by saying it's a clerical error, purely a mistake, nothing to worry about, as opposed to the commissioner saying, well, actually, it is more than a clerical error. It speaks directly to the way in which this political party treats and manages personal information of voters. And if this instance is so clear and egregious, and this in itself is something that the political party wants to play down, what happens where there are other scenarios where the political party is even less willing to engage with the commissioner and play open cards about what has happened? So I think, you know, when we look at POPI and the way in which, you know, in comparative jurisdictions we've dealt with this, I think the one striking feature is around the fact that issues around political persuasion still form part of special personal information and are dealt with as an even more protected category of personal information due to the fact of the deep sensitivity of this, as well as the nature of the information that can be drawn and extrapolated from this in itself. What I think is particularly important about Section 31 of POPI around the special personal information is the fact that, as a general principle, POPI says that there is a general exclusion of processing personal information around political persuasion, subject to certain exceptions. And those exceptions are fairly narrow. It deals with, for example, where it is necessary for the formation of a political party. It is necessary to sort of achieve the primary purpose of that institution, for the purpose of running an election. And one of the biggest caveats in this provision is that to the extent that personal information of a nature of political persuasion is being processed, this can only be shared with a third party if the data subject consents to that sharing. While in principle, it might seem like we have appropriate safeguards ranging from you know, the provision in PIA that the previous speaker mentioned to that in POPI, what we find consistently is that POPI and PIA and similar pieces of legislation are fairly blunt instruments and aren't necessarily tailored towards the challenges of particular contexts, including, for example, election periods. If you think, for instance, about the inclusion of access to the voters' roll, which, if I remember correctly, was enacted by Parliament somewhere around 2003, we're dealing with an amendment that predated POPI by 10 years before we were considering the way in which personal information should be properly processed and managed in South Africa. And so where I think some of the challenges lie, and something that I think the information regulator has mentioned previously on a number of occasions, is the need for very specific guidance on the way in which election management bodies, political parties, campaigners, supporters, and so forth manage personal information. And so just in closing on this point, because I do need to drop off the call, unfortunately, I just want to highlight a couple of recommendations or good practices that we've seen as being quite helpful in other jurisdictions. The first, I think, is, trite, and I don't think anybody in the room will disagree with it, but it is most importantly, I suppose, transparency. And that is transparency across various elements in the election process, and transparency across different actors. So it is from the management body to the political parties, as well as, for instance, the different platforms on which information is being shared or used or processed. Part of this comes with transparency, speaking to the data gathering process, the collection, the sharing, as well as more complicated questions around profiling, which, in addition to the other rights implicated, also speak directly to questions around equality, discrimination, the nature of information that is fed to different segments of the population in different contexts, and who sees what in what context of the elections. The second is the need for sort of better cooperation and collaboration between the electoral management authority bodies and the data protection authorities. And while I think it is, it's an important point that was brought up just now about the information regulator holding both the PIA and POPIA mandates, a critical element to this is ensuring that all stakeholder and oversight bodies have the appropriate statutory powers, but also the appropriate resources to be able to fulfill that mandate in a meaningful way, given the breadth of this mandate and the way in which it needs to be dealt with. The third is around electoral laws and making sure that, and data protection laws, and making sure that these laws are fit for purpose, taking into account the developments we've seen over time. Whilst our jurisprudence around POPI and the tension between access to information and privacy in a digital context is still relatively nascent, I think the fact that conversations like these are happening and taking place are so important to making sure that there are, the cracks are at some point filled. And I think, just taking into account the 2021 guidance published by the information regulator on political campaigning was a really useful step in the right direction of giving some clarity or some guidance into how this should be dealt with. A fourth element that has been raised quite a lot and is quite interesting is the fact that to the extent that election observer missions are being granted, an element of those observer missions should in fact include questions around the management of personal information. One, the way in which voters and members of the public can access information, which has traditionally formed part of the considerations, but also the protection and safeguarding of that information. And lastly, just to flag that I think, as we've seen in some jurisdictions, probably the most comprehensive being in the United Kingdom, there have been specific codes adopted by the data protection authorities in the context of elections and political campaigning. So too would this be incredibly useful for South Africa or more broadly in the regional context, because I think we've almost become immune to the fact that during election periods, we are going to get spam called. We are going to be sort of targeted. We're going to receive information that we don't want. We're going to receive information that we don't understand why we're receiving. But that is not acceptable. And I think we as members of the public, as data subjects, are entitled to say that to the extent that you are accessing our personal information, to the extent that you are seeking our input as a result of this, we demand that you do so in a legally compliant manner that is reasonable, responsible, and meets the requirements of what the frameworks demand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Avani, and thank you for your patience. She has been on the call waiting to share her contribution, and I'm glad you were able to do so within time. And thank you so much. And I think we can let you go. Thank you, Avani. Now, as we continue, Avani mentions a number of recommendations. I know that jurisdictions are different, and the legal frameworks may be different, but there's always an opportunity to draw inspiration from what others are doing. And one of the issues that she's mentioning is around collaboration. And I want to ask from the IEC, is there any collaboration with the information regulator as you sit side by side here? Do you, when you go back, do you collaborate on this particular issue Or does the IR come up with, you know, what the IR sees to be the position around protection of personal information and elections? We heard in the morning the IEC and how it collaborates with the Media Monitoring Africa on issues of disinformation. So between these two institutions, is there a form of collaboration that has been established around this area?
The mandate of the commission is very broad and it cannot be undertaken in a manner that is instant. We indeed collaborate with the information regulator. The amendments that I referenced were preceded by a symposium that we convened with the information regulator, political parties, and experts in the field, so that we attain the most practical piece of legislation for the country. We don't do this for ourselves, but rather for the nation.
And then with the information regulator, there is a guidance note around, you know, protection of personal information in political party campaigning. Are there any other forms of guidance that you are coming up with within the context of elections beyond what you have done in the political party campaigning?
Definitely, we have actually issued a lot of guidance notes in terms of processing of personal information. If you go to our website and see a lot of guidance. But the most important one for elections, and I'm happy to declare that as political parties, is the issue which Avani also raised about the political persuasion as to how do you go about where you now contact people who are not your members. And without the consent of those people, how do you go about it? But I just wanted to highlight, which is something that we go across the country, engaging the stakeholder, but we never engage on this topic of how do you assist the political party to achieve their constitutional right of political persuasion without hindrance. And one of the aspects which is contained in COPIA, if you go to section 27 of COPIA, it does provide it does provide you with a leeway in case in a situation wherein you require authorization be able to perform your work in terms of political persuasion, you can actually come to the information regulator. We issue a guidance on how you do that, and there's a form that you can complete. You make application to the regulator, and then we authorize you to process. But there's the caveat on that. For us to authorize, you must then indicate public interest, which I think is easy to do that. I mean, he touched on it, the issue of public interest, because it's emanating from the Constitution. But the other one is the safeguard that you talk about, the security safeguard of the information that you receive. So I indicated that they do give away the voters roll, and that voters roll does contain personal information, and then it's a personal information, and they normally require undertaking that you will not use this information for any other purpose. It means once you give them those information, they are now becoming operative, which means if they leak it, I become liable because they're the owner of the information. And that's where we come in as the information regulator. If for any reason that happened, then we come up with those consequences that are there in the legislation, and they're very severe. You know, everybody knows that. Yeah.
Let's throw it back to our colleagues. Any reflections on this particular issue before we close? If you require any clarification, or if you have a general comment. People are very tired. So I'm sure, you know, the political parties have been mentioned quite a lot, and I think it's a very good thing that you are also in the room when this conversation is happening. And I'm sure when you go back, this is an opportunity for you as political parties to reflect on this personal information and how it's supposed to be protected, in as much as you want to garner as much support as possible and reach out to as many people as possible. How do you do that within the framework of the law? Thank you so much to the IC and the information regulator. They are ably represented by our colleagues here. And also thank you so much to my audience for listening. This is the shortest, I think, panel that I've ever had in my history of moderating. But yes, it's a Friday and people are tired. Thank you so much. Let's give them a. So now we move on to a very brief section of our program as we close. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Papers. Should I not leave my papers here? All right, so when we started off yesterday, we said that we were reintroducing the report that we launched as the Center for Human Rights in assessing South Africa's compliance with the guidelines. And we also mentioned that it's one thing to produce a report, and it's a completely different thing to be able to actually make use of that particular report. And I am sure that we have created a platform where we can have a conversation around the issue of proactive disclosure of access to information and elections. But this discussion doesn't end here. So what we intend to do is to take it forward, because right now, as you can see in the room, we are talking about people we are talking to colleagues who already work on PAIA, colleagues who already work on the Protection of Personal Information Act. And we were also having a discussion around how this knowledge or this information can trickle down to everybody so that everybody is involved. And in doing this, we intend to then carry the project forward. So what we decided to do was that as we wrap up this conversation, we come up with a brief document that outlines the basis of this symposium, the objective of this symposium, where it's coming from, and beyond that, where are we going? And as we have our main stakeholders here to try and put down some kind of a commitment document on what can be done going forward, so that this is a continuous process. This is not a once-off event. So this is the communique that we have put together, which I am going to read now. The Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria, hosted an Access to Information and Elections Symposium on South Africa on the 10th and 11th of November 2022 at the University of Pretoria. Co-hosting the event were the Independent Electoral Commission, the Information Regulator, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Human Sciences Research Council, and Media Monitoring Africa. The symposium is part of an advocacy project to promote the transparency and integrity of elections and meaningful participation in elections by an informed electorate in South Africa. To this end, the symposium advocates for the implementation of the guidelines on access to information and elections in South Africa that were adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Further, the symposium seeks to promote the implementation of the recommendations of the 2020 report titled Proactive Disclosure of Information and Elections in South Africa. The SA report assessed South Africa's compliance with the guidelines and made targeted recommendations to electoral stakeholders. The symposium noted progress made in the implementation of the guidelines as reflected in the SA report. The IEC and other electoral stakeholders also highlighted their continuous efforts since the publication of the report to implement measures to achieve the proactive disclosure objectives set out in the guidelines. Towards further promotion of the implementation of the guidelines and the recommendations of the report, the symposium emphasized guidelines 31 to 34 provided as follows. State parties shall adopt legislative, administrative, judicial, and other measures to give effect to these guidelines. Electoral parties shall facilitate, state parties shall facilitate the dissemination of these guidelines to relevant electoral stakeholders, as well as stakeholders in the electoral process, such as Parliament, the judiciary, national human rights institutions, and the electorate. State parties shall ensure that relevant electoral stakeholders are trained in relation to the content of these guidelines. In particular, these guidelines shall form part of the training curriculum of the officials of election management bodies, election observers, political parties, law enforcement agencies, media and internet regulatory bodies, media and online media platform providers, and civil society organizations participating in electoral processes. State parties shall, in each periodic report submitted to the African Commission in accordance with Article 62 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, provide detailed information on the measures taken to facilitate compliance with the provisions of these guidelines. Following the symposium, the Center will embark on sector-specific engagement and capacity building of the electoral stakeholders identified in the guidelines to further promote the guidelines. The Center will also provide support to initiatives by state and civil society organizations to promote proactive disclosure of information throughout the electoral process. Based on the respective mandates of the South African Human Rights Commission, the Independent Electoral Commission, and the Information Regulator, the symposium acknowledged the critical role of these bodies as the implementing partners to give effect to the guidelines and recommendations of the South African report. These bodies therefore make the following commitments with reference to the implementation of the guidelines as set out in point 3 above, and the recommendations of the report as listed in section 4 of the report, taking into account the contributions and discussions during the symposium. I start with the South African Human Rights Commission. As the lead implementing partner, the South African Human Rights Commission will convene the bodies to form a working group to design, coordinate, and monitor a plan of action in the run-up to the 2024 elections and beyond. The South African Human Rights Commission will promote and disseminate the guidelines and the recommendations of the report to the executive, to Parliament, the judiciary, the Public Service Commission, and the public protector and other state organs who could play a role in implementing the guidelines. The South African Human Rights Commission will also seek to advise the executive and Parliament on appropriate legislative, administrative, judicial, and other measures to give effect to the guidelines and prepare regular progress reports on compliance with the guidelines for incorporation into South Africa's periodic report for the African Commission in accordance with Article 62 of the African Charter. Moving to the IEC. The IEC will promote and disseminate the guidelines and the recommendations of the SA report to the electoral stakeholders listed in the guidelines and provide training and other support for electoral stakeholders to implement the guidelines. The IEC will further encourage political parties to commit to voluntary proactive disclosure of information on their own and public platforms to the benefit of the electorate in compliance with the guidelines. Then the information regulator. So this is the proposed text to the information regulator. Following the inclusion of political parties in the definition of a private body in the Promotion of Access to Information Act, the IR will use its enforcement powers to ensure proactive disclosure of information by political parties, including information listed in the guidelines, as is the case with other electoral stakeholders. The inclusion of political parties in PAIA also means that any person can submit a PAIA request to a political party if they require that information to exercise any right, which in this case is the right to vote. The IR is available to enforce non-compliance with such requests. In advancing proactive disclosure of information, the information regulator will take into account protection of personal information by the electoral stakeholders in accordance with the Protection of Personal Information Act. The information regulator will further consider the proposals in the SA report on PAIA reform for possible recommendations to reform or amend PAIA and related legislation. So, dear colleagues, this communique sums up what we have been doing from yesterday. And as we are wrapping up, these are the commitments that have been made. And going forward, this is going to be a continuous engagement. And this is the communique that we are adopting, and these are the commitments that have been made. This is to indicate that, as I have already stated, this is the starting point. We are heading towards the 2024 elections, and this basically is to guide the way forward. It's providing a roadmap, and then we are going to then align the activities based on this. Thank you. So as we close, I just want to call upon our Assistant Director who has been actively listening to the proceedings, Mr. Lloyd Kuvea, to give his closing remarks on behalf of the Center for Human Rights. Mr. Lloyd Kuvea, over to you.
Thanks so much, Hlengiwe. I was allocated 15 minutes to do this, but no, I mean, it's a Friday, and I know that we all want to leave and go back to our sessions now. I'll just take 50% of that time allocated, 5 minutes or 6 minutes. I used to read the SADC communiques every year, each time they were adopted and disseminated when I started working with civil society, until I stopped, because a lot of the communiques, the things that were in there were never really implemented, and there was not much progress. But this communique here is a beautiful communique, and I think that the things that are in there are doable, they are implementable, and I just hope that going forward, all the stakeholders in the room will be able to at least take their role seriously and implement the tasks before the 2024 elections. I think it's going to be a model election, if I can say that, given all the discussions that we have had since yesterday and all the progress that has been made so far since the last election. Firstly, let me just thank everybody who has made, I think, this symposium a success. Really, I think it has been a resounding success from our perspective at the Center for Human Rights. Just want to thank the team, Hlengiwe, Mary Stella, Ompa, and Tomio, who is not here, for all the work that they have done. Our researchers, some of whom are here, Isaac, Gary, who has left now, and other colleagues were involved in putting together that beautiful report, which we are now trying to see that it is implemented. I also just want to thank, all the stakeholders that are here today. I mean, you've taken time even to be here with us on a Friday since yesterday. We are really grateful. We don't take your presence here for granted. You have other busy things to be doing, but you saw it, a fit for you to be here with us today. The IEC, the regulator, the HSRC, civil society organizations, political parties. Of course, we would have wanted to see even more political parties. Maybe next time we'll have more. The South Africa Human Rights Commission, thank you so much for that commitment and the partnership. And I think for me, one of the big lessons that came out today is the importance of partnerships, sustainable partnerships, strategic partnerships, long-lasting partnerships that are built on trust, relationships, and common values so that we're able to achieve what we want to achieve. I think I always believe that if you bring the right people in a room, all the stakeholders who are committed, you can achieve so much more than when you are working in silos. So really, I think for me that the partnerships must be maintained going forward so that we can even do more for South Africa. The takeaways for me really are the things that I think we have all generally agreed that we have achieved, and that we can even do more on those, including issues of proactive disclosure, the issue of transparency, integrity of information, quality of elections, embracing digital platforms without necessarily abandoning the traditional platforms, improving regulation in all its facets, also the need for reforms of the current legal frameworks that we have, including the guidelines, and then the issue of inclusiveness, especially of marginalized communities. I think that also came out quite clearly. The three things for me that are still outstanding, perhaps, and I want to motivate that in the forthcoming meeting, perhaps next year, before the elections, the three issues I think for me that still stand out are the issues of political funding. And I think we really need to have another meeting, a symposium of sorts, and invite more political parties. And I think through the IEC can help us to bring more parties. We went through Parliament this time, and I think would have loved to have more parties, political parties. The second issue is misinformation and disinformation. I think we still need to discuss this issue more broadly, more deeply. And I think we can, on this note, I would like to also say we should invite judges, either a sitting judge from the Concord or judges that are no longer there, like Zak Yakub and Albie Sachs, to give us commentary on balancing proactive disclosure and right to privacy. And I think for me, those are the three issues that are still outstanding, where we can have another symposium and finalize before the 2024 elections. So without taking more time, I just want to wish you all a happy Friday, a nice weekend, and safe travels back to your homes and stations. Thank you so much.
Hello. I'm taking my thing back now while I remember.
I won't say no. I won't refuse.
Yeah, except you know how much these Apple things cost.
Thank you to the online community.
By the way, I loved your beautiful tools. Yes.
Cool.
Yes. And actually, I don't know if you have your.
We are sorry for.
She's got your contact details.
Yes, we are sorry for not engaging more with the online community, but thank you so much and have a blessed, wonderful
One of
Friday.
the things I actually didn't say in my closing remarks